MSA Sports Network.
Welcome to exclusive coverage of the 2017 WPIAL Competitive Spirit Championships, only here on the Management Science Associates Sports Network. The Competitive Spirit Championships at MSAsports.net are sponsored by Carlow University, proud sponsor of the upcoming 2017 WPIAL Girls Basketball Playoffs, only here on the MSA Sports Network. By UPMC Sports Medicine, by First Commonwealth Bank, by Progress, and by Management Science Associates. Now let's head out to Hempfield High School and join Bob Orkwis, Sean Meyers, James Dotson, Lee Mohn, and Jess Levo for all the action.
Welcome to coverage of the 5th Annual WPIAL Competitive Spirit Championships, brought to you by Carlow University here in the MSA Sports Network. Alongside of James Dotson, Bob Orkwis, bringing you coverage of this event. And we're underway with the large division competition, the Norwin Knights cheer squad, the first to go here this morning. That is our first squad competing today, the Norwin Knights cheer squad. The large division goes first. In case you're wondering, the classifications really do not matter. There are 4 large schools, James. 3 of them are classified as AAA as far as girls enrollment. 1 is a AA, but there are 4 teams competing in this first segment in the large competition. Large meaning 21 to 30 members on the cheer squad.
Right, so you have small, medium, and large group, and that's how it goes at the state level in terms of championships, in terms of qualifying for the states. Of these 4 teams in large division, Norwin, South Park, Indiana, and Baldwin, only 1 is guaranteed an automatic bid to the PIAAs. In small, there will be a total in small group going, as I find the right one, for PIAA for small. There are 9 competing today. 4 of them will go. In medium, there are 17 teams competing. That'll be in the afternoon session. The top 8 go there. That leaves 3 remaining at large bids. And now highest scoring squads, no matter of size, will advance from that point. So even though one of the large squad is going to get the automatic bid, it's very likely at least 1, if not 2 more, end up with the highest aggregate score otherwise and get the at-large bid.
As we move throughout the day, we'll get into more particulars as far as the scoring and things like that. Norwin, by the way, this is the 5th straight year. They've competed all 5 years. They've made the state competitive cheer tournament all 4 years previous. 129 teams overall competing in this competition. 29 here today, James. 16 spots available, so you're looking at gold and silver medals plus those 16 spots for the state tournament, as you just illustrated. Right, and mainly the teams are worried about making that state tournament. Yes, there's also going to be awards based on classification. In fact, we already know one of the classification awards, Bishop Canevin. Congratulations, Bishop Canevin. You're not going for a while, but you've already won the gold medal here today. They are the only single-A school competing today. They're in the small competition. We'll see them here in a little bit. But the main thing why the classification really doesn't matter is that schools get to pick the size of a cheer squad that they want. So you can have a school that's graduating 1,000 people, and they can whittle it down to only 15 members to be on their cheer squad. At the same time, though, you can have a smaller school with maybe only 100 in their graduating class. They could choose, if they wanted to be a large squad with up to 30 cheerleaders. So it's all based on what the team wants, what the school wants, and that makes it for a wide variety, especially when you get into the medium and small groups, when you have some AAA schools going against single-A schools. We have 4 large schools. We've already had Norwin compete. South Park is in the on-deck circle, for lack of a better term. But you look at this competition, James, it's very regimented, very schedule-oriented, down to a T. You've got warm-ups, you've got warm-up and stretch, you've got a different kind of warm-up, then you go on deck, then you compete. But everything is very, very regimented. It is, and it goes to show, too, how regimented they are in terms of the schedule. It's how regimented they are all year round. There is no season for competitive cheer. It is a year-long thing. Talking to a bunch of the coaches last year and so far this year, most of them started figuring out their routines last May or last June, last July at the latest. This is a year-long program, and these girls also go and they cheer at the football games. They cheer at the basketball games. So it's not like it's just the squad who's going and doing these competitive cheers. They're the ones who are actually going and cheering on the other sports teams across the WPIAL. And just to give a quick rundown before South Park comes up of how they're going to be scored today, there are 2 portions to every cheer routine. 2 minutes and 30 seconds maximum. There's a cheer portion and a music portion. The music portion can only take up 1 minute 30 seconds at most. The rest has to be with the cheer portion. In cheer, 30 out of the 100 points possible come from the cheer. 5 points for their motions, 5 points for their skills, 5 points for overall, which includes like their energy, facial expression, execution, so how well everything's performed is worth 10 points out of that, and presentation material. That includes volume, their pace, how clear they are, and also crowd involvement. You may have heard with Norwin, you heard the crowd behind also giving their support. So getting the audience to interact with them makes just as much of a difference. In the music portion, 70 points total. 20 points for partner stunts, 15 points for pyramids, 10 points for tumbling, 10 points for jumps, 10 points for dance, and another 5 for overall effect, which includes just a pure entertainment factor, how well they transition. And one of the things that I want you to pay attention to is the correlation to music. Every song that is played by the teams today is custom made, and it matches what you're seeing. So when you see a kick, look for like a ding of a bell. Look for a crash of a cymbal. You want to be seeing what you're hearing. That's what the judges are looking for. So the music ends up being worth 70% versus 30% for the cheer, but it's all encompassing and big all around. And they need to be energetic the entire 2 minutes and 30 seconds. In addition to that, all teams need to adhere to safety guidelines, the AACCA cheer safety guidelines, and there's penalties for safety violations. There are also penalties when you go over the time limit, 3-point deduction if you're 3 to 5 seconds over, 5-point deduction 6 to 10 seconds over, and 7-point deduction for 11 seconds or more. So speaking of the regimentation, you are very regimented as far as your routine goes, and it's really all about having fun. It's a spirit competition for a reason, James. It really is, and we'd love to be able to give you the score results as they come in, but they do not give them to us, Mr. Orkwis. They keep them under lock and key. We find out the winners as soon as you do at the very end of the competition. The awards
Starting approximately 3:15 this afternoon is when they will announce the winners and runner-up in each of the 3 classifications, and then the 16 automatic qualifying bids into the PIAA in small, medium, and large squad.
As far as our coverage today, Jess Levo is running the camera. James Dotson is alongside of myself. You two, James and Jess, are doing the yeoman's duty. You're going to be here all afternoon. Sean Meyers and Lee Mohn will come in halfway through the competition to take you the rest of the way here on the MSA Sports Network. And glad you're aboard, live or archived, watching this video stream. First year we are just strictly doing the video stream. So when you get onto our website, you can just go to the Cheer the Spirit competition page, and everything will be there. Photos, interviews, results we'll post later on this evening. You can watch the video stream live or archived. The 5th annual competition here for the WPIAL. 3rd straight year it's been held here at Hempfield High School.
Coming up next will be South Park. They're, I'm going to put in quotations, a new school. They've participated in the past, but were not here last season. Their coach, or their sponsor, I guess is the official title, Don McPherson, will lead this large squad. And again, the large squad early, you get almost a automatic, I don't want to say bonus points for visual effect, but it is obviously a lot more impressive when you see a group of 25 to 30 girls out there on the floor. There is a co-ed division, no co-ed teams here in the WPIAL, but there is a co-ed division that will compete in many of the other districts across the state and in the state championships as well.
Yeah, 4 divisions, excuse me, small, medium, large. There's a co-ed, but you mentioned it, no co-ed here. As far as the state tournament last year, Butler apparently is the team to look out for, because all 4 years they've advanced from this competition to the state competition, and they will compete in the next set, the small division, but South Park in the large division, the second of the 4 squads in the large division to go here this morning.
Seem to have a mix-up here. That might not be their music. And that's actually a big issue too. The DJ is not in charge of the music, Bob. It is the school themselves.
Well, they're actually switching the CD too. That's got to be a little unnerving. You're nervous enough coming into a competition, and then it gets started like this. That's got to take you off your game, so to speak.
Well, they are required to bring up a backup piece of music. All right, so they're still trying to figure this out here, Bob. The judges and the coaches, that's they told them to stop in the middle. I've seen this before actually happen. There's many preliminary events throughout the year. Last year, I think it was Elizabeth Forward. Their music stopped right in the middle of their routine, and they counted it the entire way through the set. That might be something that South Park has to do here. We don't want to see that happen, but I'd say it can be more impressive if there's a malfunction. It's not their fault. But like I was saying, the school itself is in charge of hitting the music at the right time, because everything is inch perfect and timed perfectly. It's all school who's in charge of it, so you can't go and blame the DJ for what's happening.
So after a rough start, the South Park Eagles did a very good job. I know they were unnerved. You could see some nerves, but they managed to keep their smiles and keep their spirit. A pretty good cheer. Second of 4 teams to go in the large division. Indiana will be in the on-deck circle. So after the mix-up, the Eagles did a pretty good job, including in some of their regular cheer routines, a little bit of a dance routine, as you mentioned. Cheer portion, 30 points. Music portion, 70 points. 100 points possible for a perfect score.
And it's all about sportsmanship. Do you notice the cheerleaders of the other schools who are on the visiting side of the gym, their score as well is based on them helping those who are competing. They're cheering along, they're clapping along. It is competitive spirit, and it's about being good-spirited, and that actually does play a part into the scoring. There's very strict guidelines there, too, of, no booing, no taunting, obviously, but also encouraging and helping on the teams as much as they can, and especially when you have a crowd component that is in part of the cheer portion of the scoring itself, and ends up being a real big thing where you have the cheerleaders of the competing schools helping each other out.
So no chanting air, ball, it's not permitted.
No, that is definitely not permitted.
Only on Friday nights or Thursday nights or Monday or Tuesday nights or whatever, correct?
Right, exactly. Now, a couple things I just want to mention about just from what we're looking at from South Park. First off, notice with them and with every school, they're going to use as much of this mat as possible, just kind of like gymnastics. So in floor routine on gymnastics, you want to use the entire floor as much as possible. In the Olympics, same thing here. You want to be spread out. You want to be as visually appealing as possible. And also, this may seem very obvious, but the cheers that are being said should reflect your school, obviously. But you mean go Eagles, EAGLES, blue, white.
Spelling out South Park as they did, yes.
Flap your wings, that sort of thing,
yes,
believe it or not, does play a part in the score. So it is kind of fun to hear the unique cheers that each school come up with and how they incorporate their school, their color, their mascot into the routine.
Different perspective for us, too, because on Friday nights or during basketball season, we see the cheerleaders, but we're usually busy. We're usually yapping, and so we don't always get to pay attention specifically to their cheers. We're in the first of 4 squads competing in the large competition. As far as the large competition, last year, Hopewell, Baldwin were large competitors that both made the PIAA competition last year. Baldwin will be the 4th team to competes. Norwin they got an at-large bid last year. They were the first team to go here this afternoon. You mentioned South Park did not compete in last year's competition, and Indiana did not make the state tournament as far as that goes. Talking about different parts of it, there are different, when you're looking at the stunts, James, there are different groups, stunt groups. There are partner stunts. There are individual stunts. There are pyramids. A whole bunch of things that these 4 judges need to be on the lookout for.
Right, and they take their time. I mean, the entire on-deck portion, the judges are still figuring out what the score is.
A lot
of
communication going on over there.
Which is how it should be. And South Park, we mentioned a new school. Indiana, also a new school this year. They actually competed in the the first competition back in 2013. This is the 5th annual one. But to go to the different stunts, the partner stunts first off, that's usually, we call them 2-mans or 1-mans, where it's just, 1 base and 1 flyer up in the air. Not as common, except for the co-ed version, which, again, we do not have here today. But you can have maximum people in the air that way for sure. Pyramids are what you see normally at the end of the routine. You get a lot more bonus points type thing if the pyramids come at the end of the routine. And the main thing is looking for the stunt groups, the number of stunt groups that you have. Obviously, the more competitors you have, the more stunt groups you can have, but also it's how many people you have as bases. Do you have an extra backstop or not? If you can go as a small group and have maybe 5 stunt groups, that's 5 groups of 3 in stunt groups. That would be an unbelievable way to use as much space and get as much visual appealing as you can possibly get.
You talked about the mat, too. It's a standard mat, but there are rules to that, too. You must be touching that at all times, and interesting how each team goes about their 2.5 minutes, and you're thinking, well, it doesn't seem to be a lot of time, but it can go 2 ways, I think. When you're out there, you can think it's flying by, or in the case for South Park, where they had a rough start because of a mix-up with their music, it can seem like an eternity. So we're in the flow of things. You're betting. You're probably there, and wow, 2.5 minutes went by that quick, but in other times it's not. But 2.5 minutes, regimented out, mentioned 1.5 minutes for the music portion, and the other minute goes for the cheer portion.
Well, you mentioned the spirit rule book and the rules and the safety more than anything. You're going to see a lot more complex tricks and stunts being done. Last year they finally brought back, it's called an Arabian. That was one of the big things that came back new. It's just an aerial stunt that throws in an extra twist with a flip. It was illegal for a long time in the competitive Spirit Championships. It's legal again. I want to talk about these mats, though. It looks just like, your regular padded mat. It's not that simple. To get those 9 mats, to get the full length of the floor to your game.
Also not that cheap.
No. To get all that, $5,000-$6,000 without breaking a sweat. Pretty heavy, too. They weigh about 150 pounds each out there. And that's, again, all for the safety, which is why on, Friday nights at football games or Tuesday and Friday nights for basketball games, you do not see these routines being performed because there is a big safety aspect. They cannot be doing all these tumbling passes and all, especially the aerials and the pyramids out there on just a hardwood basketball court.
You see a streamlined version of that, and you see pyramids. I've seen actually, unfortunately, times in the past where you've had some accidents where cheerleaders fall, and I guess the main injury. Now we saw Norwin. I saw one of the members had the boot on the right foot, so she obviously wasn't able to compete. So I'm sure you see sprained ankles and things like that, but concussions, as in any sport, as in every sport nowadays, James, are first and foremost at the top of that list.
Well, right. And injuries are very prevalent, and these are athletes, lifting athletes out there. So they are as athletic as any football player or basketball player, no doubt about it. And changes are going to happen no matter what. I know a couple schools last year, in talking to them, they made changes to their routine as late as Thursday night for this Saturday competition. This year, Thomas Jefferson last minute changed from being a large squad down to a medium squad. That could be because of an injury. That could be because of just a change in the routine. Not sure exactly what that is, but that's something to keep an eye on. Oakland Catholic, a medium school, a small squad school, they've dropped out of the competition altogether, possibly because of injury. Who knows? But that's not unheard of. Last year, in fact, Neshannock, who won the Class AA championship, they ended up going and having to compete in the medium squad, even though with injuries they had dropped down to like 13 or 12 members. So they were at a huge disadvantage and still were able to come on top, and that's just because of the adjustments that a team needs to make.
Neshannock and Laurel, the two teams that moved up who are here in this competition. Full day coverage here in the MSA Sports Network. It's brought to you by Carlow University. They're a proud sponsor of all girls high school sports here on the MSA Sports Network. Third of 4 large squads. The large division, 4 schools are competing. Norwin, South Park in the books. Indiana is up next. To the very end to get the schools for the large, all the way to the end. So we should try to maybe get a judge on it. You see this text about looking into the camera? I was trying to say, look into the camera. Well, I can see out of it. so people tune out. So they're going to...
That was Indiana.
So that was Indiana, who was in the large competition, but they didn't have, by my counts, all members competing, so there are less members. Plus, additionally, there was a male, a boy on that squad. So, again, not considered co-ed as far as the WPIAL, but Indiana, the third of four teams and squads to compete here this afternoon. Baldwin will round out the first set of four teams in this group competition. Indiana, by the way, back in 2013, qualified for the state playoffs. Baldwin was in the large competition last year, and they also qualified for the state competition. James Dotson, Bob Orkwis, Jess Levo running the camera. Live at Hempfield High School for morning and afternoon coverage of the 5th Annual WPIAL Competitive Spirit Championships. We're going to take our first break. Let's take a quick break and recognize some of our sponsors. Glad you're listening, either live or archived, or watching, I should say, the WPIAL Spirit competitions. The competitions, the 2017 WPIAL Competitive Spirit Championships, are sponsored by Carlow University. You're watching coverage right here on the MSA Sports Network.
Open a new personal or business checking account at First Commonwealth Bank. You can earn a generous cash reward. It doesn't even have to be a friend. Could be a relative. Could be a Bruins fan. Could be that guy over there with the weird hair thing going on. It doesn't matter. Refer anyone to open an account and it will really pay off for you. They'll even get a cash reward themselves, no matter who they root for. First Commonwealth Bank, member FDIC. Learn more at a local branch or visit fcbanking.com.
When looking to replace your athletic field, choose ProGrass, first in turf. ProGrass has installed over 500 fields in the U.S. Getting the best artificial turf for your field depends on both the product and the partner you choose. That's why architects, athletic directors, and players choose the ProGrass Performance System. ProGrass maintains an active presence in the synthetic turf industry as members of the Sports Turf Management Association and the American Sports Builder Association, and is proud to be recognized as the FIFA preferred manufacturer. Call ProGrass today, 866-270-6003, or visit them on the web at www.progressturf.com. ProGrass, first in turf. What am I going to do about this year's promo? What the?
Don, it's me, Sam Hall. All you need to do is say, for the inside scoop and an entertaining update of district boys and girls high school basketball, tune into the WPIAL Roundball Report every Wednesday night at 6, only here on the network.
Well, thanks, ghost of co-host past.
But you should strongly consider bringing me back. Please, help. The traffic never stops. It's like a Georgia kind of offense.
That's the WPIAL Roundball Report every Wednesday night at 6 p.m. on the MSA Sports Network.
People ask what drives me. It's the respect I have for my opponents, the trust I have in my teammates, a coach who treats me with dignity, and a university that has faith in me on and off the field. That's what keeps me focused, why I practice harder, play my heart out. I play to win. I play for Carlow. Tell us your story using #WhatDrivesYou. Carlow University, a proud sponsor of the MSA Sports Network.
Back at Hempfield High School, Bob Orkwis, James Dotson, Jess Levo. Carlow University brings you the 2017 WPIAL Competitive Spirit Championships, our fourth team to compete here this morning in the large division, the Baldwin Fighting Highlanders cheer squad. interesting what Baldwin did is they went music and cheer and then music. The other thing that they did differently than the other squads to compete here this morning, James, was there were 4 squad members who were not in the routine who were down in front of us. So you can obviously hear that, and they kind of cheered along, so supporting their squad mates, which was kind of interesting and really nice and good. I think it added an extra element to that routine.
Well, not to mention, Coach Taryn Davac and her school squad as well. Every time that they made a move, the coaches, I don't know if you could see it in the video from the angle we have, but the coaches were jumping up and going crazy every time that they made a move. They're in it as much as the kids are, and that's nice to see. And I'm glad you mentioned that, the little bit different of music, cheer in the middle, and then music again at the end. Each school thinks of it a little bit differently. I know some coaches have said they like doing the cheer first because the cheer needs to be very energetic, and obviously after the dance portion and the music portion, you're going to be a little bit more worn out. So to try to keep as much of energy as possible with the cheer, a lot of schools end up choosing to do that first. So it is very different. It's all about a personal preference, and you're going to see it in many different ways throughout the competition today. But just like that, we're already done with the large group competition.
Yeah, the 4 schools competing, and again, we will not get the results. The results are not announced until later in the afternoon when all of the groups, the large, the small, and then the medium, are completed. So it will be, James will still be here, but Lee Mohn and Sean Meyers will have that, and then we'll have results as far as that on our website. You can get there. The Competitive Spirit page is right on the front page of our website and on the slider, and you can just link into our full-day coverage of the 5th Annual WPIAL Competitive Spirit Championships here on the MSA Sports Network. So the 4 large schools, Norwin, South Park, Indiana, Baldwin, have competed. There are 8 small schools, although Oakland Catholic will not compete. They've dropped out, so there are 7 schools. You already saw the Mars Planets come out. They'll be the first team to go in the small group competition. But it's just a fun day to be around, and you've seen this more with the advent of more and more sports programming. The 4 letters obviously would be ESPN, so you see those competitions, and this is modeled off of that as far as this goes. These competitions have been around for longer than that, James, but this is the 5th annual. They've become more prominent, and this is the 4th year that we've covered this championship on the MSA Sports Network.
And a lot of these schools who are competing today do compete on some of the upper levels. The UCA championships are the main one that a lot of these schools will be going and competing at the state or regional, state, national level as we go along. And there are a lot of preliminary events that lead up to this competition here at WPIAL. There's about one a month. There's one at Kennywood. There's a big one at PNC Park that's done. Up north, there's ones at Sleepy Rock University, up in Sharon, the Rally in the Valley. There's a South Hills Showdown. Cheer for a Cure is very common in various areas. And Slippery Rock, Cal U each do a UCA qualifying event that many of these schools, especially the ones that you're going to see as the top scoring schools today, have all competed in throughout the course of the year leading up.
We're heading into the small group competition, 5 to 15 squad members on this competition. Now, in the past, they would be called moderators. They're now called cheer coaches, I guess. Coaches are coaches. There's research, there's competition. I'm sure there's film work, just like coaches in every sport, James, which is interesting, which has also, to me, shows you the development of how cheering has got into these spirit competitions as well. That has evolved as the coaching has evolved, as the competition has evolved.
Well, right, and when we know, just as an example, there are 9 teams in small squad this year. A lot of teams moved up from small squad last year to medium to try to get away from a couple of these small squad teams who have done really, really well over the past few years. Good example, Butler, the defending PIAA small squad champion.
4 times they've made this the PIAA tournament.
And finishing second twice and finishing first twice in those 4 years. So, I mean, that tells you enough right there about that. So it ends up being trying to see what your competition is, how maybe you can avoid some of the tougher competition if you can, because you can adjust your squad size. Also, though, if I'm a school here in small squad, I know there are 9 squads here today. I need to be one of the top 4. Well, I know I'm probably not going to be able to completely beat Butler. I can be close to them maybe. That's what our goal is. Butler, Bethel Park are 2 of the top ones in small squad for sure. Maybe you got to think, well, I got to beat the other 6. What do I need to do to make sure I beat those other 6 specifically? So that ends up playing a part into the routine that's made and how difficult you need to make the routine. Because in the end, execution is much more important than the difficulty. And then finding out that a team like Oakland Catholic now not showing up today it just means one less team to have to worry about. Maybe that can adjust how a school sets up their program.
We finished off the large competition with the Baldwin Fighting Highlanders. We start the small competition with the Mars Fighting Planets. The Mars Fighting Planets, the first team to go in the small group competition. South Fayette, Hampton, Bethlehem Park, Butler, Bishop Canevin, who is the only single A school, as James mentioned, so they're already guaranteed a state playoff bid. Pine, Richland, Neshannock are the other teams that compete. So good competition. They did the music, then the cheer portion, then a little bit of more music as far as the Fighting Planets. But it's interesting, maybe because you mentioned it, I've become more aware now of listening to hear the school names all in for Baldwin, and then you heard Mars, and that's part of the routine. That's what some of the judges are looking for as well, as far as how to score this competition. Yeah,
Mars coach Natalia Rapoli deciding to go with the music portion on the end. I think that's probably the most common place that you'll see today, mainly because it does break up the monotony of just music for a minute and 30 seconds straight. Not to mention, it is very taxing to do what they do. Also, again, you probably noticed, there were little dings when the girls went up in the air, then another ding when they kicked their leg out to the side.
I was thinking more taxing, not monotonous, because the music is good. Here's the other thing, and much like in any sport, you're dribbling the basketball, you lose the basketball, you fumble the football. You got to keep on, and when they're going into the pyramids, you could see some stumbles and some drops, but you got to keep moving forward. That's another thing that judges will look out for as well.
And they're also looking when they are in the air. Obviously, the execution, do they stumble a little bit? But what do they do in the air? Do they just go straight up and straight back down? Do they give a little twist? Do they kind of go back down and then go to a different position, go back down again, go up to another position? The more things you can do in the air, the more points that you're able to get in those partner stunts, to say the very least. And again, partner stunts, out of the 70 points in the music, the partner stunts are worth the most, 20 out of those 70. And in the end, especially the pyramids, execution much more important than difficulty all around it. You want to look clean before you have the absolute craziness going on. You got to be clean first.
You're watching the 2017 WPIAL Competitive Spirit Championships exclusively on MSA Sports, sponsored by Carlow University. Of course, they're a proud sponsor of all girls high school sports here on the MSA Sports Network. We thank them for their patronage. They've been a great partner with the MSA Sports Network. It's just a fun competition. It's a little different for us as far as what we get. We see cheerleaders in all the events that we cover on the other sports. Saw a couple cheer squads last night, including the Our Lady of the Sacred Heart Chargers with a very energetic halftime routine. They're not here this afternoon as far as the 29 teams or 28 teams competing, but it's good to get that these girls and these squads get the recognition as well, because they work very hard, if not harder, as you mentioned it, year-round. You think of athletes in other sports specific to training year-round. These girls go at it year-round as well.
Well, and Laurel, who was played last night, they are here today.
Right.
So, I mean, and that's the thing, too. This is a year-long
sport.
sport.
I say hi. I saw them last night, and I see them here again this morning.
Exactly. So, and that's the thing there. These girls do more than just, this competitive cheer. They're also cheering on their school, representing their school at the football games and basketball games. And some of them, like just to give Laurel as an example, they would have driven an hour to Olsh last night, an hour back, getting home late, and then having to get on a bus again early in the morning. And for them, probably an hour and a half drive to get down here to Hempfield High School for the championships today. So these girls are dedicated. It takes a lot of hard work, effort, and this year-round commitment more than anything else. And especially when some schools don't allow like multiple sport competing, playing in two sports at once. It's tough when, again, cheerleading is not year-round.
They'll love my way. I didn't have an hour drive, but I had to go to the same location, the same destination as the Laurel Spartans did yesterday and here today.
So you and Coach Jen Hordesky are real good friends then by now, right?
We traveled the same roads, obviously, in the last 18 or so hours. And we're glad you're watching this coverage of the WPIAL Competitive Spirit Championships on the MSA Sports Network. Kathy Charlton, a big help as far as the staff here at Hempfield High School. She is the principal here at Hempfield, and she's also the chair of the competitive spirit competition. We're going to try to get an interview with her. We're also going to try to get some interviews lined up with maybe some judges and some coaches as well as this day and this coverage progresses here on the MSA Sports Network. We're in the second of three divisions. The large division with just 4 schools. They kick things off. We're in the small division, which has 7 schools competing. Oakland Catholic's not competing. We already saw the Meyers Fighting Planets, the South Fayette Lions are in the on-deck circle off to our right. They will be the next squad here to compete this afternoon.
And we're a little behind schedule early on with the delays with South Park, and then Indiana's was a little bit behind as well. But with the absence of Oakland Catholic, that kind of gets us right back on schedule in terms of the competition. And it is very regimented. You get an 8-minute warm-up or stretch area where you get one little strip of this mat. That's all you get to warm up on for that 8 minutes. Then you get an 8-minute period where you have the full length of the mat. There's also normally a rules interpreter who will kind of watch the routine during that time, make sure that that there's nothing that is blatantly illegal, so that they're known ahead of time. Then you have the on-deck period, about 15 minutes before the competition, which is 2:30.
That's a good point you bring up, because there are some schools who would not be able to host this. You need an auxiliary gym,
yes,
which Hempfield is a great location. These facilities were upgraded several years ago, and they are top-notch, but you need to have that because the teams will compete and warm up off the main gymnasium and then come out and get ready to go. If things hold according to schedule, 2:38 will be the last team to compete. But the South Fayette Lions are next up here in the small group competition. So the South Fayette Lions, the second team to compete in the small group competition.
That was South Fayette High School.
What they had differently, maybe I didn't notice it, Maggie Con-Mosquito, who was their coach, James, was kind of keeping tempo and timing in front of the scores table to our left, and a main point of focus where the girls were looking at, because almost like a musical conductor, keeping them on time as far as the routine, because 2.5 minutes, you go over, you're penalized.
And it is about being right to the end. You know, almost every routine you see today is going to be about 2 minutes, 29 seconds, as close as possible. And that's another reason why it is a coach who runs the music, because it needs to be right on. If there is that little delay, then now your time is over. So they're putting it all in the coach's hands, in the team's hands, not letting a DJ hit the button a split second too late and costing them any sort of penalty. But just looking at what South Fayette did there in that routine, at the very end in the pyramid with their middle flyer, it was, you know, one leg in the air versus two, so that's going to help their points. They did a couple different things while in the air, give some extra points, and definitely it was a more unique way of getting up with a twist and getting down with a little extra flip on the dismount too. So all that ends up tying into how the score looks, and in terms of those stunts at the end, going to get a little bit more high scores in terms of the difficulty.
You talked about music too, and the question is, if we get a chance to interview one of the coaches, is South Fayette and all these schools have music designed specifically, and you can hear there was a verse where they specifically talk to South Fayette. So I wonder who sings that. I wonder if it's the cheerleaders. I wonder if it's maybe people in the music department. That'll be an interesting question, because it was specific. So obviously someone had to do that on their own for South Fayette and these other schools.
That must be a trend, because I've heard that in 3 or 4 schools already this year, Bob. And it's
kind of cool.
I do like it. And anymore, though, anybody can do anything online right now.
True.
And you can go and have – it is kind of digitized, so it could be a digital type thing, or honestly, you know, you have to get a professional mix. Some of these teams will get a professional mix from a DJ and can end up getting it that way as well. So lots of different varieties of everything. And again, getting your school name, your school colors, all that makes a big part of getting all the scores.
Green and white, I'm sure, from the last cheer. That was kind of obvious. The other thing, and now everyone knows that cheerleaders have pom-poms, which are school colors. Every school has competed so far. We had 4 in the large classification, and 2 of 7, James, have gone in this small group division. Each of them have used the signs or the placards for their schools, and those are props that are allowed, but there's also rules pertaining to that as well.
Right, they have to be, you know, specific. Obviously, school color is going to get you more points. You can have the signs as long as they're talking about something with your team, obviously. Megaphones, you see a few of those here and there. Those
so no,
are fun.
when no go JD, that's not permissible today?
No.
Okay, can't sneak that in there?
You can try, but I doubt it.
Okay. How about MSA?
Oh, hey, if we try hard enough. We want to talk to one of them before. Yeah, give a little shout out to MSA.
We've had cheerleaders do that in the past.
We can be a small squad once we get Lee Mohn and Sean Myers here.
I got to be on the base.
You sure?
Yeah.
I thought you were our flyer.
No.
No, you sure?
No, give me another year.
Well, the one thing though is with these competitions too, as they're doing their tumbling passes, you'll notice you can't cross across the center when you do your tumbling passes, so you take a lot right down the middle or down the backs and the sides. So that's one rule, and again, in terms of safety, you don't want to see the crossing and having anybody get hit there. That's, I guess, the main thing I want to point out is just how they're moving around the floor, around the mat, and again, using as much of the mat as possible. There is penalty points if you go off of the mat. I do want to point out the props, the pom-poms, those can be thrown off the mat. That's fine as long as people who are competing stay within that within the mat dimensions.
Mat dimensions, by the way, I'm looking for that.
Trying to find it myself, too.
As far as that goes. See, we're on the same page
54
here.
542, 54 wide, 42 deep. Signs, pom-poms, props, all sort of things. All completely legal, and again, they can be thrown off of the mat when they're done using them. That's not a penalty as long as their feet stay on the mat
As
themselves.
these are progressing, and I'm watching, I'm thinking, and the members, the Spirit Squad members, James, use the signs, and then they flip them, they fly them, and I'm thinking potentially there's an opportunity that when they fly them off to the side, that they can hit their other members. It hasn't really happened yet, but I was thinking that could potentially get in the way of your routine as well.
Well, think about something maybe more in our wheelhouse, fly ball to the catcher. The catcher takes off the mask and then throws it as far away as possible, away from everybody. It's kind of the same thing when it comes to doing a routine here. They know where all their teammates are, and they've done this countless times in rehearsals, practice. When a rehearsal is 2 minutes 30 seconds, yes, it is taxing. Give it about 2 minutes to rest, and then they're right back up, and they're going to go and do another routine. So they've done this time and time again. They know exactly what to do, how to do it, where to throw the sign so that it is out of not only their way, but their teammates' way for the rest of the routine.
Great use of the word wheelhouse in a baseball analogy.
Well, absolutely.
You're listening to the 2017 WPIAL Competitive Spirit Championships. They're brought to you by Carlow University here on the MSA Sports Network. James Dotson alongside. I'm Bob Orkwis, Jess Levo running the camera. Lee Mohn, Sean Meyers will be at you later on this afternoon for the rest of the competition. We are scheduled to go on till 2:38. The competition, if everything holds true, will end, and then all of the winners, not after each division, all of the winners will be announced later on. So you have to tune in, either tune back later on or stay with the broadcast. And then obviously we will have the winners posted in article fashion on our website, on our Competitive Spirit page later on here tonight on the MSA Sports Network.
Yeah, that awards ceremony should begin. If everything goes to schedule, the last team should be done competing in about 2:40-ish, and about a half hour after that. So we're saying 3:10, 3:15. And we'll talk more about this later, but you'll see all the schools end up on the mat together in a real cool display. But at this point, it's the Hampton Talbot squad coming onto the court.
A little bit of Talbot toughness displayed in the middle of that routine, James, because there was a mix-up with the music, which caused for makes for an awkward pause, and you got to stay on it, and then they got it back together, and a very good routine by the Hampton Talbots.
Yeah, able to maintain composure through all that, too.
Composure is a great word.
It's very impressive what they just did there, and in all honesty, I'm not sure how the judges will end up looking at that. They'll have to probably figure out if the malfunction was something that was team-related or if it was with the system, and then they'll adjust from there.
Correct.
Because
system-related does not get counted against.
Right, and main issue I'm looking at there is the time, because once you start going over the time limit is where you'll start getting the deductions. It ends up being for every 3 to 5 seconds over, that's 3 points, and then after that, 5 points if you're 6 to 10 seconds over, and that was definitely about a 10-second delay, so that'd be at least a 5 or 7 point deduction at that point. But what I want to say, though, is again, the composure there, but also how about the enthusiasm of the coaches there down in front. I mean, they're screaming, they're jumping up and down. I mean, shaking in terms of nervousness, and then just absolute jubilation from the coach of Hampton, Amanda DeMello, and her staff.
The Bethel Park Blackhawks are next. Hampton, by the way, has been to the state competition 3 straight years, 14, 15, and 16. Bethel Park is in the on-deck circle. They've been in this competition. This will be the 5th year, so they've been in it all 5 years under their cheer coach this year, Adriana Radomski. They've been to the state competition each of the 4 years, so a good squad coming up next. The other thing I liked about this is we had the pregnant pause, for lack of a better term, in the middle with the mix-up in the music, and this is what you talked about as far as sportsmanship. You could hear the other cheer squads in the middle of that starting to cheer on the Hampton Talbot squad, and that's part of what this competition is about, and that's part of what the judges are looking for as well.
Right, and again, they're all in this together. I know they're competing against each other. They all want to win, but in the end, it's about the spirit of the game and the spirit of the competition today. They knew there was a pause. They're going to go and help fill each other in and be, hey, stay strong, get ready to go, and you can see that with the girls on the floor too. They're smiling. They know, hey, okay, we're fine. Let's go. In fact, there were a couple girls that were singing the lyrics out on the floor at the end too, which was pretty cool. The next squad coming up, you mentioned Bethel Park. The next 4 squads are going to be some of the best squads that you're going to see. Actually, they're all 4 champion squads. Bethel Park, Butler, Bishop Canevin, and Pine Richland. Butler, of course, we mentioned before, defending state championship small squad. They've had a couple runner-up finishes at the state competition as well. Bishop Canevin has already technically won the Class A championship here today, so they're a champion. Pine Richland has been very strong. They were AAA champions the first 2 years this competition existed. They were the champions in the state at the small level back in 2015, and so they're going to round up this next 4 group, and everybody being strong. But Bethel Park coming up next 4 times. All 4 years so far, they made it to the PIAAs, and guess what? They defeated the defending small squad state champion Butler. They defeated them in a preliminary event on September 11th. They're going to UCA Nationals. They're a squad to be reckoned with today. You're going to see one of the better ones coming up next. 2017
WPIAL Competitive Spirit Competition from Hempfield High School with James Dotson, Bob Orkwis. Today's coverage is brought to you by Carlow University here on the MSA Sports Network. As always, Carlow is a proud sponsor of all girls high school sports on MSA. They also do their own, we also broadcast and bring you Carlow University athletics, and they do their own talk shows. So they're a great partner with MSA Sports, and we hope you enjoy watching coverage of the Competitive Spirit Championships here on the MSA Sports Network. Scheduled to go on till maybe about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Sean Meyers and Lee Mohn will be the second team to come on and bring you the rest of this competition. It's been it's a fun event, you can tell, because in its essence, that's what cheerleading is about, and it's about fun and enthusiasm, and that's one of the things that needs to show through as well for these judges.
Oh, absolutely. It is the enthusiasm. It's the smiling. It's the facial expressions, the body language, all of that. You make a mistake, just like you say to a baseball player who makes an error. Don't let it show. Go and make the next play. Same thing with these girls on the mat today. If they make a mistake, they don't get their tumbling pass right, they fall on a lift, that's fine. Don't show it on your face. Come back and make it happen on your next part of your routine. And I see you counting the number of Bethel Park cheerleaders and coaches
10,
who are in
so
front.
Not quite enough to get to a medium squad, but pretty impressive showing here for the Bethel Park cheer squad. So 15 or fewer is the small group.
Well, this is just the reserves. The whole squad's behind you.
I know. And that's the squad that's going to compete next. 15 or fewer members in the small squad of Bethel Park. Even though they're classified as AAA because of their girls' enrollment, they are competing in the small group competition. 7 teams are competing in this part of the competition. We've already seen Mars South Fayette, Hampton, Bethel Park, Butler, Bishop Cannon, Pine, Richland, and Neshannock are the other teams who compete in this segment of the competition here this morning / afternoon at Hempfield High School.
Yep. Butler and Pine Richland, again, have been dominant the last couple of years. Bethel Park has been very strong. Hampton, who we just saw, has been strong. And if only 4 are going as the automatic bids, those 4 would be the preliminary favorites, to say the very least. So it would take something special from one of these other squads to try to bounce and take out one of those automatic bids in the small squad competition.
Well, Butler, James, the only school from District 7, the WPIAL, who competed in the state competition last year. They're the only school as well to get all 4 years to show up as either the winner or the runner-up in the state competition. They've won gold medals in 13 and 16, silver medals in 14 and 15. So they come at you after Bethel Park, who takes to the mat for this next routine here in this competition. That's the Bethel Park Blackhawks after their routine in the small group division. That puts us about halfway through the second segment. The large teams won first, the large squads. Bethel Park halfway through the small group division. We're going to take another break and be back with more from Hempfield High School. You're listening and watching the 2017 WPIAL Competitive Spirit Championships. They're sponsored by Carlow University, and they're right here on the MSA Sports Network.
The team at UPMC Sports Medicine doesn't just rebuild wrists and knees. They build better athletes. Athletes at every level who want to get stronger and faster and prevent injuries. Fact is, no other sports medicine program in the region is more experienced when it comes to treating, training, and inspiring athletes. UPMC, the official healthcare provider of the Penguins, Steelers, and you. Find out more at upmcsportsmedicine.com.
MSA Sports broadcasts are now available on both Android and iOS devices. Just navigate to the game of your choice, and on your mobile device, press the arrow or play button. It's that easy. No app needed. No matter where you are, MSA Sports content is available at your fingertips via your iPad, Android phone, iPod, and iPhone. Anytime, anywhere, always there. The MSA Sports Network. When looking to replace your athletic field, choose ProGrass, first in turf. ProGrass has installed over 500 fields in the U.S. Getting the best artificial turf for your field depends on both the product and the partner you choose. That's why architects, athletic directors, and players choose the ProGrass Performance System. ProGrass maintains an active presence in the synthetic turf industry as members of the Sports Turf Management Association and the American Sports Builder Association, and is proud to be recognized as the FIFA preferred manufacturer. Call ProGrass today, 866-270-6003, or visit them on the web at www.progressturf.com. ProGrass, first in turf.
Right now, when you refer a friend to open a new personal or business checking account at First Commonwealth Bank, you can earn a generous cash reward. It doesn't even have to be a friend. Could be a relative. Could be a Bruins fan. Could be that guy over there with the weird hair thing going on. It doesn't matter. Refer anyone to open an account, and it will really pay off for you. They'll even get a cash reward themselves, no matter who they root for. First Commonwealth Bank, member FDIC. Learn more at a local branch or visit fcbanking.com.
This is Josh Roundtree from the PIHL Power Play Show at MSASports.net. Along with Kevin Zilmansky, we plan to bring you the best high school hockey talk in Western PA this season. We'll cover every classification, AAA, AA, Single A, and D2.
All right, D2, Gordon Bombay, Charlie Conway, the Bash Brothers,
Kevin.
Wolf the Dennis Stenson, the Flying V?
No, Kevin, it's Division 2.
It's Knuckle Puck time?
All right, it's Knuckle Puck time. It's the PIHL Power Play Show sponsored by Chatham University every Wednesday night, 8 o'clock at MSASports.net.
You know, there's always time for the Knuckle Puck, even in the middle of the 2017 WPIAL Competitive Spirit Championships.
Well, we've seen a lot of flying Vs out there in terms of...
Indeed we have.
I mean, hey, a lot of flyers, a lot of... fun routines, and you know, sadly for Bethel Park, definitely not the routine they were looking for. You could tell there were some hiccups throughout it. Still a very, very good one because they do have a high degree of difficulty, and that's why they've been so successful for the last 4 years. But obviously, I think they're going to be a little bit disappointed with how that came out, and that's what makes it so difficult because all your work, you can be one of the best squads ever, but one bad result, it's 2 minutes and 30 seconds. You got one shot at it. And if something goes wrong, There's sometimes not much you can do about it.
It's funny, I was thinking that because, you know, you're boiling this down and it's a year-round thing and you have other competitions, but in this competition, you're thinking 2.5 minutes and then there's a mistake. And my thought process was thinking of the girls' thought process and thinking, you know, oh, we just had a slip up. We slipped off the top of the pyramid. That's it, all this hard work, 2.5 minutes, and it's done because of that mistake. And you know that's what they're probably thinking when that happens.
Right, and it might be...
You got to shower it off, like Clint Hurdle says, right?
You're right.
And in a hurry.
You have to, and yes, it might be the end too, but again, this is still a very good squad in Bethel Park who has qualified for UCA Nationals, which is completely different. Obviously, you'd love to have a WPIAL championship. You'd love to have a chance at a state championship, but at the same time, they are going to compete at Nationals where they have a very good chance of doing some big things. So still, hats off to a great season and still a very good routine because they didn't lose their composure. They fought through some adversity there. That was Bethel Park, Andriana Radomski and her squad. Again, maybe not what they wanted in the end. Very good and very strong performance all the way through.
The Butler Golden Tornado will be up next. Marianne Miller is their head coach, and mentioned they've been in the state competition 4 times, and they brought back a medal each time. Pine Richland, who was also in this small group competition, they're 2 schools away, James. They're the only other WPIAL District 7 school to bring back a gold medal. They won small varsity gold in 2015.
So yeah, nice little stretch of champions here all around from Bethel Park, Butler, and then Canevin in the middle between them and Pine Richland. Also wanted to mention again with that last group of Bethel Park, the bet on Bethel. Again, you're seeing the using of the school name, the school colors, all of that to get the most out of it. And again, in the crowd involvement, very loud. The fans in front helping out and clapping along the routine. It all helps with the spirit, and that's what the judges need to be seeing. We're hoping to talk to a couple of judges, actually, during the break between the small and large group coming up in a little over half hour's time from now, hoping to talk to a judge or two and see exactly what it is they're looking at.
The other thing I was thinking of is musically, you better like techno, because these are all kind of remixed into techno. And there's a lot of, I'm sure, thought process that goes into that part of it. Well, 90-second clip. So you've got 90 seconds. You've got to fit it all together. Musically, routine-wise, you've got to fit that together. You've got to sync that up. And that's a lot of thought process that the staffs and these squads have to go through as well, James.
Well, and I'm glad you brought that up, because schools do it differently. Some schools will go and get the music done first and then get the choreography to match it. Some will do the choreography first and say, hey, this is what we're doing. We're doing a lift here, a kick here, and then you want the music to match that. So that's where you'll see, the cymbal crash. Like, think of the Rockettes. When they do their kick line, they have the big cymbal crash every time that they kick, right? Same sort of thing here. When you see a lift, when you see a kick, you want to hear that as well, and that's if you choreograph it first, and then you can get the dings and the cymbal crashes to match that along the way.
Butler Golden Tornado up next. They were runners-up in Class AAA last year, but as we talked about, very successful in this competition, in the state competition. They're next up in the small group division. The Butler Golden Tornado in the small group competition. And what I liked about that from a personal standpoint, when they were spelling out tornado, they were doing the letter O. Not really for me, but I'll take it.
We'll take it, Bobby O.
Absolutely. But that's another nuance that you add in as far as what you're looking for. You're looking for differences like that. We've been talking about it. You need to encompass your school nicknames and your school colors in. So each of the squads have been doing that. And there was Butler, who we said very, very successful over the first 4 years of this competition.
Right. Well, and here we go. We said Butler and Bethel Park, two of the teams that are very much likely to be at the top of the small squad division. both had some major stumbles in their routines.
Right.
Here's something to keep in mind, though. They also had a very much more difficult routine. I think probably the toughest routines of any of the ones that we've seen so far today, and that also plays a big part into it. Yes, they'll get more points for degree of difficulty, but at the same time, execution outweighs difficulty. We'll have to see when the scores come out around 3 o'clock just how much those falls, especially for Butler. That was a big fall in one of their stunt groups, and then a little struggle with the pyramid at the end.
Yeah, I know.
See how much it will be.
That's the last. That's what you're left with. That last pyramid is what you're left with, and you can see the disappointment. So I'm sure the judges saw that as well. And it's what you got to deal with in this competition. Again, scoring-wise, 30 points for the cheer portion, 70 points for the music portion. The music portion is 90 seconds, a minute 30. The cheer portion is just a minute. I'll add it all up. It's 100 points if you get a perfect score. We were talking about champions. We already have a champion, the one champion we know we can give you, because even though state-wise we're looking at, or competition-wise, you're looking at large, medium, small. State-wise, you're looking classification, and Bishop Canevin being the only Class A school, they've already had their ticket punched to the state competition.
Right, which is nice that the WPIAL, I'm pretty sure WPIAL is the only district right now that gives awards for classification. That is kind of nice because, trying to compare Butler, who's got 1,000 kids, versus Canevin, who's got, 60, 70 maybe? Don't know the numbers for sure, but
way less than 1,000.
Way less than 1,000 to choose from, and that just makes a huge difference. And they want to reward some of those small schools. Now, here's the other thing. If this was last year's competition, Canevin would already be guaranteed a spot to the PIAA finals. Last year, the champion in AA and AAA all were given the first automatic bids, and then they filled the squads after that. Not the case this year, as nothing is given based in terms of state-wise. Nothing is given to the classification winners. It's all based on the squad size, the highest points in each one.
As far as the state competition, the PIAA competition, the championships are Friday, January the 20th, Saturday, January the 21st at the Giant Center in Hershey. As far as district-wise, there are 12 districts in there. WPIAL District 7, one of the larger districts, but it's actually, as far as this competition, fourth largest, as District 3 is number 1. We'll get 22 schools. District 12, 20 representatives. District 1 is 19, and then 16, the max number of entries for the WPIAL as far as the state competition. So we've got 28 schools competing here this afternoon for 16 entries into the state competition later this month.
And again, last year, the way that they figured it out was so say the AA and AAA champions last year were both small squad. They would have taken up 2 of the spots that the 4 automatic small squad bids had, so that means there was only 2 after that remaining. That's all over and done with in terms of qualifying for the states. And actually it happened last year too, that both Highlands in AA and Laurel in single A were runners-up, but they were not scored high enough to get the points to end up going on to the state competition. So in talking with Highlands coach last year, yeah, we got a trophy, but that's not what we wanted. They were very disappointed with that. So look to see when we see Highlands later and Laurel later, 2 teams that got trophies last year but couldn't advance. Be very interested to see what they do in that medium competition later on this afternoon.
So that was the change-up as far as the groups, the divisions. 4 small groups squads will actually automatically qualify. 8 in the medium group. Just 1 in the large group, but there are only 4 schools, so you think you got to kind of reverse your thinking as far as classification-wise, because we're going by total numbers in the squad, and only 4 schools are competing in the large group, and then there will be 3 at-large bids going to the top 3 scores that have not yet qualified, regardless of group size. So I think that's a good change, because you're a runner-up, and you're like, great, we got a silver medal, but you're like, great. Mm-hmm. All we have is a silver medal. And you want to get to Hershey on the next part of that competition.
And I do like still, though, honestly, that they give an award to some of these smaller schools, because they do have to go and fight against a Butler or a Pine Richland, a AAA school with the small competition. I do get that, and I think that a team like Canevin, who's fighting against that, should have the opportunity to be rewarded. But I also understand at the same time, when you go to the state level, there is no classification. It's all based on squad size. So it all makes sense to me. I kind of like it, and especially when you don't give any automatic bid to the classification champion anymore. Kind of works out nicely. But we'll see what the Crusaders here do with their first-year competition. Again, I shouldn't say first year. They were in the original competition as well. They were the single A runner-up in that very first year back in 2013. We're not here last year, though, so we'll call them a new squad, one of the pair of new squads here in the small classification, along with South Fayette.
Crusaders are in the on-deck circle. Tiffany O'Shea is their sponsor or their cheerleader coach. It's interesting now, I was just thinking, because we've already mentioned that Bishop Canevin has a ticket punch to the PIAA competition. So do you look at this as a chance maybe to tweak for that? I know you want to come.
Well, no, they do not. If it was last year, they would have an automatic bid.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, last year they would.
That's correct. I've reversed that. I apologize for that. So they need to go out there. So scratch that thought. Bishop Canevin, Pine Richland, Neshannock are the last three schools, and it's interesting because they're all small schools because of squad numbers, but Bishop Canevin is the single A, their single A classification, triple A for Pine Richland, double A for Neshannock. So it's interesting, three different classifications groups in the last three teams of the small group division.
Well, that just shows how this competition is different from any others. I mean, it's kind of like old school that you have everybody competing against everybody. You know, you have Hoosiers going on. You have Milan versus South Bend Central. It is very interesting to see that. And the thing for a Butler who has 1,000 to choose from versus Canevin here, who only has about 100 per graduating class.
The Bishop Canevin Crusaders Spirit Squad, the team, the next team, or the team that competed here in the small group competition. Pine Richland and Neshannock are the final two schools in the small group squad. 7 squads, 4 in the large group, 7. Oakland Catholic dropped out of the competition here in the small group. And then the largest division is the medium group, which has 17 schools. That'll come your way later on. Lee Mohn and Sean Meyers will also be by later on. James Dotson is here. Bob Orkwis, Jess Levo as well, bringing you full day coverage or morning and afternoon coverage here from Hempfield High School of the 2017 WPIAL Spirit Championships, the Competitive Spirit Championships. We'll await Pine Richland next, as our coverage is brought to you by Carlow University. They're a proud sponsor of all girls high school sports here on the MSA Sports Network.
A couple things about Canevin, who just went. By far the smallest squad that we've seen this year.
Which made for better picture taking, by the way.
Yeah, so it did. Only 10 girls. Again, you can have up to 15 to still be within the small squad. But with only 10 out there, makes it a lot more difficult to have a lot of those stunt groups. And that's what you're looking for. In terms of stunt groups, you want to see 3 to 4 stunt groups for a small squad, and they really could only have 2 when you have 10. But what you did see, probably for the first time tonight, were the one-mans, where you had a girl literally on top of another girl's shoulders. Not very common in girls cheerleading, much more common when you have a co-ed squad. So that was very nice to see, because then, again, Canterbury can use more of the mat and get more of a visual appeal that way, and that's going to help in multiple categories in terms of difficulty of stunts and in just the overall viewing and visuality of what they just did.
Pine Richland coming up next. They won this competition in 2013. 2014. They were third in the state competition in 2014, and they were PIAA small champs in 2015.
Coach Corey Doyle, very good with this squad. Again, as you just mentioned, their accolades speak for themselves. A very strong group and a very, a group that's done this many times before. They know what to expect. Been to the PIAAs all 4 years, and as I look at them getting ready to go in front of the DJ table, they're ready to go, and there's a lot of ankle braces, a lot of knee braces, and you're seeing that with all the girls on all the squads, and that's because, again, injuries very prevalent when you're tumbling around, when you're getting thrown up in the air, or when you're having to, hold on to a girl by her ankle. It's honestly a miracle that you don't see more injuries, but I think every single squad we've seen today has had at least one girl with a knee brace or an ankle brace of some sort.
You can look at that huddle, too, the on-deck huddle. You can see a little nervousness, a little anticipation. I'm sure the nerves are there, the tingles are there, and a lot of heavy sighs and deep breaths and wiping of the palms before they head out for their chance.
Right.
They're 2.5 minutes, their chance to shine here at Hempfield High School.
Well, and here's the thing, too, and I don't know. We'll have to try to talk with a couple coaches maybe. I don't know to what extent they know what's happened with the competition before them, because a couple of the main competitors here in the small squad in Butler and Bethel Park, if I can talk properly, they've had some stumbles. If they can just be solid, Pine Richland, they will almost guarantee being in the top 4. But again, they don't want the top 4 either. They want to be the ones hosting the gold and being the top in the squad and possibly the top in their classification. That's what they're going for. But in the end, if they're just solid with their routine the whole way through, they should have enough to be able to advance.
Last year, as far as this competition was concerned for the WPIAL, the champions as far as Class A, Neshannock, runner-up was Laurel, AA Hopewell and Highlands, and AAA North Allegheny and Butler. But again, the things have changed, because as far as the state competition, it goes by large, medium, small, and co-ed. So it's a little different as far as that goes, as far as the crowning here and the crowning at the state level.
And as you mentioned, Neshannock won. Laurel as the runner-up did not go because their score was not high enough. Hopewell won in AA. Highlands did not qualify as the runner-up. North Allegheny and Butler, first and second in AAA last year, they were both able to advance. Let's learn down who are the defending PIAA attendees last year. North Allegheny, Butler, Shaler, Hopewell, Franklin Regional, Bethel Park, who we saw, Baldwin, who went earlier in the large group, Pine Richland, Elizabeth Forward, who was large last year. They're now in the medium. We'll see them later. Mars, who just competed, they actually went from us, or they are still small group, my apologies. Norwin, who went as a large group last year, they're likely to advance again this year from what we've seen. Hampton, who just went not too long ago. Dairy area, in their first year last year, was able to go as a large squad last year. They're in the medium group this year. And then Neshannock and Penn Trafford, the qualifiers from the 2016 season. Pine Richland, one of them, they're looking for a chance to get back here in 2017.
And the Rams Spirit Squad next up here in the small group division. PR pride indeed for the Pine Richland Rams, the next to last team to compete here in the small group competition. Neshannock will be the last squad, but a pretty good routine for Pine Richland. We mentioned a very successful small division program, and I'm pretty sure they're happy with that routine.
Oh, very solid all the way through. No major mistakes, which is what they're looking for first and foremost out of anything. So that's a big part of it there. Also, small group, 15 girls, and they were still able to make a 5 stunt group routine there for the most part. You saw they had 5 girls in the air, so that means you only have 2 spotters, 2 bases for each of those 5 aerials, which is very impressive. And again, spreading it out as much as you can with a small squad and using as much of the floor as possible. Very impressively done, and I think Pine Richland, in my opinion, which means very little in the world of competitive spirit, one of the best that we've seen today.
At least it doesn't matter in the world of competitive spirit like mine, which doesn't matter really anywhere. The Neshannock Lancers, speaking of wheelhouses, I'll throw that into your wheelhouse, being a Lawrence County guy. Neshannock and Laurel, two the very good spirit programs up there. Laurel was in the medium group. Neshannock, last year they were in the which group competition? I lost that note. Neshannock last year.
Neshannock was medium and single A last year.
They moved down. Or moved up into Class AA, but they're in the small group. So that's the note I was looking for the Lancers.
So that's just what it is there, too. You move up in classification, but they've chosen to move down in terms of squad size. And just a reminder from last year, Neshannock as the defending champions in Class Single A, they ended up competing in the medium group with only 14 girls. So they actually could have qualified as a small group, but they had injuries and other issues happening last minute that ended up playing a big part of that. So very good story there for Neshannock, to say the very least, and had some hard luck in their system as well with injuries with a girl with cancer. I apologize, her name eludes me at this point, but the school just, in terms of also this, you mentioned the 2 Lawrence County schools, Neshannock and Laurel. The schools are actually more apt to root for each other here at these competitions, so they want to see each other do well, who they're used to seeing and who they will cheer for this week, but then, next week when their teams are playing each other on the basketball court, then they're going to be at each other's throats again.
For Neshannock coming up next, James, this is their first chance at a major competition, this WPIAL Spirit competition. They didn't have any other major competitions
that we are aware of.
That we're aware of, correct. So an interesting look right there for the Neshannock Lancers. And Leah Antuano, what is that Antuano name? Ring a bell for me for Neshannock.
I'm not sure. Would it be Frank Antuano?
Frank the Tank. Now he'd be a guy you want on the base if you had a co-ed competition right here.
He could probably lift 2 girls at once at that point. But yeah, shout out to the Antuanos, and also we should give a shout out to Steve Antuano, where I saw Frank Antuano at the Elwood City game, the new basketball coach at Elwood City. So Antuano is all around up north.
And it's interesting, we're talking about Lena Antuano and football. And for me, and I know this is for you because we're very much, my regular Friday night partner during football season, Lanny Fritzeri and I are very much into the band performances, as are you, and cheerleaders as well. To me, it's all part of the atmosphere we get on Friday nights in the fall, and then when we get into basketball season as well, that is all part of the atmosphere. So this is a chance to take the focus off of the game, where the Spirit and the cheerleaders, the Spirit squads and the cheerleaders, James, are part of the atmosphere, to put the spotlight directly on to these cheer squads and these Spirit squads.
Well, it's about time that organizations like the PIAA and the WPIAL can recognize the amount of athletic ability that goes into cheerleading. It gets more and more every year. There's, the gymnastics component to it, which is, unbelievable. Tumbling passes, we saw a lot of them, especially from Pine Richland, who just went. The athleticism of these girls, it literally is athletes lifting athletes. And, next thing that needs to be on the list, can we get the marching bands? Can they get a competition now next? I think that's what needs to happen. You got tournament of bands, you got PIMBA.
A sanctioned competition, right?
Yes, there needs to be a state-sanctioned competition. Mark it down. That's what's got to be next.
Jess is nodding improvement.
Hey, you got the tournament of bands. You have UCA. It's the same idea. You have PIMBA. You have all these different organizations that can go and have a cheerleading competition. You have the same with band national competitions. Why not? And you have a lot of high schools who do compete in these tournament of band competitions too. They can go and have a state-sanctioned tournament, can't they not?
Neshannock is up next. They're on deck. They're the last of the 7 teams to compete in the small group division, and then there will be 17 teams to compete in the medium group division. Sean Meyers and Lee Mohn will come your way later on here in the MSA Sports Network. James Dotson, my partner right now, and Jess Lebo are here for the duration. They're bringing you the video stream of this competition. We hope you're enjoying it. By the way, the Spirit Championships on the MSA Sports Network are brought to you by Carlow University. They're a proud sponsor of all girls high school sports right here on the MSA Sports Network. There is a break between this competition and the medium group competition, which has the most teams, and then we'll take a commercial break, James, but we'll also try to line up some interviews in between that break, maybe a half-hour, 45-minute break between competitions, between heading from the small group division to the medium group division.
It gives a chance for the judges to take a break, which we'll try our best to break into that break, and because we want to hear from the judges what exactly they're looking for in terms of everything and what they've thought of the competition so far, and maybe a talk with a coach or two, maybe some of the cheerleaders themselves, and hopefully some WPIAL representatives here as well. Hempfield been so generous to host this year in, year out. Hopefully talk with some of their staff as well.
Yeah, 3rd year for the competition to be held here at Hempfield High School. 4th year that we're involved. 5th year overall for the WPIAL Spirit competition. We're in the small group division portion of this morning/afternoon's competition, and then the medium. 17 schools will compete in the medium group division, which will round out the competition. And again, all scores are not announced. So I was trying to think, all scores are not announced, James, till the end. I was trying to think advantage or disadvantage, because sometimes, like in the diving competition, which comes your way in February, the diving championships, you can see the score, so you need to know what you need to do, advantage or disadvantage.
Well, I think
are you more nervous because you see that score and hey, we need to do this and go maybe above and beyond?
Probably that, but at the same time, whether there's a score attached to it or not, these other squads know essentially what kind of score they're going to get and what they need to do to beat it. So it doesn't really make too much of a difference in my mind.
Lancers are up next. Neshannock will round out the small group division. And there you have the routine from the Neshannock Lancers, the final team to compete in the small group division.
It took all my power not to say red and white and cheer on with my alma mater.
You're allowed. I'm pretty sure Chauncey was doing it at home.
It is part of the spirit. I guess I very well could have. Crowd involvement is very important, but a very solid and very good routine.
If you're a graduate, you've earned that right.
I will take that. And a great performance there from the Lancers, and a very solid performance all around. Very clean. Definitely not as difficult as some of the others, but had its own very good technicalities. A lot of the one-mans again, so that makes a chance that they competed very well enough that they can possibly sneak in at that third or fourth spot in the small group division and possibly make a trip back through Hershey.
We've had the large group. They won first. They had the smallest number of schools with just 4, and then the small group, or the large group, then the small group won with just 7 schools competing here this morning. As far as the PIAA, from the small group, 9 competing. 4 will automatically qualify, the top 4. And in the large group, there were 4 competing in the top team. So only 1 gets the bid. There are 3 at-large bids that are at stake. So those go into your overall score. So could be from small, medium, or large as far as a representative from District 7, the WPIAL, in the PIAA tournament. We are live at Hempfield High School. It's the 2017 WPIAL Competitive Spirit Championships with James Dotson. I'm Bob Orkwis. We are at the scheduled break now between the divisions. We had the large, the small, the medium with 17 schools will round out this competition. The scheduled break is up. We're going to take a commercial break, and then hopefully we'll be back with a couple of interviews for you here on MSA Sports. Today's competition is brought to you by Carlow University, proud sponsor of all girls high school sports on the MSA Spirit. On the MSA Sports Network. You're listening to the 2017 WPIAL Competitive Spirit Championships. Coverage is exclusively here on the MSA Sports Network.
The team at UPMC Sports Medicine doesn't just rebuild wrists and knees. They build better athletes. Athletes at every level who want to get stronger and faster and prevent injuries. Fact is, no other sports medicine program in the region is more experienced when it comes to treating, training, and inspiring athletes. UPMC, the official healthcare provider of the Penguins, Steelers, and you. Find out more at upmcsportsmedicine.com.
People ask what drives me. It's the respect I have for my opponents, the trust I have in my teammates, a coach who treats me with dignity, and a university that has faith in me on and off the field. That's what keeps me focused, why I practice harder, play my heart out. I play to win. I play for Carlow. Tell us your story using #WhatDrivesYou. Carlow University, a proud sponsor of the MSA Sports Network.
High school wrestling is in full swing for yet another season, and Inside of WPIAL Wrestling Circle is here to cover it every step of the way. But to bulk up our coverage, we had to bring in some help.
Buddy the Elf, what's your favorite color for the town?
No, not that help. Instead, we turn to the Pennsylvania Wrestling Man of the Year.
I'm Jeff Upson of PA Power Wrestling. Each week we will break down the matches, the tournaments, and more to give you the most in-depth analysis of wrestling like you've never seen before.
Listen in to Inside of WPIAL Wrestling Circle every Monday night at 7, only here on the MSA Sports Network.
Be sure to follow the MSA Sports Network on social media this season for the most up-to-date scores, pictures, videos, breaking news, and links to our articles. You can find the MSA Sports Network on Twitter and Instagram under the handle MSA Sports and at facebook.com/MSA Sports. The MSA Sports Network is also on YouTube under the handle MSA Sports WPIAL, where you can watch hundreds of interviews with local student athletes, full games, highlights, and more. Whether it's Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, or our websites, MSA Sports is the place to go for high school sports in Western Pennsylvania.
Right now, when you refer a friend to open a new personal or business checking account at First Commonwealth Bank, you can earn a generous cash reward. It doesn't even have to be a friend. Could be a relative. Could be a Bruins fan. Could be that guy over there with the weird hair thing going on. It doesn't matter. Refer anyone to open an account and it will really pay off for you. They'll even get a cash reward themselves, no matter who they root for. First Commonwealth Bank, member FDIC. Learn more at a local branch or visit fcbanking.com.
When looking to replace your athletic field, choose ProGrass, First in Turf. ProGrass has installed over 500 fields in the U.S. Getting the best artificial turf for your field depends on both the product and the partner you choose. That's why architects, athletic directors, and players choose the ProGrass Performance System. ProGrass maintains an active presence in the synthetic turf industry as members of the Sports Turf Management Association and the American Sports Builder Association, and is proud to be recognized as the FIFA preferred manufacturer. Call ProGrass today, 866-270-6003, or visit them on the web at www.progressturf.com. ProGrass, first in turf.
The team at UPMC Sports Medicine doesn't just rebuild wrists and knees. They build better athletes. Athletes at every level who want to get stronger and faster and prevent injuries. Fact is, no other sports medicine program in the region is more experienced when it comes to treating, training, and inspiring athletes. UPMC, the official healthcare provider of the Penguins, Steelers, and you. Find out more at upmcsportsmedicine.com.
Back live at Hempfield High School. It is the 2017 WPIAL Competitive Spirit Championships on the MSA Sports Network. Bob Orkwis, James Dotson, Jess Levo, and we're happy to have alongside, or in the middle actually, Corey Bryhoff, who is one of the judges here this afternoon. Thanks for taking some time to stop over, Corey. We appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome.
How's it going this morning for you right now?
It's great. I'm impressed. Every time I judge this competition, I get more impressed by the teams out in this region.
So we're going to ask you some specific questions, but we get the score sheet. For those of you at home, this is what it looks like. It's 100 points, that there's a lot more that goes into 100 points. Talk a little bit about, first of all, the scoring, and then the second part of that question is what you might be looking for from a judge's perspective.
Yeah, so the cheer's broken down into presentation of material, motion, skills, execution, and then that overall effect. When we're looking at the cheer, we're really looking, what is coming from this? What are they telling the crowd to do? Does the crowd get it? Are they responding? Is it clear? Do they cover the mat? So simple things like that. Is it that traditional cheer that we're looking for? Music portions where it gets a little bit more complex. There's a lot going on with some of these routines. So it's broken down partner stunts, pyramids, tumbling, jumps, and then dance and overall effect as well. So here we're kind of looking at not only are they putting stunts in the air, but are they clean? Are they hitting them? Are they catching their tops if they aren't clean? And then same with the pyramid. For the tumbling, how much is out there? How are they landing? Is everything clean and happening how it should be? Overall effects, same thing. What is the product they're putting together? Do you want to see it again? Did it excite the crowd?
2.5 minutes we're talking about here. The minute and a half for the music portion, Corey, and then for the cheer portion, a minute. So I know it's intense for them. How intense is it for you as a judge for that 2.5 minutes? Because you're looking at a lot of things going on.
Yeah, judging is difficult with this score sheet because you are looking at everything at once. So everybody's going to structure their routine differently, so it's not a staple. You're going to see the cheer, then the music, and this is how it's going to be laid out. So it's constant notes and multitasking and making sure you're just scribbling down what was in there and what did it look like so you can regroup at the end, remember what you saw, and put it all together.
Before I get James involved, Corey, I also see afterwards in between each team coming on for the routine a lot of conversation and communication between all four judges.
Yeah, the communication is key. Even with our safety judge, she's doing a lot of scripting, so she's helping catch the things that we may miss. The communication is important to make sure we're all seeing every single part, and that's what's great about judging is you may miss something. It is 2.5 minutes. It's nonstop. You have 20-some girls moving around, so together as you work through your comments, you can catch what other people may have seen and you didn't.
We are talking with Corey Bryhoff. She's one of the four judges here this afternoon. She's the judge who lost the bet, apparently, to come and be interviewed by us, Bob Orkwis, James Dotson here on MSA Sports.
Corey, there was a lot of issues with music in some of the early performances. How, as a judge, does that affect? I mean, obviously, timing probably gets thrown off the most, right?
Yeah, the music issues are funny because the coaches are more worried than we are. As a former cheerleader and a former coach at the high school level, I've seen it all. This happens, and you kind of just get over it. As a judge, I know that some stunts were stuck in the air, and the girls were like, oh, my God, when's it going to start? But as us, we kind of just ignore it. You say, oh, I know it's not the coach's fault. I know it's not the kid's fault. And you just relieve that of your mind and kind of erase what happened and keep moving on.
How about the timing portion, though? Does the time keep running at that point?
I believe that we're going to re-look at some of them that came close and just retime it with the music kind of deduction out of that.
Oh, that's good. So very, very adjustable in the scoring. And is that something you like? Would you like it being more flexible like that, or would you like it be more regimented?
Yeah, I think it should be more realistic of what's happening. You don't want to take away a team and deduct them and keep them out of states because there was a DJ mistake. That has nothing to do with their routine, their hard practice, or their coaching. So it really should be a realistic judge of their routine.
That's good to hear. Now, with the different size squads, obviously you're looking for different things. One of the main ones that we always hear from talking with coaches is the number of stunt groups. Is there a specific number you like to see of girls in the air for different size groups, or does it matter based on the squad itself?
I don't actually look for a specific number because you'll have a large team that may have 20, but then a large team that may just make the cut. So what I'm looking for is a team that uses their girls properly. Do they have 7 girls on the floor for no reason, just standing around looking at each other? Or are they all incorporated in the routine? And I think that's important as a coach just for the girls' participation. I know when I coached, I always wanted every girl to be an integral part of the routine. Everybody had a shot at being part of that team. And that's what I want to see when I judge, too. That's everybody's part of something.
And how difficult is it when the national levels, they change the safety rules and allowing more and more of the tougher routines? The Arabians, I know, was one that came up a couple of years ago. How difficult is it to keep up with that? And then how do you incorporate that, in terms of the difficulty when they use them in their routines?
Yeah, that's probably the hardest thing. Is I always say, cheerleading is its own world, because you think of wrestling or basketball, there might be a rule change every couple of years. Cheerleading, it's every year we report to work, here's a whole list of new things you can do. So I think it's harder on the coaches trying to figure out what's legal, how they can test the boundaries, and be creative while still maintaining a legal stunt. So really I'm just looking that they're being safe and that everything is put together in a manner that makes it watchable and scoreable.
Corey, this is the 5th year of the competition. Have you been a judge all 5 years?
I haven't. This is actually my 2nd year up here. I'm originally from New Jersey, and that's where I coached high school cheerleading. So I'm learning the Western PA teams. I'm learning the powerhouse teams and the traditions that are up in this area, and it's exciting because I've seen some down at nationals from cheering and coaching and working for UCA. So now I'm really getting to learn the different colleges, like Robert Morris. We have one of our judges is a 27-year head coach with Robert Morris and a couple high schools out here. So it's really cool to learn the traditions and the teams out here year after year.
You mentioned you were a coach. Did you cheer at the next level, at the collegiate level?
I didn't. I went to West Virginia University, and I've been there for 10
Okay, well,
years.
thanks for joining us, Corey. No, we're just kidding.
Yeah,
We're just kidding.
I've been there too long. I didn't. I cheered in high school at a competitive team in New Jersey, and that was kind of, it's a lot for these girls, and it gets a lot after 4 years of high school. So that was like the end-all, be-all, and then by the time I was out of college, I missed it too much, so I went to coaching in UCA.
As an ex-cheerleader and an ex-coach, is there anything different that you may be looking for from that perspective? Because you've actually done that part of the competition.
I think it makes it relatable because you remember what it's like to be out there and you can catch those things. But I am looking for them to look like they're enjoying it. Sometimes we get so worked up over the difficulty and making sure everything's perfect that they forget to smile and have fun. And
right.
In the end, that's what we want to see. So that is something I do look for.
Corey Bryoff, thank you so much, not only for judging this for the 2nd year, but we appreciate you taking the time to come and join us and enlighten the fans as what you're looking for from a judge's perspective.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Corey Bryoff,
Thank
one
you.
of the judges here this afternoon. Kathy Charlton is here. We're going to talk to her next. Thank you, Corey, very much.
Thing is, though, she wouldn't give us the scores. We tried, but she wouldn't give the scores to us.
We need to offer her maybe a sub or something to get that. But that was very good and nice to get a judge's perspective. Some of the things that we were talking about, she was actually looking for, but a much deeper insight into what the judges are looking for
right,
here,
well,
James.
especially there with the timing. That was our main concern with some of the musical issues. There you go. All right.
So
can
now
you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear us, Kathy?
Yes, I
Kathy
can.
Charlton is here. You are perhaps the busiest woman in the place here this morning / afternoon. Not only are you the head of the chair of the Competitive Spirit Committee, Kathy. You're also the principal at Hempfield, so you're wearing 6, maybe 7 hats here this morning.
Yes,
so
I
it's
am.
busy but worthwhile, I'm sure.
Oh, it's a wonderful competition. We enjoy it.
So this is the 3rd year you're hosting it. Let's put that hat on first. What goes into being a host school for this cheer competition?
Well, we have to get everything prepared and organized, and we have food in the cafeteria, we have the organization in the gym, we have everything preliminarily that we have to do to register the squads and get everything together. So it's really a big group effort, and one of the major factors in all of this is our parents organization for our cheerleaders. They're amazing, and they've taken over the responsibility for a lot of the issues.
Your squad, as far as we're talking about that, will be up in the next competition. So how involved are you with that, or are you just strictly looking at the Hempfield Spirit Squad from a fan's perspective?
I don't coach the girls. I have 2 amazing coaches.
Okay.
Who also...
who are they?
Ashley Contrastano and Shannon Klosky. And they both do a lot of the organization and preparation for this as well. They are really the masterminds. So, and they... In addition to that, they're always working with our girls and preparing them for the floor. But I have really a good staff and wonderful people. So
Put on your other hat as the chair of the Spirit Competition Committee. Talk about that process and really how has it evolved over. Have you been the chair all 5 years of this
Yes.
competition? How has it evolved over those 5 years?
We've had more and more groups involved with it. The skill of the girls has significantly improved. The level of difficulty has dramatically increased. And so, we are really making it more of a sport. Sometimes cheerleaders are perceived to be athletes, but I think that they are some of the best athletes and most rugged because their sport lasts all year, not just a season, but most of these girls are doing this from September through the end of basketball season. So
we are chatting with Kathy Charlton. She's the principal here at Hempfield and a very, very gracious host. Also the chair of the WPIAL Spirit Committee, the competition committee. Bob Orkwis, James Dotson on MSA.
Talk about what you were just saying there with the fact that it is year-round. A lot of schools, they don't have the auxiliary gym that you have here to get the warm-ups. They have to fight for gym time even to get into these practices year-round. Talk about that and how that's kind of been a difficulty for some of the other schools and what maybe you would suggest trying to do to fix that problem for some of the schools.
Well, we're pretty fortunate because we have this main field house gym, we have the auxiliary gym, and we have another gym up in the main part of the building. So we do have a lot of practice areas, but even in spite of all of those areas that we have, it's still a problem getting everyone scheduled in. We have just about every sport available, so even though we have all the space, there's a lot of competition for it.
Now, talk about the growth of the sport just in terms of the number of schools competing. You said obviously the difficulty and has gotten so much better over the years, but obviously the growth of the sport in terms of the number of teams competing, up to 30 this year.
Right. I think the first year we probably had maybe 20 teams, and the sport really wasn't a viable sport in this area. So more and more schools have added this competitive aspect to cheerleading as the years have gone on, and every year it grows.
And now, kind of like with baseball or basketball having their club teams outside of the school, obviously cheerleading has their own with a lot of smaller groups going and breaking off, but also some of the schools who will compete at the UCA level as well. Right. Talk about the mix and match in terms of what's similar, what's different between the WPIAL PIAA cheerleading competitive spirit versus like a UCA competition.
I don't see as many, and I may just not be aware of it, but I don't see at the high school level as many specific UCA groups that are out there, because generally in the cheerleading world, the girls are competing for their high schools. Mm-hmm. Now with the younger girls, there's a really active population of outside groups with the younger girls, the little girls up through about 9th grade. Girls that are in competitive cheer are still cheering with their high schools.
Very good. Well, we know you're busy. We want to let you try to get back to your other 10, 15 hats that you're wearing today.
Yeah, you know, if Rich Bone and I go back a long way, we actually competed against each other in high school, so you can put more responsibility on Rich, who's your head football coach, if you need.
Okay, I'm going to do that.
And also, if you need Monday off, I can put in a good word for the principal for you.
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Kathy Charlton, who's the principal here at Hempfield, also the chair of the Spirit Committee, the competition committee of the WPIAL. Thank you so much for hosting us. Thank you for joining us and letting us know what goes on.
Thanks for
Thanks,
being
Kathy.
here.
Thanks for stopping over.
Bye-bye.
Thanks. Kathy Charlton, nice enough to join us, and we appreciate that because there is a lot of work and a lot of activity going on here at Hempfield High School. And additionally, there's a lot of work that goes on before this competition to get to this point. So nice to talk to Kathy about that as well, James.
Oh, it was. And again, with both of our interviews about what goes on behind the scenes when talking with Kathy, what goes on behind the scoring table when talking with one of the judges as well, talking with Corey. So it is nice to get another perspective because at the end of the day, we're fans with everybody else, and we want to learn as much about the sport. We want to give as much to you, and really fortunate to have Jess here as well to be able to do the videoing for us to give everybody at home an even better picture of what's going on
Well, there's
here.
been 11 routines, and I'm not going to lie, I've tapped my foot along to all 11, so it's a great competition to be involved with and watch from this.
Well, I'm not going to hurt your math skills here, but the math teacher's going to correct you on 12 with 4 and 8.
Well, there were 9. I'm sorry, I did take Oakland Catholic out of the equation, so 12. So I threw you. That's a softball question for you.
That's unbelievable.
There's no integers or negative numbers or anything difficult
so
there.
That's one I'd be more likely to get wrong.
I will see you after class. I need some help, obviously. James Dotson, Bob Orkwis, Jess Levo is here. We're bringing you the first part of the coverage. Jess and James are here for the whole morning/afternoon. Lee Mohn and Sean Meyers will bring you the second part of the competition. 17, I'm right on 17, correct?
Correct.
As far as the
as far as we know.
As far as the medium group competition goes, that'll be the last part. That division will compete. And then you have to wait all the way till the afternoon to have all the winners announced as far as who wins gold and silver, and then who goes to the PIAA competition from the WPIAL. So we hope you're enjoying it. This coverage, the 2017 WPIAL Competitive Spirit Competition, is brought to you on the MSA Sports Network by our good friends at Carlow University. They're a proud sponsor of all girls high school sports here on the MSA Sports Network. We're going to take a quick break and be back at Hempfield High School. You're listening to exclusive coverage of the 2017 WPIAL Competitive Spirit Competition. It's right here on the MSA Sports Network.
People ask what drives me. It's the respect I have for my opponents, the trust I have in my teammates, a coach who treats me with dignity, and a university that has faith in me on and off the field. That's what keeps me focused, why I practice harder, play my heart out. I play to win. I play for Carlow. Tell us your story using #WhatDriveYou. Carlow University, a proud sponsor of the MSA Sports Network.
What you want is to stay warm this winter by logging on to www.msasports.net each and every day. We have all the schedules, the scores, the rankings, and the standings of the high school winter sports, plus weekly shows like Inside the WPIAL Wrestling Circle, the PIHL Power Play Show, and the WPIAL Roundball Report, along with live and archive broadcasts of whatever your favorite high school sport is. Anytime, anywhere, always there, every day this winter. It's the MSA Sports Network. Once again, the site to go to for PIHL high school hockey is the MSA Sports Network. Not only can you listen to audio broadcasts online at msasports.net, but once again this year, MSA Sports will video stream 25 live and archived high school hockey games during the regular season, powered by the PIHL, Tribune Review, and Chatham University. Plus, MSA Sports has exclusive broadcasts of the Penguins Cup playoffs. Your home for the PIHL is the MSA Sports Network. What am I going to do about this year's promo? What the?
Don, it's me, Sam Hall. All you need to do is say, for the inside scoop and an entertaining update of district boys and girls high school basketball, tune into the WPIAL Roundball Report every Wednesday night at 6, only here on the network.
Well, thanks, ghost of co-host past.
But you should strongly consider bringing me back. Please, help! The traffic never stops. It's like a Georgia kind of offense.
That's the WPIAL Roundball Report every Wednesday night at 6 p.m. on the MSA Sports Network.
Right now, when you refer a friend to open a new personal or business checking account at First Commonwealth Bank, you can earn a generous cash reward. It doesn't even have to be a friend. Could be a relative. Could be a Bruins fan. Could be that guy over there with the weird hair thing going on. It doesn't matter. Refer anyone to open an account and it will really pay off for you. They'll even get a cash reward themselves, no matter who they root for. First Commonwealth Bank, member FDIC. Learn more at a local branch or visit fcbanking.com.
When looking to replace your athletic field, choose ProGrass, first in turf. ProGrass has installed over 500 fields in the U.S. Getting the best artificial turf for your field depends on both the product and the partner you choose. That's why architects, athletic directors, and players choose the ProGrass Performance System. ProGrass maintains an active presence in the synthetic turf industry as members of the Sports Turf Management Association and the American Sports Builder Association, and is proud to be recognized as the FIFA preferred manufacturer. Call ProGrass today, 866-270-6003, or visit them on the web at www.progressturf.com. ProGrass, first in turf. What am I going to do about this year's promo? What the?
Don, it's me, Sam Hall. All you need to do is say, for the inside scoop and an entertaining update of District Boys and Girls High School basketball, tune into the WPIAL Roundball Report every Wednesday night at 6, only here on the network.
Well, thanks, ghost of co-host past.
But you should strongly consider bringing me back. Please, help! The traffic never stops. It's like a Georgia Titus offense.
That's the WPIAL Roundball Report every Wednesday night at 6 p.m. on the MSA Sports Network.
Welcome back to Hempfield High School. Bob Orkwis, James Dotson. We are bringing you live stream coverage of the 2017 WPIAL Competitive Spirit Championships, and we're happy to be joined at this time by Maggie Conosciuto, who's the head coach of the South Fayette Lions. Your team, your squad competed in the small group competition earlier. Talk a little bit about that, how you felt that your squad's performance went earlier, Maggie. Go ahead.
I am a brand new coach this year, so I took over the program in the beginning of May. They had competed a little bit last year, but they didn't compete at WPIAL, so I was very adamant that we would get ourselves here. We had a little bit of setbacks, but I have a great team. I have a very young team. They worked super hard. I'm so proud of them. We had a few mess-ups, but I'm super proud of what they put out on the floor.
Well, Maggie, you talked about taking over the program in May. We've been mentioning it several times, and even talking to Kathy Charlton. This is a year-round thing for these girls and for you. Talk a little bit about that.
Well, we have tryouts at the beginning of May. We started practice in June, and we have been going strong ever since. We have football season, which we went into playoffs. We had a little break, and then we're back in basketball season.
Wait, South Fayette made the playoffs in football.
Yes.
I didn't know that program. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, Joe Rossi. It's a great program out there. How does that differ? Do you take segments of what you do in this competition for 2.5 minutes? You take segments of that and cheer on the sidelines during football and basketball and such?
We use a little bit. We use our cheer during football, during timeouts and in between quarters and stuff. But for the most part, we will do our stunts and stuff during timeouts as well. But for the most part, our routine is mainly just worked on at practice. So it makes practice a little bit more difficult because we have to practice for football or basketball, whatever we're in, and then we have our competition as well. So,
as far as this competition, we're looking at two portions. You mentioned a little bit about the cheer portion, which is 30 points in a minute of your 2.5 minute routine, then the music portion, which is 70 points. So the bigger score comes in the music portion. Take us through what you and your co-sponsors and the girls and your routines go through as far as lining everything up for this 2.5 minute competition.
So at the beginning of the year, we start with just working as much as difficulty as we can. And from what that difficulty we build our music portion. And a cheer portion should really be filled with crowd involvement, really getting the crowd excited. So you want to keep your stunts a little bit more simple and but very crowd effective. You want to super spirits, super sharp motions, just really
Smiling all the time,
yes,
right?
Yes, exactly. Just really trying to get the crowd to yell back with you. That's the main part of your cheer portion. And then the music portion is, I say, the part where you have the most fun. You get to dance, you get to throw up the harder stunts, and that's where you leave it all on the floor.
Now, how do you coordinate and synchronize music with that? I know some schools, and pardon me, I can't remember, some schools will go cheer, then music. A lot of the routine music, cheer portion, then you finish out with music. How do you coordinate all that from the South Fayette part of that?
Well, we do music portion, cheer, then music portion. We kind of just, me and my other coaches, we just kind of talked about this year after we kind of had an idea of what we wanted to do with our routine, and we just kind of sat down and said, I think we want to do 2 different music portions. We have the energy and we have the energy to be able to do part of our routine.
Spirit, right?
Yes, spirit,
it's all about
exactly,
spirit, right?
Spirit. So we have the energy and we have the spirit to kind of break up our music. Sometimes people that start with their cheer, they come out loud and strong, and I think it just all depends on your coaching style and your team. If you have what is best for your team.
Who picks the music? Did the girls have the pick in that, or is it?
No, we paid someone to do our music. So.
Okay, well, who? So you have a specific song in mind?
This year I didn't. I just.
Or songs,
with all the
I should
music,
say.
there were a lot of music changes this year with rules and stuff. So I was kind of still a little unsure. So I kind of let my music person lead me, and he led me in the right direction. So next year, they all complained to me this year that they don't know any of the songs in it. But so next year, I told them I will definitely let them have a say in the
these are
music.
things you learn from being a first-year coach to
definitely.
a second-year coach.
I have learned so much this year.
And you mentioned that was one of the questions we had as far as the music, because I think it was during your routine, actually, I made mention. I wonder who sings, because it's specific to the school. So that you send out for someone to do that, to have like South Fayette or Lions into that part.
Yeah, you send your colors, you send your mascot, any other thing that you might want in there. And they kind of send it back to you and say, hey, you like this. And
so there's that part of it, but then how do you integrate the schools and the cheer? Because part of what your cheer has to be is involving Lions or green. How does that get integrated in your routine?
I have a awesome assistant coach who is like lives, breathes, and
tell who are your assistants?
Her name is Mara McCarthy. She is my assistant. I also have another one. Her name is Tanya Shrewsbury. She's at home with her newborn baby, so she's not here today. But
well, congratulations on that.
Yes, but Mara, she lives, eats, breathes high school.
Mara was actually the one who was down in front of the table, right?
But that is like her. She is her niche. She is so good at coming up with cheers. So she just came into practice one day and said, "Okay, I got our cheer," and that's what she came up with. We've made a little bit of tweaks here and there after other competitions, but that is, I have to give 100% credit to Mara on my cheer.
Now, Maggie, you're a South Fayette grad? Or
No, I am not.
Where did you go to high school?
I went to West Allegheny.
So you went to West A, and you cheered at West A?
Yes.
Did you cheer at the next level? And
yes, I cheered at Robert Morris, where I am also now an assistant coach.
Oh, for the cheer there? So that's awesome.
Yes.
And then how did you decide, hey, this is fun, but I'd like to get into maybe the coaching aspect of it?
The head coach at Robert Morris, her name is Cindy Hadfield. She's amazing. She used to coach at Montour. She has brought my passion for cheerleading. She just brought it out in me, and I try every day when I come to practice to be like her. She is a great coach. She's a great role model. After having her as my head coach in college for 4 years, and then I worked 1 year under her, that I was like, I need to get into coaching. I want my own team. I need to share my passion with other people like she did for me.
Passion is a great thing to share, and I'm sure the girls appreciate it. We appreciate it. My last question for you is, so you're at this level, but you're also at the collegiate level. Differences between the two? And similarities, too.
A lot of differences. Parents, one thing. I don't have to deal with parents in college. No, I'm just kidding. I have a great group of parents, but your similarities is you just have girls that want to be here, and that just makes my job so much easier, is having girls that want to be at practice, and they come and they work so hard. And same thing with at college. I'm so blessed with great athletes. But basketball is our main focus, mainly at Robert Morris, because it's so big there. But we don't travel as much, so we have a lot more practice time at Robert Morris. But South Fayette, we use as much game time and practice time as we can. And I just can't speak highly enough of the team and the school that I work for.
Well, your spirit and your enthusiasm and your passion is definitely shows through. It shows through in the performance. And thanks, first of all. You were a little nervous coming over. Thanks for coming over and joining us and talking about this. And we appreciate that. Here's the one thing, though, that as far as announcers that we may not like. I lied to you because I said one more question, but I just thought of another one. Because James and I actually talked about this. How is it better to not know the scores? Because now you have to wait all the way till the afternoon, or would you like to know the scores as the competition progresses? We would like to have the scores, but then we're just announcers, so.
I don't know. No, I think the surprise at the very end is is better.
So you're comfortable enough after seeing the routine that, hey, we're going to be up there, we're going to be involved?
Yeah, I'm very happy with the routine that they put out on the floor.
All right, she is Maggie Conosciuto. She's the first-year head coach at South Fayette. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate you taking the time to come over. And best of all, I want to say good luck, but can still say good luck because even though you're done, we won't know the scores till later. Yes. And then good luck as the season progresses as well.
Thank you so much. I really
Thank you very much, Maggie. We appreciate you taking the time to join us. And we're going to take a quick break. It is the 2017 WPIAL Spirit Competition from Hempfield High School. It's brought to you by Carlow University. Coverage is right here on the MSA Sports Network.
People ask what drives me. It's the respect I have for my opponents, the trust I have in my teammates, a coach who treats me with dignity, and a university that has faith in me on and off the field. That's what keeps me focused, why I practice harder, play my heart out. I play to win. I play for Carlow. Tell us your story using #WhatDriveYou. Carlow University, a proud sponsor of the MSA Sports Network.
The team at UPMC Sports Medicine doesn't just rebuild wrists and knees. They build better athletes. Athletes at every level who want to get stronger and faster and prevent injuries. Fact is, no other sports medicine program in the region is more experienced when it comes to treating, training, and inspiring athletes. UPMC, the official healthcare provider of the Penguins, Steelers, and you. Find out more at upmcsportsmedicine.com.
MSA Sports broadcasts are now available on both Android and iOS devices. Just navigate to the game of your choice, and on your mobile device, press the arrow or play button. It's that easy. No app needed. No matter where you are, MSA Sports content is available at your fingertips via your iPad, Android phone, iPod, and iPhone. Anytime, anywhere, always there. The MSA Sports Network.
Right now, when you refer a friend to open a new personal or business checking account at First Commonwealth Bank, you can earn a generous cash reward. It doesn't even have to be a friend. Could be a relative. Could be a Bruins fan. Could be that guy over there with the weird hair thing going on. It doesn't matter. Refer anyone to open an account, and it will really pay off for you. They'll even get a cash reward themselves, no matter who they root for. First Commonwealth Bank, member FDIC. Learn more at a local branch or visit fcbanking.com.
And we welcome you back to Hempfield High School one final time. For myself, Bob Orkwis, James Dotson has been my partner. Jess Levo is also here. Lee Mohn and Sean Meyers will bring you the rest of this competition, which consists of the medium division, which is the most teams in this. But, James, we've already saw the large division, which had just 4 teams, and then 8, 4, 12. How did I do there? I've been working during the commercial break. Thanks.
You've been going over those flashcards.
That's what I get for being paired up with a math teacher. I know. So those 12 teams want to talk about. This is your second competition, and it's very fun. We talked about that with Maggie Conosciuto from South Fayette, and with Kathy, and with Corey as well. But it's just a fun event. I know it's a competition, and they're athletes, and they're competing, but the bottom line is the fun you're having. Corey made that evident as well.
Well, it's fun for everybody, especially when the teams do well. It is fun. When the teams aren't doing well, though, everybody picking each other up, that spirit is unbelievable to see. And in talking with some of the coaches here, we're going to hopefully get a couple more interviews throughout the course of the latter half of the broadcast as well. Just the camaraderie between all the teams, everybody helping each other out, and the fans behind us. I mean, I saw a light-up sign for one of the, I believe it was a Ringgold fan over there who had an LED light-up sign. It's just, it is like nothing else, like no other sporting event you would ever go to. If you haven't been to something like this, definitely need to check it out because, honestly, video itself does not do it justice.
I'm going to have you put 2 different hats on. But Kathy, you can't get to Kathy because she's got 8, 9, maybe a dozen hats on today.
I can get close.
Put a Norwin hat on and a Mount Lebanon hat on. Norwin, the first team to compete way back when at 10 o'clock, exactly at 10 o'clock. Mount Lebanon is scheduled to go at 2:38. Better to be the first team and the wait it out, or the last team and your wait is long, a lot less?
Well, the issue with Norwin going first, and any team going first, is the fact that the team got to get up at 6 in the morning to get on the bus to get out here in plenty of time, because starting at 10 o'clock means their warm-up time was 9:30. So that in and of itself is a little bit of the issue with going early. But then you get it out of the way. There's not as much of an audience, which can be good and bad, because obviously you don't have as many people who can be cheering back with you in terms of that sort of thing, but also can be that, okay, not as much of a packed house, so a little bit less nerves that way. So it can work, pros and cons in both ways. Personally, I'd rather get it out of the way and then be able to sit and enjoy the rest of the day and just enjoy it every possible chance that they can. But I do like, as I'm looking up in the cheerleading sections up top, besides a nice little dance routine from some of those Norwin girls who, they got to shake it out. They've been sitting for the last 2 hours.
But Tom Petty once said the waiting is the hardest part.
But now that's going to be stuck in our head the rest of the day. That's our customary.
It could be worse, right?
That is true. But no, I do like how the schools are intermingling with each other. And again, local schools that are normally rival schools up there talking with each other. One that's already gone. I can see with Neshannock, Laurel, they're going. One's already gone, one's still to go, and they're talking with each other and wishing each other luck, which is good to see.
And that's part of what this competition is about, because the judges are looking for the support and the sportsmanship. We always get the sportsmanship read during some of these events, and that's what's part of it. We saw it earlier. There were a few musical glitches, which when we talked to Corey, weighs less on the judges. You can see the coaches and the competitors were near tears, which is a great thing. But the funny thing is that they're cheered, and they started cheering on and supporting their competition, which is a great thing.
And they want to be inch perfect, and obviously when something doesn't go as planned, as scripted, and again, they've probably done that 1,000 times over the last 6 months and never had a music issue, and then when it matters most, that's when, of course, something like that happens. So, good job to everybody who's competed so far in the large and small group, and now we got the medium group coming along, and we got some I'm not going to say better-looking fellow coming in to take our place.
Definitely not.
Definitely not. I mean, you thought it couldn't get worse than us, right? But you're about to be proven wrong on that one.
Yeah, Lee Mohn and Sean Meyers will bring you some fresh perspectives as far as this competition. And 17 teams competing in the medium group division. Great job, James, as always. Nice to work with you. Hopefully you enjoyed this portion of it. But don't go away because the rest of the coverage is going to come your way. Big thank you as well to everyone who helped us out so far to this point, Kathy Charlton and everyone here at Hempfield High School. And our big thank you to Carlow University, a great sponsor. They're a sponsor of this event. They're a sponsor of all girls high school sports here on the MSA Sports Network. Lee and Sean will bring you the rest of the competition, and you're listening to the 2017 WPIAL Competitive Spirit Championships, exclusive coverage brought to you by Carlow University right here on the MSA Sports Network.
This is Josh Roundtree from the PIAL Power Play Show at MSASports.net. Along with Kevin Zolmansky, we plan to bring you the best high school hockey talk in Western PA this season. We'll cover every classification, AAA, AA, Single A, and D2.
All right, D2, Gordon Bombay, Charlie Conway, the Bash Brothers,
Kevin,
Wolf the Dennis Stenson, the Flying V?
No, Kevin, it's Division 2.
It's Knuckle Puck time?
All right, it's Knuckle Puck time. It's the PIHL Power Play Show sponsored by Chatham University every Wednesday night, 8 o'clock at MSASports.net.
The team at UPMC Sports Medicine doesn't just rebuild wrists and knees. They build better athletes. Athletes at every level who want to get stronger and faster and prevent injuries. Fact is, no other sports medicine program in the region is more experienced when it comes to treating, training, and inspiring athletes. UPMC. The official healthcare provider of the Penguins, Steelers, and you. Find out more at upmcsportsmedicine.com.
People ask what drives me. It's the respect I have for my opponents, the trust I have in my teammates, a coach who treats me with dignity, and a university that has faith in me on and off the field. That's what keeps me focused, why I practice harder, play my heart out. I play to win. I play for Carlow. Tell us your story using #WhatDriveYou. Carlow University, a proud sponsor of the MSA Sports Network.
High school wrestling is in full swing for yet another season, and inside of WPIAL Wrestling Circle is here to cover it every step of the way. But to bulk up our coverage, we had to bring in some help.
Buddy the Elf, what's your favorite color for the town?
No, not that help. Instead, we turn to the Pennsylvania Wrestling Man of the Year.
I'm Jeff Upson of PA Power Wrestling. Each week we will break down the matches, the tournaments, and more to give you the most in-depth analysis of wrestling like you've never seen before.
Listen in to Inside of WPIAL Wrestling Circle every Monday night at 7, only here on the MSA Sports Network.
Be sure to follow the MSA Sports Network on social media this season for the most up-to-date scores, pictures, videos, breaking news, and links to our articles. You can find the MSA Sports Network on Twitter and Instagram under the handle MSA Sports and at facebook.com/MSA Sports. The MSA Sports Network is also on YouTube under the handle MSA Sports WPIAL, where you can watch hundreds of interviews with local student athletes, full games, highlights, and more. Whether it's Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, or our websites, MSA Sports is the place to go for high school sports in Western Pennsylvania.
Right now, when you refer a friend to open a new personal or business checking account at First Commonwealth Bank, you can earn a generous cash reward. It doesn't even have to be a friend. Could be a relative. Could be a Bruins fan. Could be that guy over there with the weird hair thing going on. It doesn't matter. Refer anyone to open an account and it will really pay off for you. They'll even get a cash reward themselves, no matter who they root for. First Commonwealth Bank, member FDIC. Learn more at a local branch or visit fcbanking.com.
Back here, and this is now Sean Meyers stepping in. Great job done by Bob Orkwis and James Dotson. As always, I'll be alongside my broadcast colleague Lee Mohn as Bob makes his way out. James will stick around. He's going to actually be taking over videography duties in between Jess Levo's much-deserved breaks, as we are just about ready to begin the third part of this Competitive Spirit 2017 competition, and it's going to be Hopewell, scheduled at 12:30, and the good news, it seems like everything is running on time, so this will...
Amen.
Yeah, it's easier said than done to get a day like this running smoothly, Lee. As we know, you get teams that drop out last minute. We did have one team that we found out, Oakland Catholic, that did not appear here today, but it seems like everything else is on schedule, and they do build in nearly an hour break, so Hopewell ready to begin the final grouping, and it is by far the largest group. It is the medium, and we will have 17 different teams competing in the medium classification. We had 4 to begin the day in the large, and then a small, there was 9, 17 in medium.
That's the largest by far.
And 8 automatically qualify for the PIAA in addition to the 4 out of the small group, the 1 guaranteed out of the large group, and then of course there will be 3 that will be determined with at-large bids that go to the PIAA. 16 total teams advance. The teams that will be competing in the medium, Hopewell will begin, then it'll be Elizabeth Forward, Derry area, North Allegheny, Penn Trafford, Ringgold, Laurel, Highlands, Peters Township, Cannon McMillan, North Hills, Thomas Jefferson, Hempfield, Seneca Valley, Shaler, Franklin Regional, and Mount Lebanon. We want to thank everyone for tuning in, whether you are listening or watching. First year that the MSA Sports Network has brought the video broadcast aspect to the Competitive Spirit competition. We are excited as Lee's getting everything situated here. It's a line change of sorts that we made.
Yeah, I like that. And it's, you know,
getting fresh players on the ice.
We have a very tough act to follow, though.
We do. The good news is that James is still here. He's going to be helping us out.
But replace Bobby O?
Well, that is true,
yeah,
as now the Hopewell Vikings make their way onto the floor. They will have 2.5 minutes or less for their routine. This is the first squad out of the medium varsity.
You always see those cheerleaders with the smiles on their faces.
the Hopewell Vikings, the first team to compete in the medium size. That is a very impressive performance, Lee. And again, this is you and I just stepping in now after James and Bobby O had the prior two. But I think we're going to be very impressed, and you and I have done this several years now, with not only the caliber of competition, but just the general enthusiasm from these girls, as we saw during the break here when there were some interviews that we were having here with some of the coaches. It's the girls just dancing on their own. You know, it's something that there's a lot of support here, and that was a very impressive performance by Hopewell. Expect to see many more in this medium varsity with 16 other teams to follow, including Elizabeth Ford, which will be up next.
Yeah, it was a pretty good routine. Not a lot of slips or anything like that. The coach, I mean, looking at the coach down here, boy, she was ecstatic about the routine for the Hopewell Vikings, and that's always a good sign to see.
Shelley Sirko, the coach?
Yeah, see her, I mean, sitting on the floor trying to instruct that team and cheer that team on, and she was very impressed. And the girls hugging on the corner over there seem to be very happy with what they did.
Again, we will not find out any of the scores until it's all said and done.
And that's the tough part, because, I mean, now Hopewell's going to sit for an hour and a half or so, you know, just the wait.
Well, yeah, all the teams that competed earlier today in the large and small squad sizes, of course, sticking around to find out their fate at around 3 o'clock, as the Warriors will be up next. Remember, the medium squad size, that's between 15 and 20 girls. Small is 5 to 15, large 20 to 30. So EF, the second team, set to go in the medium varsity.
There's about a 5-minute break between all these.
Very regimented. They have the schedule for when they're supposed to warm up and stretch. Then they have their 8-minute warm up. Then they're on deck, which is what Elizabeth Ford is now, and then slated to compete. There's an 8-minute gap, typically how they schedule it between teams. So EF will have another 2 to 3 minutes before they begin their routine. And of course, you get the nerves setting in now once you're on deck, Lee, and the coaches down in front. The other interesting aspect, and you and I were talking about it before we came on the headset, James and Bob saw this firsthand. Not only do the girls have to be ready, you got to have your CD, your music ready to go, because that could be a major issue. If that doesn't run smoothly, obviously the girls are not going to be in sync, and that's a major aspect, is having everything, all your bases covered before you step out onto the mat.
And I would like to ask a coach, we're going to get some coaches here and there, I would like to ask a coach sometime, do you practice without music in case that CD does break or skip or something in that line? And how do you prepare for something like that?
It's not easy, I'm sure, and just the second team that competed here this morning, South Park, had to deal with that. I saw a few other times as I was watching the video stream at home, and it's something that obviously you have to prepare for. It's not ideal, and it's these girls obviously would face adversity if that were to happen, but though good sportsmen, the other teams that were here in the stands, things weren't going as planned, so they still offered their support. They were cheering, they were clapping for the girls while they were having technical difficulties. So it's something that you don't make the most of it, and it's the same as any other sport. Things don't always go as planned. So.
Yeah, and you see these girls, I mean, they practice, they've been the same routine for hours and hours, and then hours.
Right,
even more, you know. I mean, they know this routine inside and out, but now is the time to put everything together and now have that perfect routine. And some say if that music's not there, at least they know what to do, and now it's just a matter of hopefully that special E-note or whatever of a particular piece of music. But anyways, you know, these girls have been practicing on that. Looking at Elizabeth Ford to her right, sitting there, they don't look too nervous, do they?
They do not. It might be the quiet nervousness right now as they are set momentarily to take the floor. The scoring, for those who are just tuning in now, 100 total points go into each score potentially. 30 come from the cheer portion, 70 come from the music. So it's not all divided evenly. Right. The music portion accounts for 70% of it, and it's broken down by different variables for the cheer: presentation, material, motion, skill, execution, and then overall. For the music portion, partner stunts represent 20 total points, 10 each for execution and difficulty. Pyramids, 15 total, 10 for execution, 5 for difficulty. Tumbling is 10, 5 between running and 5 for standing. Jumps is 10, 5 for execution, 5 for difficulty. 10 points for dance, and then the overall effect, the flow, what have you, is 5 points. That adds up to 100. So you could be very good in most of these categories, but you have to make sure you check all your boxes here if you want to have a score that's going to move you on to the states.
I would use Bobby O for about an 85. His tumbling's a little off.
I could see that. Maybe he would.
But the jump, excellent, because he's used to wrestling, so I think he would do very well in this type of competition.
And let's say this. This isn't something where the coaches just put something together. They have to plan out exactly how they're going to get the scores. They know the other teams they're competing against. This is the 5th year now for this competition, 4th year that we've covered it here on the MSA Sports Network.
It's growing.
You get scouting reports to this at this point on the other teams, the teams you're competing against. And James highlighted it before. You can pick what size you compete in because it's the size of the squad, not the size of enrollment as far as the small, medium, and large. So if you know that there's been teams particularly strong in medium, for instance, you might want to bump up or drop down to try to maybe avoid some of those heavy hitters, if you will. So there's a lot of strategy that goes into the 2.5-minute performance that we see.
Yeah, well, if you look, I'm from Butler. Butler's the second biggest school in the WPIAL, but they're in that small group, so they have a little bit more concise group. And I know Butler over the years have done very well, taking teams down to Disney and placing nationally also. But like you said, it is based on the number of girls and how that goes too.
So again, Elizabeth forward. Now, ironically, we said everything. There was a special schedule all drawn up. 12:38 is when EF was scheduled to go on. As we've seen firsthand, Lee, as they're standing just about 10 feet away from us,
nervous.
They've been waiting a while, and it's actually gone past their designated start time. Now, this is probably just other factors out of their control. But right now, if you're standing there and you're thinking, well,
I'm looking at I'm looking at a few of these girls that are about doing that right now. Now they get the cue, and they're ready to roll. And they put the game face on, and they're ready to go.
This is the second team competing in medium varsity. It is the Warriors. And Elizabeth forward. Amanda Reese, the coach. And we will now turn it over to EF. There's Elizabeth forward. The Warriors complete their 2.5 minutes. Sean Meyers alongside Lee Mohn here. It's the 2017 Competitive Spirit here at Hempfield Area High School in the Greensburg area. Lee, we've seen two teams now, and one thing I noticed interesting from my observation is obviously you have the coaches down in front, but we saw another girl run in about midway through. She was over by the DJ making sure everything went off at the right time with the music for the performance there, because they mix in, of course, the music portion and the cheer portion. And that's so important that you have those girls there that aren't out there competing for one reason or another. Maybe squad size factored in, maybe there was an injury or something of that nature, but it's more than just the girls that are out there on the mat that are going into making this whole thing happen today.
It takes everybody and anybody, as you said, you know, just like we do here. You know, James is going to do a little bit of everything. He's going to go get coaches' interviews, going to do this, and you need everything imaginable to make down to the finest, minute, critical detail and make this thing work. And Elizabeth Ford did a pretty good job. They seem to impressive right in the beginning there, Sean. The flips they were doing perfectly in sync. The back flips and into everything they did there was just very, very well.
And for the common spectator, someone like you and I, the easiest thing to notice is if a team is in sync or out of sync.
Right.
Now, we don't know all of the nuances, to be quite frank, but anyone watching, whether you're a parent, brother, sister, a friend, you could notice things like if the team is in sync, in unison. And that's obviously something that the judges are able to gauge right away. And I think we saw that done pretty well there by Elizabeth Forward for the most part. Now, again, we don't know the scores. We will not find them out until the very end. And I believe that there's going to be a reveal with all the teams, including not only the 16 teams that move on to qualify for the state, but they're also going to announce the winners by enrollment classification, so single A, double A, triple A. So there's going to be a lot of awards given out. There's going to be a lot of celebration at the end. But right now, we can only, from our own eyes, kind of gauge what teams we think maybe did very well, which teams maybe are a little bit behind. But we have absolutely no idea as far as the scores that are given out to these schools and where anyone stands currently.
And it'd be nice for next year to try to find that ex-cheerleader to maybe come on along, or somebody that coaches that to just try to give a little bit of insight on some of this.
Well, I mean, if James keeps doing the research, he might be at that level next year. Give him one more year, and he might be sitting at the table next to us as a judge, maybe.
I think James might be coaching the team next year with all this information that he gave us, and I think he could probably do it quite well. Put a skirt on him and let him go. But anyway, but it'd be nice to have that different type of look. But it's nice to be able to talk to the coaches, and hopefully James will line up a coach for us here in the next team or two. Give him another job to do here. But anyway, talk to some of these coaches along the way. But next team, go ahead.
And the interesting thing is, we said EF was kind of, iced a little bit over waiting, and it didn't seem like it hurt them. Now, one thing that does result in is that it's probably going to push back all of the other start times. So Derriere, the next team up, was scheduled for 12:46. Looked like that might get pushed back a minute or two. So we'll see the routine. You kind of have to adjust on the fly. Maybe you were supposed to be warming up at 12:08, and now it's pushed back because everything's behind. So you just have to make sure you stay in rhythm. Right. It's much like again, we compare it to other sports that maybe you and I are more familiar with. But if you're a field goal kicker, the hardest thing to do is to make sure that you're prepared after you go out there and you think you're going to kick it. There's a timeout. You have to make sure you have the exact same focus when you actually go out there for when it counts. And that's what some of these teams are going to face here. Is they're going to maybe stand a little bit longer than expected on the sidelines as the Trojans firing up to our right.
Yeah, these teams are so close because they spend so much time. Just think how much time these girls spend together. So there's a lot of good friendships in there, and a lot of good stuff there between these girls spending hours and hours a day.
Oh yeah, think of the sports that they cheer for.
Yeah.
So we see football, we see basketball, boys and girls basketball. I mean, you'll see multiple sports.
Every once in a while you see soccer, which is nice to see.
Right.
Very few, but I'd like to see the cheerleaders get out there for the soccer games too, or lacrosse or something in that line, But,
so,
but
in a sense, the cheerleaders are almost playing the same schedule as the football team, the basketball team, because they're going to the games, of course, and then they're trying to do this mixed in as well. It's the middle of basketball season, so they've spent a lot of time that goes into practicing like this. And a lot of the girls also compete on teams that are not affiliated with the high school, but it's strictly competition teams where they don't really do the cheer portion. They just do the music, the dance portion. So a lot of them have backgrounds in that, but you're mixing in a lot of duties and a lot of responsibilities being a cheerleader and competing at this high level.
Yeah, and we talked just a little bit earlier that this sport is growing big time.
It is.
Yeah, the cheerleader, competitive cheer. More and more high schools are getting involved in this, and it's nice to see. And
29 total teams here. We had 30 originally slated to perform, so you have 30 different teams here throughout the WPIAL.
And that's about 25% of the schools in the WPIAL.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's continuing. I said I wouldn't be surprised to see 35 teams in maybe a bigger gymnasium, but Hempfield does a nice job. It's a very nice gymnasium, by the way, too, here at Hempfield High School, and it does just a phenomenal job of flowing this crowd in and out.
Well, they need a big one. As Lee, we were talking before about 20 minutes ago, it wasn't too crowded in here, but now the fans, of course, once the girls are back filing in. And on the opposite side, on the home side, if you will, that's where all the cheerleaders that have already competed or that will be competing are. So when you get to the end of this, you're going to have an entire section with cheerleaders, an entire section with fans of dozens of different teams. But now it'll be the Dairy Area Trojans, the third team to compete in the medium-sized varsity competition. Dairy Area Trojans, the third team competing in the medium varsity here today. I'm Sean Meyers alongside Lee Mohn James Dotson also here with us, and Jess Levo. And Lee, we did see one mishap earlier on amongst the Trojans in the pyramid, but I think a team that rebounded well after that. We'll see as the judges to our left are talking things over exactly what the score is for the Trojans when it's all said and done. But you figure at least for competing for the top spot here, you have to be pretty much flawless, and a mistake like that probably is going to cost you a chance to earn gold. But at the same time, with 16 teams qualifying, certainly have a chance to rebound if you have a minor mishap at some point throughout the performance.
Yeah, without a doubt. And an interesting thing too, they started with the cheer portion of that competition also, Sean, that most teams, they go into the music and then cheer and then the music.
Right, I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, they did all cheer in the beginning. Just the interesting is why that, you know, they do that. But anyways, it was a pretty good routine by the Dairy Trojans.
It was Ashley Beasy, the head coach for Dairy area, as the next team scheduled up, the North Allegheny Tigers. NA, when you think of high school athletics, you think of the Tigers as amongst the best teams in pretty much every sport. Lee, I know you're an NA enthusiast, if you will, as a member of the North Allegheny Sports Network.
But I'm not partial here. I'm
any scouting report on is this going to be another strong NA athletic program here for the cheerleaders?
Well, I talked to Randy Gore, who's an expert at but anyways, he's the voice of the Tigers, Mr. Randy Gore. No, North Allegheny's been predominantly strong over the last few years in this cheerleading competition. I believe they won it last year, if I'm not mistaken, first or second last year.
They were the Class AAA champion.
Yeah, so they predominantly always stronger than North Allegheny Tigers, and you expect nothing less.
Two-time runner-up in the state competition as well. And it's interesting that the PIAA championships date back to 2013. The first year was simply small, medium, and large. And then from 2014 on, they kept those three classes and added a co-ed varsity, which we will not have that classification here in the WPIL, but that is in the States. They have a co-ed option.
Yeah, which you have basically the boys involved with the mostly some tumbling, but mostly holding the girls in those pyramids. Unless you're at Union High School, and James Dotson can tell me the man's name up at Union High School that does the great flipper. Pee Wee Thomas. If you haven't seen, let's get James on here real quick, because he's going to talk a little bit about Pee Wee Thomas up at Union High School.
Obviously not many no co-ed teams here in WPIAL, a lot more in District 10, but Pee Wee's a senior and probably more athletic than 80% of any of the basketball players in the WPIAL, and got to see him with Mike Azadian on Tuesday night. Backflip the entire way down and back. And
Mike Azadian backflipped the entire way down?
He backed his way out of the way, maybe.
Well, there's hamburgers at the end of the line, so he'll do anything for that.
Do it very well. But no, that's just an example, and I know that they wanted to try to get a team this year, and just were unable to do so, sadly. But here's the thing, kind of like there's club teams and UAA teams, that sort of thing, in basketball and baseball. He and a bunch of others from Union are in a competition out in, I believe, Cleveland area today. So you just never know what to expect, and it's a club versus school type thing once again.
And now it'll be the Tigers of North Allegheny, the fourth team competing in the medium-sized varsity. The North Allegheny Tigers competing here in the medium varsity. And Lee, we mentioned a team that's competed at a very high level the last few years in this competitive spirit. Your thoughts on that? I saw maybe a little bit of a rough ending, but I think the early portions were terrific.
Very good in the beginning, but you said that last portion, though, we had a few problems on the left side of that pyramid. Girl didn't get up quick enough, and then a little bit of timing was a little off towards the end. We'll see if that costs them at the end. But very upbeat and, boy, very fast-moving routine was the North Allegheny Tigers.
North Allegheny, that's the fourth team to have competed in the medium varsity. Up next, the Penn Trafford Warriors. But before they step on the mat, we're going to take a quick break. You are listening to 2017 WPIAL Competitive Spirit Championships. It's sponsored by Carlow University. MSA Sports Network.
When looking to replace your athletic field, choose ProGrass, first in turf. ProGrass has installed over 500 fields in the U.S. Getting the best artificial turf for your field depends on both the product and the partner you choose. That's why architects, athletic directors, and players choose the ProGrass Performance System. ProGrass maintains an active presence in the synthetic turf industry as members of the Sports Turf Management Association and the American Sports Builder Association, and is proud to be recognized as the FIFA preferred manufacturer. Call ProGrass today, 866-270-6003, or visit them on the web at www.progressturf.com. ProGrass, first in turf.
The team at UPMC Sports Medicine doesn't just rebuild wrists and knees. They build better athletes. Athletes at every level who want to get stronger and faster and prevent injuries. Fact is, no other sports medicine program in the region is more experienced when it comes to treating, training, and inspiring athletes. The official healthcare provider of the Penguins, Steelers, and you. Find out more at upmcsportsmedicine.com.
It's MSA Sports Network here at the 2017 Competitive Spirit Championship from Hempfield Area High School. I'm Sean Meyers alongside Lee Mohn. Returning to the headset now will be James Dotson. James, you had a chance with Bob Orkwis, to see the action for the first two classifications, the small and the large. Now you've seen four teams compete in medium. What's really stood out? What are your observations here just about 3 hours into this afternoon?
Well, especially with the medium groups who have just gone, the first four of them, very clean routines for those four groups. There was a lot of the little bobbles, and especially from some of the heavyweights, especially in the small squad. Bethel Park and Butler are two juggernauts who are expected to do very well here again. Butler, the defending state champions in small squad, but they had a big fall on one of their moves and had troubles with the pyramid too. Bethel Park the same way. So it'll be interesting to see how the scores end up coming up. Pine Richland in that medium group too, they had a very solid performance. Neshannock had a solid performance. Theirs maybe a little bit less on the degree of difficulty. So I'm going to be very curious to see how, in that small group especially, how the scores end up coming about.
Penn Trafford up next. The Warriors will be the fifth team competing in the medium varsity. One thing that we noticed, and I noticed watching the video stream, and again, of course, you can not only listen but watch this, courtesy of the great videography by Jess Levo manning the camera. Some of the early teams, they had the technical difficulties, and I saw that right off the bat. The second team to compete, South Park. Is that something that it seems like they've gotten that squared away, or is that just an aberration with one of the teams maybe?
Well, and it's normally, well, it is the team, a team representative who has to hit the play button, the stop button, all that, so as not to blame the DJ or anything like that. It happened to a couple teams. South Park, it happened too early. I believe Canavan had a little bit of an issue with theirs as well, if I remember correctly. But it happens. It happened last year as well. So far, we haven't seen any here in the medium groups. But in talking with one of the judges during our breaks and talking with Corey, she said that there's very little consideration, actually, in terms of that. The coaches and the girls on the mat are a lot more concerned about the issues that happen with something popping up with the music than the judges are themselves. So that's at least a good thing to know, that they're not going to keep a team from going to states because of a music malfunction.
And with South Park, it was kind of, they had to try 2 or 3 times so they got the music correct, right?
And still not even 100% sure that it was 100% correct in the end, but they went for it. And we saw Elizabeth Forward actually in a competition last year, halfway through the music portion of their routine, the music cut out. they kept going. They clapped along. They counted out the rest of the way through. Well, because it was a technical issue, not on their fault, they were given the option to perform again. They said, nope, we're good. They won first place.
And that's a question that Lee had is how much time do they take practicing without the music, their routines? Because that's something that you want to have the backup plan in place just in case, and I'm sure it pays off in certain occasions.
Well, when they've learned these routines back last summer in, May, June, July. So they've had plenty of time to do it with music, without music. A lot of them do the choreography before even having the music written to match the choreography. So a lot of these schools, yes, have done it with just counting before even putting music into play.
Well, next up, not too far from Hempfield Area High School. It's been a short trip for the Penn Trafford Warriors, as they are now the 5th team to compete in the medium varsity. Penn Trafford Warriors would seem to be a pretty solid performance there, James, as I think PT has to be happy with that effort. Now, obviously, we see some performances maybe not quite as difficult. I don't know if the difficulty was the same for PT as some of the other schools, but I think it was a solid performance.
Oh, very solid. They had lots of good moments in there the whole way through.
And we're now going to be joined by the head coach of Penn Trafford, Katie Caruso.
Oh, that's my sister, Christy Caruso.
Okay. So, first off, James and I are not experts by any means, but we looked and saw a pretty solid performance. What's your immediate take on what you saw?
They did fantastic. We had one little bobble at the end of a partner set, but that's it. It did awesome.
So what goes into deciding what type of routine you want with the difficulty, the variables that you guys control as far as setting the routine?
I like to go for a routine that's solid. You'll see other teams that'll go for something more difficult, but I think the cheerleading is completely a spectator sport. So when you do something that's more difficult, if it's not hitting, your crowd doesn't necessarily know that was more difficult. All they know is that girl almost hit the ground. So we like to go with something that's solid, maybe a little less difficulty, but I know they're going to be confident and hit it on the mat.
And while you're there on the floor watching your team for that 2.5 minutes, what's your role while they're actually out there competing?
Try not to pee my pants.
So you succeeded in that, I hope, right?
Yes, I did good today.
Anything as far as your observation, seeing some of the other teams compete, where you guys maybe might stand as far as some of the other big hitters that we've seen?
So we haven't seen anyone else in our division because we've been back
okay, good
up
point.
the whole time. But I like our odds after I saw that routine. So hopefully we scored pretty high.
And over the next hour plus, you guys are just going to sit back and watch the other teams and cheer everyone on?
Absolutely.
All right, we appreciate it, Coach. Thank you very much for your time. We can welcome Lee back in now as well. And guys, interesting there that she flat out said, we didn't go for the most difficult routine, and we think that that's a better decision because we don't want those major mistakes.
No, and especially in the pyramid, it flat out is. Execution is worth more points right then and there over the difficulty. So difficulty will get you to that last step, but in the end, it's got to look clean. And then talking to the judges earlier, too, they want to see what they hear, and they want to just see an overall good performance. And sometimes, just like Coach said right there, if it looks like you're falling, everybody sees that, whereas keeping it cleaner makes it better.
Unlike the swimming competitions, James, where you had the degree of difficulty, and that some of those swimmers go for to get those points, then now in here it's a little less. I sort of like the coach's strategy, though. It's a little less competitive. Might get you a little further.
And I think it depends on where your team is at.
Right.
Is this an experienced team that is capable of competing at the highest level where you need to challenge and try to maximize? Or is it the team where you say, all right, let's go out there and have a clean performance, and as long as we take care of our business, then I think we'll be happy.
Well, and that's part of it right there, too. We see all the times coaches in various sports who will go and research their opponent. We talk about huddle all the time in basketball and in football. Same thing with the cheerleading squads. Coaches go out there and research what competition they have, who they're going to be up against, and that ends up playing into a big part of how they set up their routine, because knowing, like, for example, here in medium, there's 17 squads, of which they're taking 8. You don't need to be the best to advance the states if that's your goal. You need to be in the top 8.
Yep.
So how do I beat 8 other schools to be able to make sure I'm in that right spot?
But James, you want to be the best, though.
Well, you do, but guess what? There are obviously some juggernaut schools who have been competing and doing this for a lot of time. So especially as a smaller school, hey, one step at a time. If your goal is states, here's what we need to do to get there and keep getting better and better each day and each year.
Ringgold will be up next, and looking over, they have some male competitors. Now, you said there's no co-ed, but we did see some teams earlier today that have the boys mixed in as well, so you're able to do that.
I believe so. That was a new one for me that I would like to get some clarification on as well. So there is no co-ed division being a different division, but yes, they can still have the male cheerleaders in this competition apparently.
So Ringgold will be the 6th team in the medium varsity upcoming, and you figure you have, so I guess, some new tricks at your disposal when you have the boys out there for you, maybe a little bit as far as additional strength and things of that nature. At the college level, you and I going to Penn State now, you've got some very strong male cheerleaders that can do some just amazing things.
Right. Well, in terms of the stunts you normally see with the co-ed with having a male cheerleader is a lot of the one-mans where you have a girl on top of the guy's shoulders. We saw that actually in 3 or 4 of the routines in the small division as well, but it just is a lot more natural to see that with the co-ed of being able to get the one-mans, which is, again, getting you more stunt groups, able to get more girls or more bodies in the air is really all that matters in terms of visual appeal.
Now it's time for Ringgold, as the Rams will be the 6th team to compete in the medium varsity here today. It's the 2017 WPIAL Competitive Spirit Championship on the MSA Sports Network. Ringgold Rams complete their 2.5-minute routine. And James, we saw a mishap early for a pyramid, but pretty good recovery by Ringgold. And one thing that I noticed here, I don't know if our camera caught it. I know Jess Leva does a great job, but the one competitor lost her glasses while she was at the top of the pyramid. They fell on the mat. Her one teammate kind of pushed them out of the way so that no one was brought down on them. And she managed to recover and put her glasses on before the routine was over while rhythmically clapping with the glasses in her hand. I was impressed by that, if nothing else. So pretty good performance. Again, you see that one mishap, but it's a matter of recovery. And Jess is going to chime in now.
All right. I've been holding my tongue throughout this whole competition, and now I finally have to chime in. I was a cheerleader in high school, and the girl that you were just talking about who lost the glasses actually missed that, so she must have done a really good job of not distracting
it was
and
incredible.
pulling attention to
Like
herself.
I said, she had the glasses in her hand, was clapping, and then put them back on when she had an opportunity.
1 year we did a cheerleading competition, and I went to Carmichael's, and we were filing out we did it on the football field. We were filing out on the football field, and the girl behind me gave me a flat tire. In other words, she stepped on the back of my shoe. My shoe came off. I left it there. I did the entire 3-minute routine with only one shoe on.
And
I'm sure
some of the cheerleaders might have seen that. But if you can get the vast majority of the people to not realize it, then you're doing your job.
Thank goodness they were white shoes. We had white socks. I don't know if anybody really noticed, but it was, I don't know. So that's my little funny story.
So other than having dirty socks at the end of the night.
Right. Stuff happens. And whenever things like that happen, you just have to move along and roll along. And that's exactly what the girls did. So great job on their part. Thanks for letting me chime in.
Good insight
Just
from
crashed
Jess
the broadcast.
Levo. Jess was part of the broadcast back in 2014 out at North Hills High School. It's been at Hempfield area the last 3 years. And James, we got some good insight there from Jess. Is things like that happen. It's part of it. And I don't think, someone's glasses falling off is going to really factor into the judging, but it just proves how these girls are able to be so focused at the task at hand that they can overcome something like that, really not miss a beat.
Right, and I think the main advice that we got there was double tie your shoes, right?
Yes.
No, but I think what's most important out of all of that, whether it's losing a shoe, losing your glasses, or falling in the middle of a stunt, it's keeping the composure, it's keeping a straight face, because if you show disappointment in your face, then the judges know you messed up. If you keep the smile on, that's part of the score, is the overall presentation and keeping the smile on and just moving on to the next stunt. If you can do that, you're almost like tricking the judges, and that kind of works to your advantage. It's all about the spirit, and even if you make a mistake, just move on to the next play.
I want to give credit to the coach for Ringgold, Marissa Riga, as up next, James, you should have a pretty good insight on the Laurel Spartans, the next team up. Team number 7 out of 17 that will be competing here this afternoon in the medium varsity classification. What do you know about Laurel coming in?
Well, Coach Jen Hordeski has her team prepared. They've moved up from single A to double A. They moved from small squad to big squad, and they're going to be raring and ready to go. I think I see a flag in the back there that they might be using during this routine. So we've seen megaphones, we've seen pom-poms, we've seen signs, but this might be the
I
first
like
flag.
the fold-out sign that we saw before from Elizabeth Forward, too. It says something, and you open it, it folds out.
It's all part of the presentation, and we've talked about it before, but using the mantra, using your own school colors, it sounds obvious, but that plays a big part into the performance. Something else I want to mention before I forget too, North Allegheny was about to go on a couple turns ago, and all of a sudden you heard chants from one of the other schools of "Let's Go NA." I think it's Shaler up there who began the "Let's Go NA" chant, but that just shows too the spirit, the competitiveness, but also the working for each other, because they're all competing, they're all having fun, everybody's supporting each other. That's the way it should be.
Right, and when you think about, we're going to have 16 teams advance to the states. And if you're one of the teams that advance to the states, obviously you want to get gold or silver. If you're not able to do so, you want another team in your district to do that, because it's kind of the district pride. So in a sense, these teams, yes, they're competing against each other, but they're all here out of the WPIAL, and they want their fellow teams to do tremendously as well.
Right. Well, we hear from Laurel and Neshannock coaches all the time. They're the only 2 Lawrence County schools compete, and everybody else is from the Pittsburgh area. Lawrence County often gets forgotten about. They have the good battles with each other.
Sounds like you're taking that personally, James.
I very much am. Hey, Shawzy's not here. Somebody's got to step up for him, all right?
So it will be Laurel coming up next. Again, we get these very regimented times as far as when they stretch, when they warm up on deck and compete, and it never goes exactly as planned. Now they do build in, obviously 8 minutes in between each routine, but for whatever reason, Elizabeth Forward seemed like they waited a particularly long time before they were able to go, and as a result, everyone kind of gets pushed back a couple minutes. That's just part of the adjusting on the fly these coaches have to prepare their teams for.
Well, right, and also, too, the judges are very communicative. Once the routine ends, they were all looking at everything. It's not like one does the pyramid and one does the aerials. They're all looking together, and then they go and they discuss and they figure things out. So maybe there was something with the routine before with Hopewell that they wanted to discuss, make sure that everything was done properly, make sure that the scores make sense. There's any number of factors, but it's just about being flexible. And Laurel over here, they're staying loose, they're giving each other hugs, they're having fun, and it'll be their turn to shine here momentarily.
And when we were talking about the scoring, James, we talked about the cheer portion, 30 points, music portion, 70 points. We've seen teams, sometimes they start out with the cheer, then do music. Sometimes they start music, mix in cheer, finish with music. Have you gotten any feel for maybe what teams typically do and maybe what comes across best?
It seems most often that they break up the two music portions with the cheer in the middle. I know a lot of schools, though, have also said that they want the cheer first because the cheer needs to be energetic. It needs to be loud. It needs to be proud. If you put that at the beginning, then it should be louder because you haven't had a minute of tumbling, dancing, and all the
and there's setbacks potentially as well.
Correct, exactly. So if you have a setback early, then now my cheer's a little bit more mundane, and then we got to do one more music. So it's all about a coach preference, and it's all about what they think is going to work best in terms of setting up a routine that will score the best with the judges.
16 teams move on to the PIAA Championship here in competitive spirit. Team number 7 competing in the medium varsity, the Laurel Spartans. The Laurel Spartans competing in the medium classification where there are 17 teams competing. There's 8 that automatically qualify for the PIAAs in addition to 1 out of the large group. And out of the small group, 4 total.
Quickly, we got Laurel head coach Jen Hordetsky. Jen, you look like you were having as much fun as the girls out there.
Oh, yeah, got to get them pumped up somehow.
Now, obviously, a couple stumbles there, but how do you feel overall about the performance?
Well, I obviously isn't what I was hoping for, but I feel like that's the kind of way it's been going today.
Yeah.
So it's just I haven't seen too many absolutely perfect routines. So it's just how the judges are going to look at the overall, what we did, how we brought it. Some of them, they hit every single time we practiced them. Every single time we have done them prior to this point, and when they get that energy on the mat, things go wrong.
Good.
Sorry, go ahead.
I wanted to ask, when that music stops sometimes, how do you prepare for something like that, a mistake like in the music or in the CD?
It
did happen today.
Yeah,
but
luckily that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
I train my girls that if your music messes up, especially in the middle, you keep counting and you keep going. Today, I know there were a lot of squads with the very beginning of the music, and that's tough. It's just how forgiving are the judges going to be and understanding that they're going to be. For us, that first beat of music, we do something. So if that first beat's missing, that might be a ripple effect throughout the rest of the routine. So it's really where does it mess up, but the girls are trained to handle that.
Now, we were talking right before you guys went on. What goes into your decision to do the cheer portion first rather than having it in between 2 music portions?
I think that one thing I tell my girls is you want to make the judges remember you. When they leave here today, you want to be on their mind. And by doing the cheer first, you're telling them who they are, who are the Spartans, and what they can do. And then the rest is just fun. The cheer is the most number of points, so putting it at the beginning, having the stamina to yell your words, to have sharp motions, to hit your stunts, putting it at the beginning kind of makes that a little bit more impressionable.
Well, very good. Well, congratulations, and now you get to go enjoy the rest of the show.
One last question. Did Lori Heights bring cookies?
Oh, I wish she did. I could use one right now.
Hey, thanks for joining.
Thank you, Jen.
I had to get that tidbit in. Lori Heights, the assistant athletic director at Laurel High School.
And definitely a good one.
Provides all the great food on Friday nights up at Laurel High School, so we had to at least give a shout out to Lori.
Well, I'm hoping I'll be up there to see Lori and Coach Jen Hordetsky and Coach Locke in the basketball squad this coming week. But no, she said it perfectly right there. Yes, it's not the routine they were looking for, but the spirit, especially with that cheer portion, it is worth only 30 points, but in terms of tumbling is 10, okay, the pyramids are 10, okay, but the cheer itself is 30 points. That is a big part of it, and that was probably the loudest cheering that we've heard from the cheer portion out of all the definitely of all the medium squads so far.
Highlands will be up next. That'll be the A squad competing in the medium varsity. But to her point, James, during that interview, a lot of teams, they want to nail that performance. They want to have the perfect 2.5 minutes. We haven't seen a ton of perfect performances, so a mishap here or there, a small error, you still certainly are very much in contention to move on.
Well, right, and when we talked with the Penn Trafford coach earlier, that's what she said. They kept it a little bit simpler because in her mind it was that they will see a big mistake where you don't see as many of those small little ones. So less difficulty obviously, but it ends up working differently in that point too.
Now it's time for the Golden Rams of Highlands, the 8th team competing in the medium varsity. It's the 2017 WPIAL Competitive Spirit Championship here at Hempfield Area High School on the MSA Sports Network. The Highlands Golden Rams, team number 8, competing in the medium classification. I'm Sean Meyers alongside Lee Mohn and James Dotson here on the MSA Sports Network. Guys, we saw just a few seconds of pause there with the music, and I think...
Blame me.
With it, yeah.
Blame me, I'm the jinx right there.
We'll let you off the hook for now, but for as much pressure as these girls face, I feel like the people responsible for getting the music to play on time are under a bit of a pressure too, but it seemed like the Golden Rams responded pretty well to that little blip there on the radar for that mishap with the music.
Yeah, the last two schools, Laurel and Highlands, going both very similar actually in both the way they set up their routine of doing the cheer first, then the music. And if I noticed right, it looked like it was just the DJ at the table who was kind of waiting for the sign. And also with this too, everybody's supposed to bring their own device, an iPod, a CD. There's really not much time to test it. So actually, I did hear the music come up, but it was just so soft they couldn't hear it, so they just restarted it.
And the girls waited until they got their cue.
Because, like Coach Hordeski of Laurel said, they got to start, if you start right on that first beat and it's not there, then what? Like, how do you adjust? So that's a big thing there, but they did the right thing, and that's a very well-coached team. Coach Kia Jones, we talked earlier in the show that very disappointed last year. They took home a medal, but did not get one of the at-large. They were second in Class AA last year, but did not score high enough in the medium classification to be able to go.
Up next will be Peters Township, as the Indians doing a little last-minute huddle with the coaching staff. Allie Breisinger is at the helm for the Indians. This will be the 9th team competing in the medium classification. Again, 8 automatic qualifiers out of the medium, 4 automatic out of the small group that is already completed, just 1 out of the large group, and then the final 3 spots for the PIAA championships will be at-large bids, the top 3 scores that have not yet qualified, regardless of squad size.
It sure helps that it's not that hot in this gymnasium either, too, today, Sean.
That is true. It's certainly warmer than what it is outside, as my phone's showing 16 degrees right now.
It warmed up.
Yeah, it has. I guess can't be too picky. It was single digits for a while yesterday and this morning, but again, these girls, you know, they brave the elements all year long for football. I'm always amazed when I see cheerleaders out there when it's 25 degrees. I'm bundled up with a coat on and a press box freezing.
Gloves.
And they're on the field maybe wearing
maybe some sweatpants.
A thin layer of sweatpants and still with a smile on their face. So if they can bear those elements, then I think they're going to be in pretty good situation here this afternoon. Peters Township, again, the 9th team that will go here on the MSA Sports Network. First year that we're doing the live video stream. Thanking Jess Levo and everyone that made that happen this afternoon. Hope a lot of people are watching live. If not, well, you could be watching archive as well. We have both the audio and video archived for all our broadcasts.
A picture of Jess Levo will go up on the sports. Go to our right a little bit, Jess. There we go.
So she's filming us.
Yeah.
We're taking pictures of her. There's the symmetrical thing.
We'll get that up here in a few minutes. Thanks to Jody Zangrilli Cook for uploading these pictures almost, hopefully instantly, because she's unable to be here. She's at another function. I don't know if she's at a family function or somewhere in that area.
Yep.
That she's working doing that, and really appreciate that.
And she's been keeping us in the loop all week long. As now it's time for Peters Township to take the floor of the Indians, performing. They are the 9th team competing in the medium varsity 2017 WPIAL Competitive Spirit Championships here on MSASports.net. Peters Township Indians with what appeared to be a pretty darn solid performance. Lee, I think we can agree that no major mishaps from what we saw there. That looked pretty good for Peters Township, and at least from what we've seen thus far, you'd have to say that was one of the better of the teams that's competed in the medium varsity, as we are now going to see team number 10, Cannon McMillan, in a matter of a few minutes.
Well, you should have been keeping score as you went along.
That's a good point. I can pretend to be a judge in my own right.
And just see how close we would have been, or we were.
Probably not at all. Probably not close at all.
I used to do that way back when with the band competitions, not high school, but the other band competitions that go through. They used to come up to Butler High School years ago, and I used to try to be a judge and see
how close it got.
Yeah, because I wouldn't have a clue of what they're looking for. Sort of like we are here. I mean, we don't really have an idea. I mean, we're not a judge. We don't do this, but how close we would have been. But that was pretty good by by Peters Township.
Now, one thing that I always love, and again, we have, as you I'm sure can see many times watching this video stream, we have dozens of cheerleading teams that have already competed or that will be competing on the far side of the gym from where we're set up, on the home side if it was a Hempfield basketball game. They dance along when there's music playing. There's so much energy with these girls in here, not only with the teams currently competing on the mat or the teams that are next up, but the teams that are already done for the day. They're just here having a good time for 4.5, 5 hours, depending on how early some of these teams have gotten here. And they really make the most of it. You see girls dancing right now in between performances. It's just a lot of fun. And everyone truly, whether their team advances or not, I think has a good time.
Yeah, and they're all in support of everybody. I think all these teams up here, I mean, they want to take first, but this is a very trying to look for the work. Well, can't really think of the word I want, but they're rooting for everybody. They don't want to see anybody fall. They want to see everybody do well. I think that the best, they probably all want to tie it. I mean, there's in some aspects of this, so it's nice to see that all schools are rooting for each other.
Cannon McMillan, the next team up, team number 10. We will have 17 teams total compete in the medium varsity. We have already had both the small and large groups. The large groups began, just 4 teams competed in that. Norwin, South Park, Indiana, and Baldwin. Just one automatic bid out of those groups. Then it was the small groups, Meyers, South Fayette, Hampton, Bethlehem Park, Butler, Bishop Canevin, Pine Richland, and Neshannock. And then from the time you and I came on, Lee, we've had the medium varsity, by far the largest group. Medium varsity actually outnumbers the large and small groups combined, which is why 8 teams guaranteed to move on. But we should clarify that while the size of the squad is important here in moving on, they also, at the WPIAL level, award medals and championships to teams based on their enrollment size.
Right.
And in Class A, Bishop Canevin, the only squad. James has highlighted Crusaders guaranteed to win because they have no competition. In Class 2A, AA, whichever you want to call it, Derry, Elizabeth Forward, Highlands, Hopewell, Laurel, Neshannock, and South Park. And then in Class AAA, or 3A as it's now known, courtesy of the realignment, there's a large number of schools. Baldwin, Bethel Park, Butler, Cannon Mac, Franklin Regional, Hempfield, Hampton, Indiana, Mars, Mount Lebanon, North Allegheny, North Hills, Norwin, Penn Trafford, Peters Township, Pine Richland, Ringgold, Seneca Valley, Shaler, South Fayette, and Thomas Jefferson. So
you forget anybody.
Well, that's, I mean, clearly right now, the way this competition's set up, it seems like the turnout is certainly in favor of the larger schools with female enrollment. We don't see a lot of real small schools where you might only have 50 girls, 100 girls in a graduating class. Those schools really at this juncture aren't competing very frequently in this competition. It makes sense. Yeah, right. It makes sense because you just don't have the numbers to draw from.
Yeah, without a doubt. And it's tough to get these girls, to do this competitive and dedicate basically almost half their life almost to this.
So now it's time for Cannon McMillan as the Big Macs head to the mat. Team number 10 in the medium varsity. It's the 2017 WPIAL Competitive Spirit Championship here on the MSA Sports Network from Hempfield Area High School. Cannon McMillan, the Big Macs, with an impressive performance in the medium varsity. Sean Meyers, Lee Mohn, James Dotson here on the call. I want to thank Bob Orkwis for the great job he did this morning. And, of course, Jess Levo manning the camera. That was team number 10, and I think another nice showing. Team number 10 competing in the medium varsity for Cannon McMillan, between 15 and 20 competitors. Lee, what did you make of that?
Another strong performance, I'll tell you. Not a lot of mishaps whatsoever. I was going to ask you before I got here, are these a ranking or of these schools, or they just pull names out of a hat for start times?
I do not think that there's any pole position, if you will. That I think
that's basically what I was looking for. Yeah, so I wonder if these schools, how they feel if starting early, starting late.
We can let James in. He's the resident. He's the resident expert on this.
He is the resident expert, so we definitely have to put Mr. Dotson. Dotson, I was asking the questions since you're the cheerleading expert here at the MSA Sports Network. These schools, is there a ranking of these schools 1 through 8, or are they just basically pull names out of the hat? You're starting here, you're starting here.
In terms of how they pick the order, that's all random. They chose the order of going large, small, medium, just based on they could break up with timing, since there's small and large combined. But everything else is a random pull out of the hat, and it benefits some to be late, but some would rather get it done and be able to just sit back and relax and enjoy like Norwin has all day.
James, I'm sure something that you and Bob Orkwis probably touched on earlier, but there's some pretty strict guidelines as far as time limitations and the surface. And if you are over on your time, or if you leave the surface, there's going to be penalties. And that's something that we haven't really noticed, but at the same time, these judges are probably paying very close attention to stuff like that, so that the minor details can make the difference between a great score and a good score.
Well, the best way to put it is being inch perfect. You have to be using as much of the mat as possible without going off of the mat, kind of like a gymnastics floor exercise routine. You want to use everything that you can. And when you have the issues with that, too, with the music and everything, it's very easy to possibly go over by a couple of seconds. So that's where that issue comes in.
And that's a harsh penalty for going over on time. For every 3 to 5 seconds over, points.
Wow.
5-point deduction for 6 to 10 seconds over. 7 points for 11 or more seconds over. And for going off the mat, even just 1 foot off the mat by any of the competitors, it's a half-point deduction.
Now, the props are allowed to be off, so you'll see them chuck the props all over the place.
They chuck them at us almost.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and that's what tells you, though, too, is how inch perfect it is. Like, I saw one girl, I believe it was Penn Trafford, when they backed up at the end of their cheer routine, she just chucked it behind her without even looking, and it fit right perfectly between the 2 girls that were behind her. It was like they've practiced that a million times. She knew that, right there, I'm not going to hit anybody. But, still, I'm watching, did she really just throw that at them? But no, it worked perfectly.
But how did this broadcast even go off the last 4 years without James Dotson?
Well, you were here last year, right?
I was, last year.
He was cutting his teeth.
This is why, this...
Well, I can tell you, it's grown. I've seen it over the last couple of years, and it's not grown in popularity, but great now that we are able to provide this coverage, and I know that fans, family are probably very happy that they actually get to watch it this year.
Yeah. It is good to see.
So next up, it will be the 11th team competing in the medium varsity, North Hills. Allie Abbott, the coach for the Indians, as they take the floor for their 2.5-minute routine. It's the 2017 WPIAL Competitive Spirit Championship here on the MSA Sports Network. The North Hills Indians complete their routine. And guys, one thing we were just highlighting is the deductions. Well, we're going to see at least a half-point deduction for North Hills. I really like the routine, but when they had some of the tumblers, the one girl not too far from where we're situated went off onto the hardwood here, went off the mat, so that is a deduction.
So that's your jinx.
It's a minor deduction. So that's something that's probably a half point. That's not going to determine your fate most likely, but it certainly could factor in. But other than that, I thought it was very nice.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, a little struggle at the end there, but overall, a very high-spirited routine, that's for darn sure.
You're right. A half point does not mean too much in the long run, but at the same time, when we've seen some pretty darn good squads going through here in this medium group, a half point here or there could make the difference. And, again, we don't see the scores until the end. And we should mention, at the end of the day, each coach does get a detailed score sheet of what they did and also what the champion scores were as well, so they can be able to compare and be able to prepare for future competitions.
Now, James, I'm going to lean to you again here. And again, we mentioned that the first year MSA did this, we weren't sure exactly how it was going to unfold. They give the medals for each of the enrollment size classes. So single A, we know it's Bishop Canevin. There won't even be a runner-up because that's the only team.
We should get the runner-up. We're a small squad.
That's maybe.
We lost our base. Where's Bobby O? We lost our base.
Very much so. You can do the tumbling.
Then you get a gold and silver in double A or 2A, and then you get a gold and silver in triple A. Now, amongst the qualifying teams, do they announce a first-place team out of the medium squad, a first-place team out of the small squad, a first-place team out of the large squad, or do they simply announce the qualifiers?
Well, and that's what's going to be, because it's different. Because last year, the classification champions were announced, and they had automatic bids. So what they did, they announced them first, and then announced the completion of filling out the small squad, the medium squad, the large squad. So it'll be a little different this year, and honestly not sure how exactly they're going to do the announcing.
What I'm basically wondering is, will they give, I guess, gold medals to the number one medium-sized group?
Okay. They will not give medals to them. It will be determined whether or not they announce that they were first place in small squad or anything like that, which I don't believe they will. They did not last year, but we will see.
They would simply say the qualifiers.
Right, exactly, and it's going to be a little bit different. So they will announce who the qualifiers are in small, medium, large, and then also, of course, the 3 at-large bids, which will be to the 3 highest scoring remaining teams, not dependent upon squad size at all.
Thomas Jefferson, the next team up following the Jaguars, will be the hometown team, Hempfield, Seneca Valley, Shaler, Franklin Regional, and Mount Lebanon. And again, 17 teams competing in the medium classification. We already saw 9 in the small, or excuse me, 8 in the small and 4 in the large classification.
One thing I want to mention about that last performance there by North Hills is that almost every squad you see, when they're doing their tumbling passes or when they're doing their moves in the air, they're normally doing them in sync because that's easy to see. It looked like North Hills was going more of like a scattered, like one goes, the next goes, and the next goes. And if done properly, that can look really good. But if any little bit of it is off, then it looks like it was supposed to be together and then it wasn't together.
So that's maybe a higher difficulty level.
Or just, a different way of looking at it. It is very different, which can be memorable for a judge to look at, but at the same time, it could also, if they thought, well, was that supposed to be together? Now it looks sloppy in their mind. So that's all things that are very difficult for them to kind of have to decipher between as a judge.
I'm trying to see. There's 4 judges, I believe, over there.
Yes.
Who are like to get a judge, but they don't really have time to get a judge on here. That's the problem.
We were able to talk to them during the break.
Okay, good.
Yeah, very. Corey drew the short straw, and she gave some great insight, especially in terms of the music. Music stopping, they're not going to try to penalize a team because of an instrumentation malfunction, and that's a good thing.
By the way, one thing I'm noticing that's kind of, I guess, unique is they're playing these songs, and they just had Yeah by Ludacris, Usher, Little John. That's a 2003 song, and realistically, some of these girls maybe were just born at that time, but they're still rocking out. So it's not just 2016 and 17 music. I feel like if you're a cheerleader, you know how to dance to songs of varying generations.
You don't want to know what Bobby O was requesting earlier.
I'm impressed that he knew that was 2003.
I'm not going to even ask how he knew.
It's now time for the Jaguars of Thomas Jefferson competing in the medium varsity 2017 WPIAL Competitive Spirit Championship here on the MSA Sports Network. What an ovation for Thomas Jefferson as the Jaguars complete their routine. And Jess, we're going to welcome her back in, getting a break from the videography. So you've been here from the start, as has James. You're just an overall take on this day thus far with still another 5 teams left to compete. What have you seen from these girls?
I have seen that cheerleading has changed so much, and since I was a cheerleader 15 years ago.
Only 15?
Oh man, I feel old. But even just like subtle things, you hear of spirit fingers, and whenever
you tweet about spirit fingers too, I know.
Whenever I was in high school, spirit fingers, you put your hands in the air like you're giving a high five and you wiggle your fingers. Well, that has changed. I've noticed the girls instead they'll do a cute little wave, like their hand will shoot straight up. And
I just saw that, yeah.
And do a fun little wave. I've noticed almost every single squad has done that.
Actually, I think I just took a picture of that.
Yeah, it's cute.
Yeah.
Whether they're doing it in between the cheer or as they're moving on to the next stunt. Spirit fingers even has changed. And now one thing I noticed that TJ did that I don't think any squad has done today is something called a basket toss. It's how they kicked off their dance. I absolutely loved it. It just gets your attention as that girl flies in the air in the back. Now, I wasn't sure if that wasn't allowed, being that I hadn't seen it all day until then, or unless they're the only squad that has attempted to do that stunt. I love basket tosses. That was something that, my cheerleading squad did a lot.
Lee's also a big fan of the basket toss.
I always love seeing the girls flying through the air. I mean, obviously you have to really know what you're doing, and everybody has to be, with any stunt, everybody has to be in their place and make sure everything's okay.
Well,
I noticed I really liked about
TJ, right?
Yes.
TJ.
Something crazy is about to happen because Hempfield's the next team up. We mentioned we're at Hempfield Area High School, and they have legitimately about 40 people lined up right off the mat here. This is going to be, as James is catching all this, showing his ability on the camera.
And they are not allowed.
So they're going to have, I guess.
Oh, yeah. Ms. Charlton is saying no. Saying this is a little overkill, girls. We can't have a home field advantage. And rightly so. I think what she's doing is fair. None of the other squads, were able to put up, 20 people up in front. And I think it's fair.
Nonetheless, they're still going to be here, and I would venture to say, only seeing the medium varsity teams perform, that you're going to hear an ovation for Hempfield that might outdo every other squad.
Right.
The home team here, and we know that they have a large fan base that is turned out. And Hempfield, Lee, you think about Butler, Seneca Valley, North Allegheny as the biggest schools.
Right.
Hempfield's number 4. And there's a ton of students here and a lot of support for the athletics in the Greensburg area, and Hempfield, the next team up. Figure they're gonna get the support of the fans as much as every team gets the support of the fans and the other cheerleaders. Maybe even a little extra boost here for Hempfield.
Yeah, which is amazing. That I didn't realize it. I haven't looked at the attendance lately, so Hempfield, wow, it's a growing area down here in the Greensburg area. But
it is like borderline standing room only right now.
and that's what. And when we got here, we were saying, boy, we thought the crowd was kind of a little less, but nope. It's now as we get the more schools in here and the closer it gets to the end,
well,
it's a rat race.
Right, and as someone, speaking from somebody who's been here since 9 o'clock this morning, it's a long day. If your team is Norwin, South Park, one of the first squads performing, it's a long day.
And they all, these teams stay. Now maybe they go get something to eat, but they stay because they don't find out their fate until about 3 o'clock. And you would figure, maybe not all of them, but a large majority of the fans of those teams would stay here as well because they want to find out. I mean, you love watching a performance, but you want to know, do they move on? Where do they finish? So you get fans here not only for Hempfield and the teams that are going to follow Seneca Valley, Shaler, Franklin Regional, Mount Lebanon, but the fans of the teams that have already competed here that are sticking around and offering their support. And that's something that you don't see that in a lot of sports, but that's what makes cheerleading unique and this competitive spirit really such a fun event.
And how many sports is like, game's over, halftime, we're out of here. Or maybe some of the teams don't have the best football teams. They see the band and they're gone. But this is nice to be able to see every team.
It is now time for the home Hempfield Spartans to perform. It's the 2017 Competitive Spirit Championship here on the MSA Sports Network. The Hempfield area Spartans, the home team here in this competitive spirit championship with another nice performance. Apologize if we had any technical difficulties. Hopefully we got that squared away. But Lee, you were able to capture some photos and videos. What's your immediate take on the job that Hempfield did?
Very good until the end. A little miscues it towards the end, but boy, I thought it was pretty good, Jess.
Yeah, I didn't see any major stumbles. It looked like maybe the very last pyramid, the very last stunt, was just a little shaky. But other than that, they didn't. Nobody fell. So very solid performance by the home team, so to speak, the host squad, Hempfield Spartans. Are they the
Yeah, and what a great venue this is, by the way, because
it is, yes.
Now, Lee, North Allegheny is a gym that gets a lot of state playoff games, things of that nature, but there's not a lot of gyms. North Allegheny's one. Maybe you could name another 3 or 4, but the capacity to handle an event like this, we mentioned it was at North Hills the first year, but I think this is a great place for it here in the Greensburg area at Hempfield Area High School, and they've done a great job accommodating us as well.
This gym is almost perfect for this, and the lighting in this gym is very, very good. The only other school that I'm thinking off the top of my head might be Ambridge. I don't know if you've been in the Ambridge facility down there. It seats maybe a few more people, but the lighting isn't as good as this gymnasium. This gymnasium just fantastic. I mean, I'm not a fan because I live in Butler, but I mean,
I think this is a hike for everybody. Too.
Yeah, but anyways, I mean, this facility is just excellent for this, and they do take great care of us. They take great care of all the cheerleaders here today, and it's been a definitely continue to come back here without a doubt.
4 teams remaining in the medium varsity: Seneca Valley, Shaler, Franklin Regional, and Mount Lebanon. Actually saw a few of the Franklin Regional competitors on my way up here, stopped at the sheets. They were there as well. They weren't doing any cheers as far as I saw, but
we should get Tim O'Malley. We haven't got him on for. I see Tim
I
O'Malley on my
earlier.
left. You think he'd be one of the competitors?
He is the go-to. I'm not sure if this is his area of expertise necessarily, but you know what? I think he has to be very happy, if nothing else, with the attention that this has garnered, and the reaction over the 5 years has been tremendously positive for this event.
Without a doubt, and it's nice to see the WPIAL adopt this as an event, and because hockey's still not there yet because it's still considered a club sport and everything. And I'm sort of surprised that the cheerleading is actually a sport event because of the injury factor and all that possibly could happen.
Concussions are a major issue.
Right.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I heard Bob Orkwis talking about it before. You see the torn ACLs, the MCLs, the ankles. We've seen some girls with knee braces, kinesio tape we've even seen, but concussion's a major factor. You hope that doesn't happen, and hoping that it is a injury-free and smooth performance now. Seneca Valley, as the Raiders take the floor for their performance in the medium varsity here on the MSA Sports Network. Seneca Valley turns in a terrific performance. And Jess, again, I'm not in any way close to being able to judge these groups with any degree of accuracy, but I would venture to say that had to be one of the best performances we've seen all day.
There haven't been a lot of perfect performances, but that one comes pretty close to it, I think. Absolutely.
We're now joined by the coach, Laura Wise. Coach, thank you for joining us. From my untrained eye, that looked absolutely incredible. What's your take on the performance?
Am I okay? There we go. Today was our very first time at WPIAL's representing Seneca Valley. So basically what we wanted to do today was come in with a lot of energy and a clean routine. And so our girls executed the clean routine. They had energy. We fed off of our crowd. We're really proud to represent Seneca Valley today. We're really proud of ourselves.
And it seemed like you had almost every single girl doing the back handsprings and tumbling and things like that. I haven't seen a lot of teams that utilized every girl like that. Is that something that you think maybe separates you from some of the other squads here today?
I think that we put the pressure, maybe, the pressure probably, on the girls of saying we want full squad tumbling. There was a couple girls that don't do the full squad tumbling, but we were darn close. You know, we have 19 girls on the floor and 16 out of 19 tumbled, and we're really, really proud of all of that.
And I think even if you had 3 or so that didn't tumble, you couldn't tell.
Oh, that's great news.
Yeah, you hit it well.
Thank you. We're really excited, and thank you for taking the time to talk with me.
Absolutely. Thank you for taking the time, and I think you represented yourselves well here at the WPIALs for the first time.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
it, Coach.
Have a great day.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you very much.
All right, bye.
That was new and weird.
I think she's a little bit excited. And
I
why
can
not?
imagine.
Oh, my goodness.
You hear what she just said? That was new. That was something. That was exciting.
So, I mean, to me, that was the best one I've seen from the medium varsity, and Jess and I were kind of talking about it. When you have, I guess, 80% or more of your girls doing the athletic tumbling and back handsprings and everything of that nature, it really shows out well. Man, we're turning down guests now.
Yeah, I know.
James is going to get to the bottom of this maybe. James, are they looking for you?
Apparently. I don't know. All I can say is that Seneca Valley squad, that's their first time here. They had me fooled. It was a very crisp, very solid routine. Definitely not to the level of difficulty some of the schools earlier, but it was clean. And more than anything, that's what people like to see is a good clean routine.
Without a doubt, and I think people like to see all the tumbling too.
Yes.
And they, like I said, it was 70-80% tumbling.
You know, but it's nice to see. I'm a personal fan of that myself. Like to see all the tumbling, the backflips, and everything, and that makes it for a very. You would think the judges would remember that quite frankly.
Right. I mean, and tumbling's only worth 10 points, but when it's that much and that well executed, it's very difficult to look any other way than that. So good to see from them, and cheer portion was good. So definitely representing themselves well. Next coming up will be Shaler Titans. We got only 3 schools left actually in this medium division. Shaler,
going quick, isn't it?
Franklin Regional, and Mount Lebanon. It does fly, doesn't it?
Oh, without a doubt.
Could bring Sean Meyers back in. Sean, were they looking for you?
No, but we will be talking to the Hempfield coach, Ashley Contristano, after this performance upcoming. Next up will be Shaler. And now for these final teams, Shaler, Franklin Regional, Mount Lebanon. James, we know that they're focused on getting themselves prepared, but at the same time, you figure maybe they've heard some reactions, maybe they've caught in a couple glimpses of the teams before them. So do you think it's more difficult to go towards the end?
Maybe a little bit, but at the same time, you also know of what your competition is doing, and you know that at this point in competition with a few of the falls in different places, it's just, hey, go out and use your routine to the best of its ability.
It is time for the Shaler area Titans to perform here in the medium varsity. The Shaler area Titans complete their performance. Just 2 teams remaining to go. It's going to be Franklin Regional and Mount Lebanon that will round out the competition here. As we might be getting a guest momentarily. We'll find out.
Man, Shaler had an absolutely unbelievable performance right there, and that's to be expected from a team that's made it to state tournament all 4 years. They were actually second place in the medium squad back in 2015. They know what they're doing, and they definitely showed there. That was one of the top performances in my mind today. But again, I'm not the judge, and I'm glad I'm not the judge, to be honest.
And by the way, we are taking tons of pictures here today from Hempfield High School, so please check out the MSA Sports
earning
website.
The paycheck is Lee Mohn.
And James and just earning the paycheck with the video. But we are taking plenty of pictures, trying to get at least 2 or 3 pictures in every squad in their routine here today. So check out all the great pictures here on the MSA Sports website, and we have somebody to talk to.
2 people turning over the headset. All right, so we're going to welcome in the head coach of Hempfield. Now it's Ashley Contrastano.
Yeah.
So you guys here maybe have the home field advantage. What was it like here performing at Hempfield Area High School in front of a lot of fans and some of the obviously the people that turned out to watch you guys perform?
I mean, it's really exciting because we get to have a lot of fans in the stands, but I think it's intimidating too because the girls are trying to put their best foot forward in front of everyone that they know and love and who have cheered and worked hard all season with them.
Now, how long have you been the coach?
5 years.
Okay, so you've seen from the time the WPIAL began this competitive spirit competition. How have you seen the evolution, not only just from your team, but from this entire event?
I think it's getting better and better. I mean, it's definitely more organized. In year 5, we have everything together. It runs really smoothly. We can stay on schedule a lot better. But also, I think there's a lot of camaraderie amongst teams. People cheer for each other now. We get excited to see people perform and do their best.
Now, you're responsible for developing the routine for your team. Do you factor into any of the other undertakings of getting this event together? Because I know a lot of the officials here at Hempfield do a lot of good work with that.
Yeah, we were here late last night until about 11 o'clock planning, putting everything together. Everything that you see here, trying to put everything in place, getting organized so that it ran really smoothly today.
Give us maybe the cliff notes of what you guys need to do that maybe people wouldn't realize at home or watching right now that makes this all happen.
I mean, we're just a really large district, which is one of the reasons why Hempfield's a great place to host, because we have so much room, nobody crowds anyone else. But on top of that, that means we have to organize the whole building so all the teams know where to go. It's a lot of signage, it's a lot of printing for our technology education teachers the night before. We want to make sure that parking is working smoothly, our security is in place. Little things that you wouldn't think about. I mean, even putting tablecloths on tables was late last night.
Was there a hoops game here last night?
There was. We played Latrobe. Yeah,
right.
So we played Latrobe last night, and I didn't even get to see the varsity game because the varsity coach was down here coaching, and I was running around putting things up and making sure everything worked out.
Well, thus far with just a few teams left, seems like it's been a pretty perfect day, James.
It really has, and you mentioned that too. You have the competitive coach, varsity coach. How you guys work together and how are your duties split in that regard?
Our varsity coach, Shannon Klosky, coaches our varsity cheerleaders, and I have cheerleaders from 9th through 12th grade who have the top scores. The top 16 scores make our competitive team. So those girls span from our JV and our varsity squads. And they actually get to come together to perform on the mat.
And now what are you saying to the girls when you're out in front and they're going through their routine?
Oh, I'm just so nervous. But I'm screaming the words as loud as I can, just telling them to do their best. I know they can hit the routine, so if they just put their best foot forward and they relax, I know they are going to do a great job.
Coach, we appreciate your time.
Thank
you very much. And now it's time for Franklin Regional as the Panthers take the mat here. It's the 2017 Competitive Spirit WPIAL Championship here at Hempfield Area High School. Franklin Regional Panthers complete their routine. Just one team now remaining here to compete, and that will be Mount Lebanon. But let's talk about the Panthers a little bit, guys. I think we saw a few times where they nearly had those mishaps with the pyramids, and they were able to salvage and really go pretty much unscathed with the performance.
You said it right there. The fact that they were able to correct it, they didn't get a complete fall and anything that just looks terrible. Yes, the judges are going to pick up on the little bobbles here and there, but it definitely still looks better to the overall performance if you can avoid that big, massive tumble.
And to that point, Lee, again, we talked to some coaches. They have a more simplistic routine. Some of the teams that have been here and had success maybe step up the difficulty level. But whatever it is, you want to make sure that you avoid those major miscues.
Yeah, the major mishaps, especially for the confidence of the girls too. When you have that major miscue, that's tough to overcome. You know, when you have a tumble in there, not just from the judge's standpoint, but from the competitor standpoint too. Because it's like, what's going through their heads? Like, oh no, I just fell. There goes my whole routine. But they give credit to these girls. They love, you might see that tumble, but they continue to smile. They continue to go, and that's a tough thing to do.
It is, and again, we will not find out the scoring until every team will be, I guess, have their scores released at the same time. We will find out exactly which 16 teams move on. In addition to that, we will be giving gold and silver medals by enrollment classification size, single A, double A, or triple A, or now, if you want to go with the new realignment terminology, 1A, 2A, 3A.
Yeah.
Bishop Canevin assured getting first place in Class Single A because that's the only team. There are 7 teams that competed in Class Double A, and then the rest making up Class Triple A. So what we're going to probably try to do here, depending on exactly how the scoring comes out and how they're going to announce the winners, is we're going to try to talk to the winning teams, whether it be by the enrollment class size or by the squad size, small group, medium group, or large group. We're going to have to confer with the judges and see exactly how they're going to do that. But we will try to get the winners on because we want them to have their moment in the spotlight, if you will, much deserved for these girls. And that's another thing that we should probably highlight a little bit more. So much focus goes on football, basketball, baseball, softball. The cheerleaders they're always there, but a lot of times they're not at the forefront, and this is their day to be front and center, and that's good for them to get the recognition that maybe sometimes is overlooked for the vast majority of the school seasons.
And oh my gosh, they deserve it, don't they? For all the work that they put in, they definitely deserve their day in the sun, without a doubt.
And James now manning the camera. James, if you look up to the opposite side, almost the entire bleachers on that side are filled by the teams that have already competed. They are all still here this afternoon waiting to see not only their results, but they're here to cheer on their competitors in a sense, but their fellow cheerleaders from other schools. And it's really an interesting sight because when you look, there's very limited seating remaining over there, and there'll be even less after Mount Lebanon concludes and the Blue Devils try to find a spot to squeeze in. And behind us, Lee, it is
jam-packed.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a capacity, but it is. You cannot fit a group of 4 people in comfortably anywhere. I could tell you that much. You're going to have to be splitting up. It's pretty much just single seats remaining at this juncture. So this is something that you don't see a turnout like this for athletic events very often. And again, it's a fun day. It creates a great environment, and we're going to have some teams move on, some teams that don't, but it should be a fun memory for all the competitors here, coaches and athletes and fans alike.
Yeah, the ushers would have problems getting seats for 4, seats for 2 together. That's for
the athletic director here at Hempfield, Greg Meisner, really helped me out because when I was coming in around noon, there was a line out into the cold. I was out through the hallway outside for tickets.
Wow.
And I was behind all that, and he said, well, you're MSA, you guys are the big shots. You have a big bag of equipment with you, so I'm going to kind of help usher you in.
Yeah, help you out, huh?
But I would venture to say that there was a minimum of 75 people just waiting to get tickets at that point.
Well, let's just say I was here last year. I decided to park on the other side of the school because I knew I was running a little bit behind. This figured I'm taking the first available spot that I see just to make sure. Even though there is plenty of parking around here, but on the gymnasium side is I knew it was going to be packed because this is so well tended.
Mount Lebanon, the only team left to go. The Blue Devils will round out their performance. Nicolette Bendick is the coach for Mount Lebanon. And after they conclude, we will have obviously a bit of a, I guess, a grace period for the judges to get all the scores finalized and all the ranks. As now Mount Lebanon will be the 17th and final team to compete in the medium varsity part of this competition, the 2017 WPIAL Competitive Spirit Championships here on the MSA Sports Network. The Mount Lebanon Blue Devils, the final team to compete here this afternoon in the 2017 WPIAL Competitive Spirit Championship from Hempfield Area High School. I'm Sean Meyers alongside Lee Mohn, James Dotson, Jess Levo here on the call on the MSA Sports Network. Guys, your reaction on the final performance we've seen here this afternoon?
Well, that was just a little bit different because you could tell they were missing a girl.
I was just going to say, were they missing a girl? It seemed like one
Yes.
of the stunts did not get off the ground. I noticed there were only 3 girls instead of 4. So, you know, sometimes extenuating circumstances, a sickness, a death in the family, you don't know what's going on, and all of a sudden you're missing a girl. Well, you just got to make do. And I don't know, that was the only really part where it was really noticeable anyway. So
Jess,
sometimes you just have to go and do it.
I want to pick your brain a little bit. We see
Yes.
the girls talking while they're out there. Now, we can't hear them, obviously, because of the music. How important is communication, and what exactly are they communicating, basically, to each other during the performance?
I know during the dance they're definitely keeping the counts. If you even read the girls' lips, you could see them, 5, 6, 7, 8 right before you're about to get into a stunt. You don't want to say, hey, move over here. Sometimes you have to if a girl's out of place or you're noticing something's off with the positioning.
Is there a girl or a group of girls that are kind of designated to make sure everyone's where they should be, like the leaders, I guess, in a sense?
Yes, it's kind of just a team thing, though. I mean, especially for the spotters, the girls who are on the ground, who are basically in the back, holding onto the ankles, the extra support girls, those would probably be mainly the leaders when it comes to if the positioning is right or not. But just a fantastic day all around. No major spills. I don't think anybody got hurt. I did see a couple of girls hobbling off from maybe one of the earlier groups. I don't remember what team it was. And Did you notice, was half of the squad on Franklin Regional's team sick with a stomach flu?
You know what? I didn't ask any of them.
I noticed some girls near the garbage can, before. I thought it was nerves, but then afterwards, like, half the squad was over there. So,
Wow.
I don't know. That was a little interesting.
That's
You couldn't tell whenever they were out there, though, because they did great.
Well, that's what you call the competitive spirit and the and the adrenaline. It's
Oh,
like,
my goodness.
And it's like I only have 2.5 minutes to literally suck it up before
Yes.
I suck it down. I guess however you want to look at it, but yeah, that's a tough thing to do. But when you only have 2.5 minutes, it's like let's give it everything I have,
Right.
and hopefully they're okay.
But
Well,
look how much fun everybody's having right now.
That's
They're all
that's the best
dancing.
part, and you're going to see
Yep.
that continue as all the rankings are released, I should say, and you're going to see these girls in a sense partying with their teammates and with their competitors.
Now, this might be a question for James. Do we know how long this takes for them to figure it all out?
Well, I think that's up to the judges and see how quickly they can get everything tabulated and then reveal all the.
Last year it was supposed to be about a half hour, and it took close to 45 minutes. But last year they had all the girls come down onto the mat. I'll be interested
Yes.
to see if they will go and do that again. No real movement, but I guess the judges are still scoring, so don't want anybody stealing the scores.
Well, what we're going to do is we're going to take a break. We will get you back. We will try to continue to update you on where everything stands, although, again, we're not going to find out the scores until everything is revealed. But we will have that coming up. We're going to highlight the teams that have competed, maybe some of the better performances we've seen, and then get you set for the announcement of the 16 teams that are moving on to the PIAAs. It is the 2017 WPIAL Competitive Spirit Championships, sponsored by Carlow University. You're listening to and watching it here on the MSA Sports Network.
People ask what drives me. It's the respect I have for my opponents, the trust I have in my teammates, a coach who treats me with dignity, and a university that has faith in me on and off the field. That's what keeps me focused, why I practice harder, play my heart out. I play to win. I play for Carlow. Tell us your story using #WhatDrivesYou. Carlow University, a proud sponsor of the MSA Sports Network.
What you want is to stay warm this winter by logging on to www.msasports.net each and every day. We have all the schedules, the scores, the rankings, and the standings of the high school winter sports, plus weekly shows like Inside the WPIAL Wrestling Circle, the PIHL Power Play Show, and the WPIAL Roundball Report, along with live and archive broadcasts of whatever your favorite high school sport is. Anytime, anywhere, always there, every day this winter. It's the MSA Sports Network. Once again, the site to go to for PIHL high school hockey is the MSA Sports Network. Not only can you listen to audio broadcasts online at msasports.net, but once again this year, MSA Sports will video stream 25 live and archived high school hockey games during the regular season, powered by the PIHL, Tribune Review, and Chatham University. Plus, MSA Sports has exclusive broadcasts of the Penguins Cup playoffs. Your home for the PIHL is the MSA Sports Network. What am I going to do about this year's promo? What the?
Don, it's me, Sam Hall. All you need to do is say, for the inside scoop and an entertaining update of district boys and girls high school basketball, tune into the WPIAL Roundball Report every Wednesday night at 6, only here on the network.
Well, thanks, Ghost of Co-Host Past.
But you should strongly consider bringing me back. Please, help! The traffic never stops. It's like a Georgia Kitus offense.
That's the WPIAL Roundball Report every Wednesday night at 6 p.m. on the MSA Sports Network.
Right now, when you refer a friend to open a new personal or business checking account at First Commonwealth Bank, you can earn a generous cash reward. It doesn't even have to be a friend. Could be a relative. Could be a Bruins fan. Could be that guy over there with the weird hair thing going on. It doesn't matter. Refer anyone to open an account, and it will really pay off for you. They'll even get a cash reward themselves, no matter who they root for. First Commonwealth Bank, member FDIC. Learn more at a local branch or visit fcbanking.com.
This is Josh Roundtree from the PIHL Power Play Show at MSASports.net. Along with Kevin Zilmansky, we plan to bring you the best high school hockey talk in Western PA this season. We'll cover every classification, AAA, AA, Single A, and D2.
All right, D2, Gordon Bombay, Charlie Conway,
Wait.
the Bash Brothers,
Kevin.
Wolf the Dennis Stenson, the Flying V.
No, Kevin, it's Division 2.
It's Knuckle Puck time?
All right, it's Knuckle Puck time. It's the PIHL Power Play Show sponsored by Chatham University every Wednesday night, 8 o'clock at MSASports.net.
This is MSASports.net. It's Sean Meyers, James Dotson here. We are all done with the teams that have competed here this morning and this afternoon. And James, it's now I guess a nerve-wracking time for these competitors. Here's what we know. There will be 16 teams that move on to the PIAAs, which will take place at Hershey. There will be 4 teams out of the small group. Now, there were 8 total teams that competed in the small group today. Mars, South Fayette, Hampton, Bethel Park, Butler, Bishop Canevin, Pine Richland, and Neshannock. There will be 8 teams out of the medium group, of which 17 competed. Hopewell, Elizabeth Forward, Derry area, North Allegheny, Penn Trafford, Ringgold, Laurel, Highlands, Peters Township, Cannon McMillan, North Hills, Thomas Jefferson, Hempfield, Seneca Valley, Shaler, Franklin Regional, and Mount Lebanon.
You missed one. That was a joke.
You're fibbing. There will be only 1 team out of the large group that automatically qualifies. That was Norwin, South Park, Indiana, and Baldwin. And just to put this in perspective, the first team, Norwin, began at 10 o'clock. So the Knights have been around here for quite some time today, taking all this action in. The final 3 teams that will qualify will be at-large bids amongst the highest scores for teams that have not yet qualified, and that is regardless of squad size. So it could be 3 teams out of the large group, for instance. It could be 3 teams out of the medium group. It could be out of the small group. So we know there will be 13 automatic qualifiers, 3 at-large to make up the 16 that move on. We also know that gold and silver medals will be given to the teams based on their enrollment size, which is single A or 1A, double A or 2A, and triple A or 3A. And the teams that are competing in that, well, in Class A, it's only Bishop Canevin. In double A, it's Derry, Elizabeth Forward, Highlands, Hopewell, Laurel, Neshannock, and South Park. And in triple A, Baldwin, Bethel Park, Butler, Cannon McMillan, Franklin Regional, Hampton, Hempfield, Indiana, Mars, Mount Lebanon, North Allegheny, North Hills, Norwin, Penn Trafford, Peters Township, Pine Richland, Ringgold, Seneca Valley, Shaler, South Fayette, and Thomas Jefferson. Which means if you get gold in 3A or AAA, then you've beat out a number of other talented teams. Now, for history's perspective, a year ago, Class A, the champion was Neshannock, the runner-up was Laurel. Those teams have bumped up to AA this year. Class A from 2016, the champion, that was Class A. Class AA last year, the champion was Hopewell, the runner-up was Highlands, and AAA, the winner, North Allegheny, the runner-up, Butler. So we will see exactly how it unfolds for the enrollment size classifications in addition to the teams that move on. But you said there's a difference this year because it's not an automatic qualification.
Right. Last year, Neshannock, Hopewell, and North Allegheny were all automatic bids because they won their classification. So what it meant was Neshannock was a medium-sized squad, for example. They took one of the automatic medium-sized qualifiers automatically. North Allegheny, I believe, was also a medium-sized last year. I can confirm that here real quick. Yes, they were. So they took a second of the medium at-larges. So say there were 6 last year, I believe it was. All of a sudden, those 2 automatically get in. Now there's only 4 more to fill the rest of the spots there. Not the case this year. Bishop Canevin is not guaranteed to go because they're the first-place team in Class A.
And in AA, we could see that same scenario. If you're a first-place team, theoretically, you are not guaranteed a spot.
Right, but I'll tell you what, looking through the list of Class 2A teams, they all put on very solid performances. I mean, Derry, in only their second year, looked very good. Elizabeth Forward was one of the better ones we saw in the medium group at the end. Highlands and Laurel were strong. Hopewell, very strong in the early going of this medium competition. South Park, in their first year, minus the music hiccups, looked good. So Neshannock in there as well with a clean routine. So we'll have to see what ends up happening. But at this point, we're playing a waiting game with everybody else because we need to wait for the
well, the judges have they've gone back to their Oh, we got an air horn in here. All right, I like it. So the judges are back in their little desolate area to put together all of these final scores, make sure that they have, and you said there's a chance that if need be, they could review something as well.
Yes, it sounds like it. From what we heard from Corey earlier, one of the judges when we talked earlier in the day, having to double check on a couple things, make sure moves that were done, it wasn't an illegal move, one that was dangerous and not a valid one. Maybe.
And how are they reviewing stuff? Because obviously we're doing the video stream. I'm guessing that they're not going back and looking at our video stream at this juncture.
Well, I'm sure that they have some way of being able to review. I don't know if it is by video replay or not, because that seems a little unfair to be able to go back and look at a couple and not everybody's. I do know that while the 4 judges are all watching, they also have kind of like, I don't call him a head judge, but just one other, like a competition judge who's just kind of overlooking everything to make sure nothing was missed in the overall grand scheme of things. And also, they can go back and double check timing, and that's what they were talking about.
Right,
too,
and that's where I thought it would really come in, is the timing, because we know that there are pretty stiff penalties if you go even just a few seconds over. So again, scoring, it's 100 points. You get 30 total for the cheer portion, 70 total for the musical portion, and the cheer portion broken down by presentation, material, motion, skill, execution, and overall. The musical portion is broken down to partner stunts, pyramids, tumbling, jumps, dance, and overall effect. So there's a lot that they're grading on. In your experience, have you heard anything to be particularly the most important for a team to score well? Because obviously everything does factor in, and we see how it's broken down. And if you're looking simply off of what creates the most points in terms of numbers, it's partner stunts. But is that seem to be like the focus for the coach, or is there anything else?
Every coach we've talked to has been so different on what they feel is the most important. Like the one coach we talked to right at the end, Seneca Valley, they did a lot of the tumbling. That was something they put more focus on. Even though it's only 10 points, here's the thing though too, there's still the overall effect. So if you look crisp in everything, then the automatic is that the overall effect, which is worth 5 more points in both the cheer and the music portions, also goes up as well. So that's why some schools maybe will go a little bit easier on the difficulty. That way they're going to just look more crisp overall, and then that gets the quote-unquote bonus points in terms of that right there, the overall effect. At the same time, the whole cheer portion is 30, where the dance is 70, the music part is 70. So a lot of people will say, well, obviously we should focus on the music, but at the same time, the cheer portion is just straight up cheering. And yes, it's broken down there, but cheer is all around. So putting the emphasis on cheer could be a different way to go, but a better way to go as well.
Now, we talked about the teams that won the WPIAL competition a year ago based on the class enrollment size. In the States, we mentioned there's an extra, I guess an extra bracket for the co-ed varsity. That is not here at the WPIAL level, but you look back a year ago, and in the small varsity, Butler captured the gold medal in the PIAAs. You go back to 2015, Richland captured the championship in small varsity. And back in the inaugural year, 2013, Butler in small varsity. So it seems like the WPIAL teams have done very well at the small varsity when you go back and look at that. And runners-up previously from the WPIAL as well. We saw Shaler area in the medium varsity and Butler area in the small varsity in 2015. 2014, it was North Allegheny in the medium varsity, Butler in the small varsity as runners-up, and then in 2013, North Allegheny medium, Richland small varsity. So the WPIAL has done pretty well, and in particular, it seems like the small varsity is where this district stands out.
Oh, especially with Butler, who's been to the championships and medaled all the 4 years at the state championships. So again, it'll be interesting to see how the numbers end up working out, because Butler today,
not good.
Not nearly as good as they'd like to, but guess what? That was a lot of schools today who are considered the quote-unquote powers in terms of competitive
keep this
cheer.
in mind. All you have to do is qualify.
Correct.
Once you qualify, then you get a clean slate. It's, you know, whatever you did today, if it wasn't your finest effort, but it was good enough to move on, you could come out and have your best effort ever in Hershey and claim a gold.
Yeah, I was just talking to the athletic director, Bill Mylan from Butler, and that's why I was just saying he's not too confident right now, because this squad had 2 or 3 tumbles along the way, and so they're not too hopeful as of right now. But compared to some of the other schools, you know, in the small division, you know, we'll see how that goes.
Right. When you need to be 4 out of the top 8 in that classification. So you got to be in small squad. You got to be in the top half, and that's in the end. Was there degree of difficulty enough, and the things that they did pull off, was it crisp enough there at that point to keep them in that top 4 or maybe one of the at-large spots.
And there's 29 total teams, 16 move on, so a little bit more than 50% of the teams.
The NHL.
Well, there you go. Yeah, we'll be advancing. Now, we typically in years past have seen all the girls eventually make their way onto the mat, which is a sight in itself to have. Doing the math, there's got to be about probably 350, 400 girls here, I would say.
Hey, you want me to try to do that math?
You should be doing it in your head. You're a math teacher.
Yeah, too bad.
What do you mean?
Now, I would say there's a little over 500 girls here today, amongst all of the.
Yeah, we get a couple pictures of that a couple years ago.
It's a great sight, and it's going to be very cool this year to have the visual on video.
Yeah.
And like I said, the biggest takeaway is, in a sense, they're nervous because they want to, move on. And some might already have a pretty good idea that they will be or won't be, depending on how the performance went. Some are kind of probably on the fence. But they all have fun. They might have had just a poor performance, well below their expectations. They're not going to, bow their head and just have a miserable time out there. They're going to continue to dance. They're going to continue to laugh and smile. And we see that pretty much from start to finish throughout the day.
And it's fun to see, though, too, what teams go and have fun during the celebration here at the end, and which teams are like all business. They sit there, they're just waiting for the scores to be announced. And that's kind of indicative of how they feel their performance went, and also just their mindset in general. A lot of teams will come here. Well, everybody obviously wants to do well and wants to advance to states, but some are more apt to be like, gung-ho, states or bust. Then in other schools, like, hey, we made it here, we're happy to be here right now, we're going to have a good time with it. You love both mentalities. It's all about whatever the kids want.
And those over girls' sports, since I've refereed girls' sports over the years, the girls, they give it everything they have, and then at the end, and you might see a couple, but they're so much easier to move on than guys. Because the guys, it seems like just really take it a little bit harder. At least it seems like it to me, anyways, Sean, over the years. And but the girls, they give it everything they have, and it seems like they can move on a little bit easier than the guys can.
Well, think of it, as simple as it sounds, they're cheerleaders. And it's pretty much their number one role to be positive, to bring energy, things like that. So, if you're cheerleading, if you're cheering at a football game and your team's down by 4 touchdowns, you don't stop.
Yeah.
You continue, so it's not always all positives, all good things, but you find a way to work around it. You keep your game face on, if you will, and you continue to do your job. And I think that reflects here today. Again, some girls individually or a team collectively might not be happy with its performance, but we see all these girls, they're not standoffish by any means. They're having fun with their teammates, with their fellow competitors here. They have a good time as they're starting to make their way down to the mat now.
We just had some word as well as the teams rush for their spots on the floor that officially we have now heard they will be announcing the first place and second place in all 2 classifications. They will also be ranking the small squad, so they will be giving a ranking of all the
So we will hear the highest score
right.
of small. Okay.
So we'll hear them rank. So 4 will go in small squad. We should hear 4, 3, 2, and 1. 7 or 8, will go in medium squad. We should hear 8, 7, 6 all the way up, and we'll hear obviously the top in large squad as well. So that's news to us. We're passing that along to you as well, and we're learning on the fly because, again, this is new for everybody this year with the new way of how they're going to announce the champions.
Well, with the girls making their way down, we'll take a very quick break. We'll get back, hopefully, for the results momentarily. It's the 2017 WPIAL Competitive Spirit Championship, both audio and video broadcasts here on the MSA Sports Network.
The team at UPMC Sports Medicine doesn't just rebuild wrists and knees. They build better athletes. Athletes at every level who want to get stronger and faster and prevent injuries. Fact is, no other sports medicine program in the region is more experienced when it comes to treating, training, and inspiring athletes. UPMC, the official healthcare provider of the Penguins, Steelers, and you. Find out more at upmcsportsmedicine.com.
People ask what drives me. It's the respect I have for my opponents, the trust I have in my teammates, a coach who treats me with dignity, and a university that has faith in me on and off the field. That's what keeps me focused, why I practice harder, play my heart out. I play to win. I play for Carlo. Tell us your story using #WhatDriveSYou. Carlow University, a proud sponsor of the MSA Sports Network.
High school wrestling is in full swing for yet another season, and inside of WPIAL Wrestling Circle is here to cover it every step of the way. But to bulk up our coverage, we had to bring in some help.
Buddy the Elf, what's your favorite color for the town?
No, not that help. Instead, we turn to the Pennsylvania Wrestling Man of the Year.
I'm Jeff Upson of PA Power Wrestling. Each week we will break down the matches, the tournaments, and more to give you the most in-depth analysis of wrestling like you've never seen before.
Listen in to Inside the WPIAL Wrestling Circle every Monday night at 7, only here on the MSA Sports Network.
Be sure to follow the MSA Sports Network on social media this season for the most up-to-date scores, pictures, videos, breaking news, and links to our articles. You can find the MSA Sports Network on Twitter and Instagram under the handle MSA Sports and at facebook.com/MSA Sports. The MSA Sports Network is also on YouTube under the handle MSA Sports WPIAL, where you can watch hundreds of interviews with local student athletes, full games, highlights, and more. Whether it's Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, or our websites, MSA Sports is the place to go for high school sports in Western Pennsylvania.
MSA Sports Network, the place to go for the 2017 Competitive Spirit Championship here at Hempfield High School. Our crew today, I'm Sean Meyers, joined by James Dotson, Lee Mohn, Jess Levo. Bobby Orkwis was here earlier today. Uh-oh, we got some dancing going, James. We got some dancing going.
It was only a matter of time.
This is what I'm talking about. So you get the hot new song out, and everyone starts dancing. It's getting lit in here right now. I'm sure Lee would attest to that.
He doesn't know what that terminology means there, I'm pretty sure. But I do love the fact that we have the video to be able to give this to you today, because it is, again, like nothing else you'd ever know.
There's probably a lot of Snapchat videos going on right now.
You mean what I'm about to give?
Yeah. So right now, we mentioned these girls are having a good time. They are awaiting their fate, and right now we will see how long it takes for them to reveal all of the qualifiers and the champions. But regardless of the teams that move on, again, this is a day where everyone's going to have fun, and you hope that the fans are enjoying it as well. Maybe a little bit more tense if you're a parent of one of the competitors, but the girls are out there having a good time. And Lee, before we went to the break, was saying, yeah, I mean, it seems like these girls are able to bounce back and kind of move on from the negatives quickly, way more so than you might see from a basketball player or a football player. And I kind of just made the simplistic observation, that's what cheerleaders do. They're always going to be, positive and things of that nature, and we're seeing that here this afternoon as they continue to dance. Maybe, can we request some songs?
Yeah, what are we going to request? What else you got from 2003?
I'm a big Sean fan, so if we can get any of that on there,
I'm not going with anything from that. But you got the selfies, you got the team pictures going on, and you're right, they are having fun, and this kind of brings the tension down a little bit from them as we await the results. Hopefully they're coming in soon. Current time 3:05. We're expecting them. They said by 3:15. Now, we will say last year it ended up being delayed probably by about 10 minutes, and so judges are making their final decisions. Again, 16 teams will advance, 13 by automatic and 3 by at-large bid.
Not too close to the edge. Can we all squeeze in a little bit more?
Making them squeeze a little more. Okay. They're in their little circles, by the way. Each team is circled up.
Some bigger than others. They're ready to have
I'm not
some
sure
fun.
if there was a deeper meaning to them reiterating to huddle up, but
nah, they're just getting ready. They knew what song was coming up next. But I mean, just to look in terms of the adjustments. I mean, we saw a squad go have to perform without one of their players because of the probably an illness is what we assume. But there's always adjustments that need to be made, and even this right here, you're gonna adjust, you're gonna have fun and enjoy every moment of it.
I'm just sorry, I'm just laughing at the camera lady, just leave her. She said, I feel so old. But what a great scene.
Jess, I'll take over the camera again for you if you want to go out there and dance.
I wouldn't even know where to begin.
I think she probably still has some dance moves left in her.
Only one way to find out.
Yeah, let's go out there, but I think the girls know
I think
the song.
every single person is singing this song right now on the mat.
It's probably the first time I've heard this song. James, I know you probably know since you're a high school teacher.
Believe it or not, I do not recognize it.
Oh, wow.
Hey, it's a sign of the times that, yes, I guess we are all getting old, but hey, we can go and enjoy every moment of this just as much as anybody else.
Yeah, now the size of this mat was, I had it here.
54 by 40.
54 by 42.
Yes.
And they continue to tell the girls to get a little bit closer together.
Well, yeah, you're not allowed to go off the mat during competition.
Yeah.
You should be on the mat afterwards, too.
We got a girl with her hands off.
Yep, half-point deduction. Half-point deduction. Oh, she got it back.
Oh, another one on.
So you, James, you've been here from the start. Lee and I came in at the beginning of the medium varsity, which was the biggest grouping. To you, who are the standouts? What teams really jumped out to you?
Well, Norwin right off the bat put on a good performance, as did Baldwin. I think those are the two who are going to be fighting for the spots in the large classification. Small group, it's really up in the air because the favorites of Bethel Park and Butler both had some stumbles. I think Pine Richland and Hampton had good performances. South Fayette was very strong, and after coming back from gone a couple years ago, Neshannock had a solid routine. So it'll be interesting to see what four come out of that one. And honestly, you can go any different direction when it comes to the medium class. I think Elizabeth Forward, Hopewell, Derry, North Allegheny were very strong, as was Penn Trafford. We liked Thomas Jefferson. We liked Seneca Valley and Shaler. I mean, that's the 8 we named right there without naming, Franklin Regional had a pretty good performance. Laurel and Highlands had very unique performances that we all enjoyed.
Laurel and Highlands, not to be confused with Laurel Highlands.
That is true.
I know that's what I wanted to say earlier. He's putting them two together.
Well, it just flows naturally for obvious reasons.
To me, and some girl's doing a headstand right now. Nearly took her teammates out. So, to me, Seneca Valley was probably the most impressive performance that I saw in the medium varsity of the 17 teams. But again, these judges are looking very critically at all aspects. So maybe while we saw the music portion, maybe the cheer portion could have been lacking, for instance. Just saying, for example, how they look at these things, how they evaluate.
And we also don't know exactly what to think either, because of the fact that what we see from the stage and from the stands is a heck of a lot different than what the judges are looking at. They can end up seeing something that is, something that is a little bit more important in their eyes, maybe something that we completely overlook.
And each judge has a different opinion as well.
Correct.
They're probably not going to have the same score. They shouldn't have the same score for every team.
But they do go and discuss the scores afterwards and make sure that everything was good. And we ended up hearing from one of the judges, too, that they were probably going to have to go and discuss a couple of the teams in more detail.
Hopefully there's not a Russian judge that's going to lowball every team, something like that. But you figure they're going to be mostly on the same page more times than not.
You would hope so. And more than anything, it's like getting together with officials in a basketball game to make sure the call is correct. But with that, I think we got the awards about ready to begin.
All right, here we go.
Stay right with you because we don't know how it's going to go.
All right, it's small varsity. Butler, the fourth spot, so they just squeeze in.
As does Bethel Park in third place.
Second place in receiving a bid, Pine Richland High School.
Pine Richland, second place.
Receiving a bid, Hampton High School.
So it's Hampton that finishes first. Those four teams, Hampton, Pine Richland, Bethel Park, Butler, all move on. North Hills qualifies in the medium varsity.
Seneca Valley High School.
Seneca Valley, not bad for the first time.
PT gets the number 6 spot. Thomas Jefferson joins Penn Trafford, Seneca Valley, North Hills. Hopewell as well. Elizabeth Forward third. NA comes in second. And Shaler, the number 1 team out of the medium varsity. Baldwin finishes first. in the large group. And now the final three teams. Norwin, South Park, and South Fayette move on as well.
Now they're going to announce the classification champions for the medals. Bishop Canavan just announced as the first place, which
and
again
only
we knew.
team in single A.
So again, the automatic bids went to Norwin, South Park, and South Fayette.
The at-large bids, yes.
Those are the at-large bids. So they will finish out the top 16. So we now know our 16 who are advancing to the PIAA championships. We'll read them off here in a moment again after they go
and
through.
Ironically, Bishop Canavan claims the championship for single A, the only team, but does not move on to the PIAAs.
And again, if it was last year, then it would have been a completely different story, as the automatic bid was first taken by the classification champions.
The whole team should come up.
The whole team's going to come up.
So the whole Bishop Canavan team's coming up. We'll read them down real quick. 4th through 1st in small was Butler in 4th, Bethel Park in 3rd, Pine Richland in 2nd, and Hampton in 1st. Probably the 4 that you would be expecting. They just announced Hopewell as the AA runner-ups. They competed in the medium division.
And finished 4th in the medium division.
We'll run down those real quick. It was North Hills 8th, Seneca Valley 7th, Penn Trafford 6th, Thomas Jefferson 5th, Hopewell 4th, Elizabeth Forward 3rd, North Allegheny 2nd, and Shaler in 1st in medium. And Baldwin took the one and only automatic bid in the large group. However, both Norwin and South Park in large group received the at-large, 2 of the 3 at-large bids. South Fayette received the last of the at-large bids. South Fayette competing in the small classification.
So Bishop Canavan getting the gold in single A, in class AA. Hopewell the runner-up. We will find out momentarily who the champion of the WPIAL by enrollment classification is for AA.
The AA champion is Elizabeth Forward High School.
And it's Elizabeth Forward, the 3rd place team out of the medium. So that now just leaves the AAA runner-up and champion here in 2017 for the Competitive Spirit Championship.
So will it be Hampton? Will it be Shaler? Will it be Baldwin? Which of the champions from squad side will take it?
North Allegheny's the runner-up.
So this is going to kind of take it out of the equation.
Don't spoil it, James.
I'm not going to. We're going to see who's paying attention at home.
In the AAA division, the runner-up is North Allegheny.
So North Allegheny
AAA champion is Shaler High School.
and Shaler takes it.
So what a performance by the Titans.
Once again, thank you for attending.
So let's run it all down real quick. The champion in enrollment size for AAA is Shaler, the runner-up North Allegheny. For AA, the champion Elizabeth Forward, the runner-up Hopewell, and for single A by enrollment size, Bishop Canavan, the only team, the champion. For the qualifiers, again, James, you went through them for small, medium, and large. Also talk about those 3 at-large bids that move on.
It is with small, medium, large, Hampton, Pine Richland, Bethel Park, and Butler. In medium, Shaler, North Allegheny, Elizabeth Forward, Hopewell, Thomas Jefferson, Penn Trafford, Seneca Valley, North Hills. And in the large, it was Baldwin. The three at-large bids go to Norwin and South Park out of the large classification, and South Fayette out of the small classification.
And we'll see. Now, it's kind of a little hectic situation here. I'm wondering if maybe we could snatch someone from Baldwin to talk to, the team that captured the top spot in the large group. We'll see as Baldwin's taking some team photos. James, you can hold the fort down. I'm going to run over and see if I can corral anyone from the Highlanders.
Absolutely. So to recap again, Shaler, which was impressive, taking down North Allegheny after both schools were rooting for each other early on in the competition. North Allegheny was defending Class AAA champions. They dropped down to the number 2 spot. The main thing I want to look at in that small squad, Bethel Park and Butler each had very, very big moments, big bad moments, and of people falling down and in big times, a couple different locations throughout their performances. But their strength everywhere else, their crispness in the other portions of their routine were key in terms of them going and being able to get a good bid into the championships.
All the buses are in the circle below.
You have a
This door. All the buses are in the circle. They're out this door.
Dina Mahalski, the Baldwin Highlanders co-coach, has joined us here. Baldwin getting the number 1 spot out of the large group. And Coach, congratulations first off. Talk about, I guess, the nerve-wracking nature of waiting to find out if you guys qualified. Did you know after your performance that you guys did a really good job and you thought you were going to be moving on?
You know, we knew that we did a really great job. However, we had some small mistakes, but we told the girls that they had some really smart saves. So we think that has a huge factor as to why we did play so well.
We're also going to welcome in fellow coach Taryn Reback.
Yes, that's me.
Coach, talk about from your perspective, while you're sitting there watching the performance, do you get the feeling that this is us at our best or we're good enough to move on? Do you know right away, or do you have to find out along with everyone else exactly how you measured up?
I think that we judge our team a little harder than the judges judge us just because we see them every single day. But we had an incredible warm-up, and so we knew that no matter what happened that they were coming in here trying their best and putting their best foot forward, because this would be our 4th time returning to Hershey, and we just really wanted to make that our goal to get back there.
For both of you, how were the girls reacting after their performance? Were they pretty happy? Did they keep a positive outlook for the most part?
They did.
Yeah.
They were very positive. Like we said, we did have a few mistakes that they were a little bit hard on themselves. But like Taryn did say, we're always a little bit harder on ourselves than the judges are. So we're really proud of them. They're really proud of themselves.
Just anxious to get back to practice to make it better for states now.
And that was the last question I was going to have for you guys. So when is the state competition, and what are you going to do between now and then to make sure not only you repeat but possibly even improve your performance?
So the state competition will be in 2 weeks. So we'll be in the gym as much as we can. We're really busy still cheering on our basketball team and doing competitive at the same time. So we try to get the girls in there as much as we can, and we're going to take the score sheets today and use every single thing that the judges had to say and really improve and do our personal best and advance on, hopefully, in Hershey.
Guys, we appreciate it. Thank you very much. Congratulations. The Baldwin
Thank you
Highlanders
so much.
take first place. So, James, we heard from Baldwin. We've talked to some of the other teams here. Now we're going to welcome in some members of the Shaler Titans. First off, guys, introduce yourselves here.
I'm Sam Muto. I'm Amanda Kastner.
Okay, so are you guys like the captains of the squad?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk specifically as captains. Do you take on more of a role during performance as far as communicating, telling everyone where they should be, and how do you think you guys measured up today with that performance?
Our main job is just to pump everybody up and get everybody excited to perform.
And keep all the nerves down and make sure everyone's calm.
So were you guys calm before you went out there on the mat?
Yeah.
So when you're performing, do you realize this is a really good performance, or this is, kind of so-so? Did you realize how good it was while you were out there?
Whenever I'm performing, I look at the coaches, and whatever they're doing tells me if we're doing great, if we're doing bad.
So what did your coaches say after you guys got off the mat?
They were really proud of us and all the hard work we put in, and it all paid off, so they were really happy.
Talk about the way that you guys are camaraderie, not only within your own school, but with talking with other schools. I heard you guys up there in the stands cheering on North Allegheny before they won the mat. What is that like between schools to be rivals like on the football field, but to be competitive and good rivals with each other on the cheerleading squads?
Well, we like to support all of the teams because we would like to support back.
And we think sportsmanship is more important than winning anyway, because
Now, what are you guys going to be doing over the next couple of weeks to prepare for the next step in the process?
Practice every day. Every day.
Now, when did you guys actually first begin practicing for this year? When did you learn your routine?
Got a routine in June, but we started practicing in April.
And
every day, 2 days a week? Do you guys do like other events within the school, or are you guys strictly on cheer?
Cheer's life.
Well, it paid off for you guys certainly today. Congratulations, ladies, and congratulations to all the Titans.
Going to welcome in the head coach.
Awesome.
Now we're putting her on the spot. Phyllis, is it Phyllis Swats? Schatz, okay. Phyllis, thanks for joining us. How proud are you of getting first place in your squad's performance here this afternoon?
I am more proud of the girls for going out there and hitting a beautiful routine. We encourage them to go out there and do their very, very best and pray that the judges are agreeing with what we're seeing.
What did you see from the bird's eye view? Did you realize that this was a performance that was good enough to win when you saw it unfold?
Absolutely. Our routine has everything in it. It's got the difficulty in it. It's got the crowd appeal in it. And we've got outstanding tumbling, all the important elements that make up a good routine.
When you came up with this routine, what was the most critical part for your team's success when you were drawing it up? That you said it was a pretty difficult performance. Was that something you really wanted to make sure you could perform as difficult or even more so than every other squad here?
Absolutely. We've got to have the difficulty in the routine. If not, you're just not going to score well. In today's cheer world, the more difficult you are, as long as you can hit it. You know, having difficulty in not being able to execute it is not going to help you at all. But being able to execute it is the important thing.
Now, give a little piece of advice to any new coaches, any schools out there who want to start a competitive cheer squad. What's something that they should do first, and what should they be looking at to eventually get to the level where Shaler is today?
They need to realize the strengths of their squads, and if they're going to compete, they've got to have tumbling, which means their girls have to have the certain skills necessary. They also need to attend camps in the summer to actually find out the new things that are being introduced every year so that they can be doing them also.
And how long is it going to be for you guys to celebrate before you go and open those sheets and see exactly where the scores are before you look to improve for states?
I already peaked, and I totally agreed with the judges. We will go over them with the girls on Monday. They're not going to know today. All they know today is that they won. They did a great job, and we're so proud of them, and that's it.
Coach, we appreciate you joining us. Congratulations. Good luck heading to Hershey.
Thank you so much.
All right, so we go from the first place team in Shaler, as now Shaler captures first in the medium. Now we're going to the small, where it's a first place performance by the Talbots. First off, guys, introduce yourselves. 3 cheerleaders here.
Hi, I'm Alyssa. I'm Megan.
I'm Jaden.
Okay, so are you guys captains on the team, or are you just...
I'm the captain.
Okay, so as the captain, did you realize while you were out there that this was a first place performance while you guys were doing it?
Yeah, I think this was the first competition this season where we finally came together as a team, and we've been working hard these past few weeks, and I think our last practice we finally came together and we hit it, and we were confident coming into everything.
Okay, so talk about right before you went on the mat, were there any nerves? What was going through your head? And you can have your teammates answer this one as well.
Yeah, I think I just try to keep the nerves down on the whole, the team as a whole, but everyone definitely does get a little bit nervous before they go on stage. Liz, do you want to say anything?
Yeah, I just think it's a typical thing for everyone to get nervous, but you kind of just have to push it down and focus.
And have you guys you've competed at this caliber before for the WPIAL Championships?
Yeah, this is our 4th year competing here.
So this is something that you've gotten used to in a sense.
Yeah.
Do you pay attention to any of the other performances before you go on? Because I'm sure after you're done, you watch the other teams. But before, are you peeking to see what other teams are doing that you might be competing with?
Sometimes we try. Our coach tries to make us not watch the teams in front of us because they don't want it to get in our heads. But we always try to peek through the doors and see how our competition's doing.
Well, even worse though, how about the 3-4 hour wait from after you perform? How nerve-wracking is that once you've gone through your performance, knowing you have to wait that long before you get to hear the results?
I don't really think it's nerve-wracking because afterwards, if you know you did good, then you don't really have anything to worry about.
Well, to that point, we talk so much. It seems like all the cheerleaders, whether you're a first-place team or team that did not make the qualification, everyone's having fun while you're waiting. You're on the mat dancing, everyone's up. So how much fun is this to compete? And obviously it's more fun to win, but just being here with 500 or so other cheerleaders.
Yeah, I don't know, I love it. This is one of my favorite things to do. I think we all have a blast.
It's like a really fun sport, and it's a good like team building sport.
Okay, so we have like either all or the majority of Hampton here.
I think this is everyone
Can
here,
we
right?
give us like a team cheer real quick? I'll hold the microphone. Give us.
Talbot! Tough! We're Talbot! Tough! Spell it out! T-A-L-B-O-T! We're Talbot! Tough!
Perfect. There we go. Awesome, guys. We appreciate
Very
it.
nice. Congratulations, guys.
Congratulations. The Hampton Talbots, they take first place. And I think we talked to all the champions here, James. We talked to Baldwin, we talked to Shaler, and now Hampton. So those are your 3 winners on the squad sizes, small, medium, and large. Those are the ones that get those automatic bids, of course, to move on. So we heard from cheerleaders, coaches alike. Lee Mohn, appreciate the great job that he did. That's fun.
I got lucky and got a captain. I just saw 3 Hampton cheerleaders and grabbed them. Said, "Do you want to be on the air?" What? But that's a great way to end the broadcast right there.
That was beautiful.
Before we go on the air with the cheer, we're going to end the broadcast with the cheer. You know, so but what a great job with these girls, these 500 or so girls here today. So it's just a phenomenal scene, and hopefully everybody enjoyed the broadcast and the
video aspect.
Yeah, and the video aspect, yeah.
I have a feeling maybe some of the coaches, maybe we'll go back and replay our YouTube page, the feed, and say, well, this was good, but
that's scouting for next year.
Yeah.
Hey, I've heard it many times. These coaches go and research their competition and know what to expect, and YouTube makes that a much easier endeavor. But I guarantee you're going to see some of these schools going on there and trying to figure out what they can improve on. And a score sheet does one thing, but being able to see the video is a complete different story. So congratulations again to all the champions out there, and good luck to the 16 teams moving on to Hershey.
Yeah, 16 teams move on. Once again, your champions in the large group, it is the Baldwin Highlanders that take first. In the small group, the Hampton Talbots, and in the medium group, the Shaler Titans. Well, that's going to do it here. We're going to wrap it all up from my broadcast colleagues, James Dotson, Lee Mohn, Bob Orkwis, and working the camera and providing her insight, Jess Levo. This is Sean Meyers signing off. Once again, you've been listening to the 2017 WPIAL Competitive Spirit. It's the 2017 Championships, and it's been here on the MSA Sports Network.
You have been listening and watching coverage of the 2017 WPIAL Competitive Spirit Championships at MSASports.net, sponsored in part by Carlow University, by UPMC Sports Medicine, by First Commonwealth Bank, by Progress, and by Management Science Associates. You can enjoy this broadcast anytime you want, or follow all the other winter sports every day by logging on to www.msasports.net. The preceding has been an exclusive presentation of the Management Science Associates Sports Network.